What's up everyone, welcome back to another full story. This initially started out as a two-part What If mini, with the scenario being about Cell in the present timeline surviving, growing stronger and eventually awakening. But this scenario eventually morphed into its own original story, which encompasses multiple of my other stories. I'll link a playlist above that explains who the characters in this story are, but it's not necessary to watch those videos to enjoy this one. That's just if you want more context. And as you can tell by the length of this video, this is my longest video yet. Also, apologies that my mic sounds different at points in this video. This was recorded over the course of like a year, and I swapped microphones like 4 times. But hopefully you all enjoy this really long original series. Let's begin covering the complete saga of Cell Prime vs. the Saladverse, a story where present Cell survives and grows unstoppable. Our story begins with Cell in the present timeline.
Obviously he was destroyed, so simple change here. He's never found. This wouldn't really change too much in the grand scheme of things. I mean, they'd eventually find out about Cell later on, because the one from that other timeline shows up anyways, the main one that we know of. And Trunks would still be able to defeat his version of Cell too. It's just that there's now a third Cell, the one in the present timeline that was originally destroyed. As we saw in Trunks' timeline, he awakened after Trunks defeated the androids. And like I said, there are going to be a few things we change in this video, and one of them is going to be when Cell is completed. And there's a pretty logical explanation for that here. So if we go by the logic in that timeline, if present Cell did somehow survive, he would still be a couple years off from being fully developed. For reference, the Tournament of Power takes place around the same year where future Gohan died in that timeline. Obviously things went way differently, which is still a few years before Cell even arrives in that timeline. The other change we're going to make is that he develops quicker, because he's going to have a lot more data after all. I mean, think about it. He's not just going to have the same data that Cell had that we know of. Besides the fact that the timeline is different regardless, Cell is also going to have DNA from so many more people. All this data can lead to a quicker development. He could probably have DNA from new people, like Trunks, Gohan, Buu, Deborah, Shin, Kibito. Hell, he'd even probably have Broly and Frieza after Resurrection F, building upon the previous data he had from Frieza. And this is where we're going to have him be revived, right after Broly arrives on Earth. This is going to take place after the Broly arc, but right before the Moro arc starts. Actually, it's right around the time that this arc starts. Cell awakens, dazed but also amazed. His power, it's incredible. He's gathered all this data and all this DNA over time. He has so many different abilities and so much strength within him, but still, he needs to become perfect. That's the one downfall of this. Gero still had this one issue. Why does he need to absorb these androids? Well, the good thing is, the androids are still alive, and they're pretty powerful. They'll make for a nice addition to his repertoire. Plus, they're of course going to lead him to perfection just like he wanted. But there's still something irking Cell, his drones. They kept picking up data on Beerus and Whis, but since they couldn't actually sense that godly energy coming off of them, they never thought it was worthwhile. But Cell knows all about them. He knows what they are, who they are, and what they're capable of. And he wants their DNA next. He's going to work up towards that. But first, he needs to attain perfection, just to get more power as if he wasn't strong enough already. He starts off by teleporting over to Android 17's island. Yes, teleporting. He does have instant transmission because he saw Goku use it so many times, and the other Cell had it too. That's another thing worth noting. He has all the data on that Cell as well. He knows the shortcomings of that one, and he's not going to let those problems affect him here. The failure of his alternate self leads him to see that he's not perfect yet. Even once he does get the androids, he can go beyond it. He saw what happened at that Cell against Gohan. He can awaken even further beyond perfection. That's his goal. He strikes 17 pretty swiftly. He's able to locate the island, and before 17 can even react, he's immediately absorbed by Cell. For a split second, 17 saw the monster in front of him. He was frozen in fear, remembering the last time he was absorbed. But this monster is different. His demeanor, and the fact that he's even alive at all. All these thoughts rush through 17's head before he can even react, but Cell doesn't give him enough time to. Immediately, Cell gets one step closer towards perfection, now in a semi-perfect form. Next, he teleports right to Krillin. And it's a similar case there. This was a lot easier than locating Android 17 because he could just lock onto Krillin and then absorb 18 like that. Krillin looks at Cell, horrified, remembering that same exact thing from before. And the fact that he's semi-perfect too. What the hell's going on? But just like 17, Krillin can't even react. Much to 18's horror, he's killed right in front of her. But before she could even escape too, Cell quickly lunges his tail at her, absorbing her just as quickly as her brother. He's not going to mess around here. I mean, in his imperfect form, he was already strong enough to absorb 17 that easily. Here, he's already untouchable. This is just the cherry on top. Not too far from where Krillin and 18 were, Mayris arrives on the planet, ready to get Majin Buu and bring him into space. They need to fight Moro. Goku and Vegeta arrive there too, about to confront Mayris, but before he can take them down, they all sense something strange. Mayris can tell it's an evil presence, but Goku and Vegeta react horrified. It feels like a familiar energy, but somehow mutated. It feels like Cell. No, that can't be. There's no explanation for that. Why would he be here? How would he be here? But the energy grows stronger and stronger. And as they look around confused, they then hear someone teleport right in front of them. They turn pale. And Maris looks on confused. Mr. Satan's watching too, horrified. He knows that face all too well. Cell? It was him. How? That doesn't make sense. And Cell explains. They might have killed the future Cell, but they didn't destroy the present one. Yeah, they destroyed Jiro's lab, but there was a separate lab, somewhere else, which is why it wasn't destroyed this time. They looked around for it and they couldn't find Cell, assuming it wasn't developed yet. And Cell says that was a genius move on Jiro's part. Obviously he didn't count for the time machine stuff, but he did make sure to hide Cell far away, not right next to the other androids either. This project was so top secret that it looked like it didn't even exist. But they have no time to ask for an explanation. Immediately, Vegeta powers up, and Goku follows through too. They can sense that Cell is strong, and Maris can see too, but he can't intervene, at least not with his full power. But he will help fight with his mortal powers, whatever those entail. And then it hits Goku and Vegeta. Cell's perfect. Originally when Cell awakened, he was imperfect. Why is he perfect here? Is that a difference in the project? Cell chuckles. Nope. They have a horrified expression as they realize what happened. He absorbs 17 and 18, and Cell smirks. The look of horror on their faces. It's exactly what he wants to see. He powers up too. And their ki, it feels small in comparison to his. They can sense so many different auras coming off him. It's not like the Cell from before. Of course they sense their own energies, but they sense Gohan. Not like Gohan from the Cell Saga, but like Ultimate Gohan. They sense Trunks. They sense Babidi, Deborah, Majin Buu. Frieza, in his golden form, they sense Broly even. And all these energies mix together into a horrifying concoction. Cell's aura is so unnatural that it terrifies them. Cell lunges to attack them, ready to hit them with one strike. But quickly they disappear. Goku grabs onto Vegeta, teleporting away on a whim. And then Cell turns to Maris. Maris looks concerned, unsure of what to do. But again, he can't use his full powers here, so he backs off for now, going into the ship and watching from far away. And Cell's confused. Something's peculiar about that guy, but it's not worth worrying about for now. Cell then places 2 fingers on his forehead, looking around. Wait a second, he doesn't need instant transmission. He has the energy of the Kais in him too. He could probably pull off Kai. I mean, he is part Boot too after all, so he can use boost teleportation. He's just now realizing how many different techniques he has access to, and he's definitely going to use them in this fight. But as he looks for Goku and Vegeta's energy, he senses an explosion in power. Their energies merge. And another warrior teleports in front of him. Oh, they did that fusion thing. It's Gogeta. He says no words, ready to fight Cell. He can tell that Cell's going to be a powerful opponent, and he doesn't want to mess around here. He already did kill 17 and 18, so Gogeta says he's going to pay. But Cell chuckles. Let's toy with this guy for a bit. He thinks that 17 and 18 were the only ones he killed? Gogeta's not sure what he's talking about. And Cell tells Gogeta, it's so cruel for them to forget about Krillin. Gogeta's eyes widen. Krillin? He killed Krillin too? Gogeta powers up, going beyond his limits from even before. He's not going to Super Saiyan Blue like he went against Broly. He's going beyond that. He needs Cell to suffer. From Vegeta, he steals Blue Evolution, and from Goku, he steals Kaioken, creating a new ultimate power. His energy skyrockets, going into Blue Evolution Kaioken. Surprisingly, it's not taking a massive toll on his body, but he can tell that this is going to shorten the time of the fusion greatly. He doesn't care though. This power will be just enough to finish this battle in time. He will kill Cell. And he lunges towards the android. Cell is elated. This is what he was looking for. A thrilling fight like this one. He couldn't have asked for a better match. This is probably the strongest opponent he could have faced. A fusion between Goku and Vegeta, utilizing both of their maximum powers. But still, it might not be enough. He feels like they can go beyond that. Maybe he could find even stronger foes. But for now, this will do. He clashed with the fusion. The energy they give off is astounding. And of course, others are going to notice it too. More fighters begin flying over. Piccolo flies over, then Goten and Trunks, deciding to fuse on their own as well. More fighters keep arriving, watching the spectacle as Gogeta fights Cell. And then another one arrives. It's Gohan. He can't believe what he's seeing. Cell's back? And Cell looks over to Gohan. Of course, he has no connection to Gohan, not like the other Cell. But he does have all the data from that fight. And seeing that look of horror again makes him even more elated. He knows why Gohan's reacting the way he is. He doesn't even say anything, just pointing a finger towards him and beckoning Gohan to come towards him. Gohan powers up into Ultimate, angered beyond belief. This is amazing for Cell. He's fighting Gogeta, he's fighting Gohan, he's fighting Gotenks. And all at once, he's able to counter them. But he is showing off all his power, and it saddens him. This is probably the only time he's going to show off all his power. Come on, he needs more than that. He needs to evolve somehow. And suddenly, during the fight, Gogeta diffuses, just like he thought. Using too much power would cause the fusion to not last. And Cell admits he is a bit disappointed. He continues fighting Gohan and Gotenks in the meantime, but then turns over to Goku and Vegeta. Well, since they're not going to be useful in this fight anymore, he might as well absorb them. He turns over to Goku first, and quickly, he lunges his tail towards Goku. Goku's mind goes completely blank, and out of nowhere, he dodges Cell's attack. Everyone looks on confused, but then they see what's going on. Pushed to his limits once more, Goku's tapping into a power that he used during the Tournament of Power. He goes into Ultra Instinct Omen. If only he could have activated this on command before, but this is fine. And Cell begins fighting him. This isn't as thrilling as fighting Gogeta. But Goku in this form is powerful. Cell can vaguely sense his energy. It's strange, but whatever. There's nothing too bad about it. But as Goku continues fighting, he keeps going over the stakes, and he's forced to evolve once more. His hair begins glowing even more and more, and it begins glowing white, and Cell looks on amazed. He actually didn't know about this form. But maybe he can attain it next. I mean, he is part Goku after all. He has no knowledge of the Tournament of Power or what happened there. But hearing this, it excites him. Although, Goku's already at his limit. Besides the obvious fact that Ultra Instinct's incredibly draining, Goku's already kinda drained. I mean, he just fought as Gogeta Blue Evolution Kaioken. Just listen to that name, even though it was a fusion, he still felt the effects of that. And he has retained some of the damage that Gogeta received from Cell. Cell's enjoying this fight a lot. And amidst the battle, he notices some other powers appear. Beerus and Whis come in. Seeing how dire the situation is, Beerus knows that he might have to intervene himself. For the first time in a while, he might actually have to fight this guy. And this entrance to the battlefield briefly distracts Goku. And Cell then teleports away. Goku has no idea where he went, but he sees on the ground. Cell is moving so quickly that no one can even tell what's going on. He begins absorbing everyone. Goku rushes over, but before he can even get to Cell, he keeps teleporting away around to other people. Vegeta, Gotenks, Gohan, Piccolo. He even teleports to the Galactic Patrol ship, absorbing Buu up there, trying to absorb Mayris too, but he teleports away. That guy, something's wrong about him. And much to Goku's horror, he realizes what happened. Beerus and Whis watch on too. Yeah, Beerus definitely needs to be serious here. Whis says he can rewind time. But again, it's only gonna be for 3 minutes. Beerus is fired up and ready to fight, but whatever, he'll wait. Whis rewinds time, going back to just about the moment where Gogeta defused. Of course, Goku knows that time rewinded and no one else did. And Goku's still worn out from Ultra Instinct before. He's already detransformed from it. And he tells everyone to let Beerus handle it. Beerus then jumps in himself. Surrounded in a fiery purple aura, this is the first time he's had to go all out ever. And Cell's surprised. What power coming from this guy? He wants it for himself. But as he fights Beerus, he sees there's a gap in power. A gap in power that's even too much for him. And Goku makes sure to warn Beerus, be sure to erase every part of Cell. He can regenerate. Beerus hears this, but he continues enjoying the fight. Brutally beating Cell, being so far ahead of him that Cell's hopeless. And then he decides to end it. He places a hand in front of him, charging a Hakai. But within a split second, Cell uses the Kai Kai. The Hakai is launched, but it hits nothing. And Beerus hears someone scream on the ground. It's Goku. Cell teleported over to him, absorbing him. Everyone looks on in horror. And this gets a reaction out of Beerus and Gohan, both of whom power up, charging at Cell together. But Cell just looks over at them, smirking. He teleports away again, grabbing onto Vegeta as he does so, absorbing his power. Even with Whis rewinding time, Cell still does the same exact thing. He had this planned. He knows when he's backed into a corner, and unlike his former self, Cell knows not to make this mistake. Especially with a god of destruction like this, he can't let that Hakai hit him. He continues gaining more and more power, absorbing all the fighters until there's no one left besides Beerus himself. And now with all the power these guys absorbed, Cell might be able to contend against him. Oh yeah, and he's able to regenerate completely too. He is part Buu after all, so he has an upgraded form of regeneration. It's not the same regeneration that the other Cell had, the one that he got from Piccolo. No, this is limitless regeneration. Oh yeah, and he gets a boost in power on top of that too. Whis watches on, with his brother teleporting in as well. Mayris asks, there's nothing they could do, right? And Whis reminds him of the rules. If angels get involved, they'll be erased. All they can do now is simply watch. Beerus is exerting all of his power, and still, it's not enough. He even tries to calm himself. Maybe he could pull out Ultra Instinct. I mean, he can't fully use it, but he did try and tap into it before. But no, he can't. His rage is too high right now. He simply doesn't have the clear mind for it. And Beerus gives a look to Whis. To think that it would all turn out like this. All those millions of years of him being a god of destruction led up to this point. And now he's finally found someone to match his power, or go beyond it. Cell continuously keeps powering up, as he continues to digest the energy that he just absorbed. And every time Beerus tries attacking him, Cell simply regenerates, growing stronger than before. And Cell makes sure to avoid the Hakais. He knows not to mess with those. And Beerus is actually getting more and more worn out. How is Cell growing this powerful? But it's just like Beerus sensed before. All those energies within him. It only makes sense that he would be this strong, especially now that he's absorbed multiple people. Beerus charges one last attack, but it's already too late. He feels a sharp pain in his side as Cell stabs him with his tail. Cell smiles at Beerus. It seems like he's being cocky, but he's actually being genuine. He thanks Beerus. That was a really fun fight. Hopefully he doesn't mind that he takes this power. Remember, Cell's not going to make the same mistakes as his predecessor. Whenever he sees an opportunity, he's going to take it. He absorbs Beerus, taking all of his power for himself. Whis and Maris watch on, saddened and disappointed. Cell looks over towards them, ready to absorb them next, but they leave. They have no purpose here in Universe 7 anymore with the God of Destruction now dead. But it doesn't matter though. Cell's grown so strong now that he doesn't need them. But maybe he can get other Gods of Destruction. Now with the power of Beerus, on top of all of his other powers, he could definitely make it work. Cell powers up, testing the upper limit of his strength right now. And this time, the power is so immense that it's felt in every corner of the universe. No, the multiverse. Far away in the corners of Universe 7, Moro can feel it as he heads towards Namek. Granola on planet Cereal can feel it. Frieza, out in space, he senses this power. Broly on planet Vampa. Is that Frieza's power he feels? And his own? But even beyond that, it spreads across the multiverse. Champa could feel it. Is that Beerus' power? And Universe 11? The Pride Troopers feel it, including Jiren. Goku's power, and all those other powers too. How is it reaching this far? All the Gods of Destruction and their respective angels feel it as well. This isn't a normal power. This is certain doom. The two Zenos watch on from their palace. And as they look on their God pads, it's almost like Cell looks directly at them through it. Not that they're scared at all, but it's just strange. What is this creature? And now, Cell's multiversal conquest can begin. He'll gain even more power beyond this. He's gone mad with it. To think that two other versions of himself failed at this goal. Well, to be fair, they didn't have the advantage of all these powers within them. If anything though, they weren't ever perfect. But him, he's perfect. This is what perfection looks like. Of course, the other Gods of Destruction and every other god in the universe would be aware of this. They'd know that Beerus and somehow those strong mortals from Universe 7 were all defeated. They'd wonder how it happened, and they'd get word of it. Some creature was created there. Some artificial being so strong that even a God of Destruction couldn't stop him. So what's Cell up to now? Well, he's still wandering around Universe 7, and next, he's gonna move to the multiverse. He's getting a better grasp on this power, Ultra Instinct especially. He's an amalgamation of so many different people that he has so many powers within him that he all wants to try. One thing I didn't really mention in the last part is he also would have Goku Black's DNA because he did briefly show up in this timeline, but it would be so minimal and it was from a point when Goku Black wasn't even really that strong that it probably wouldn't affect Cell too much, at least on the surface level. I omitted it for a reason, but it's worth mentioning because people were asking. So it's not like we're gonna get Super Saiyan Rose Cell or anything, not that that really matters. He has Ultra Instinct now, as well as powers of a God of Destruction, plus data from so many more fighters. Those powers are really what's driving him here. He tries to utilize Ultra Instinct, powering up into it, and starting to maintain it more and more effectively. Of course, it's not really an issue for him. Stamina is no problem for him anymore. And in terms of a strain on his body, that's not a problem either. He's perfect for this, no pun intended. And even if it doesn't work the first time, he just keeps brute forcing it, trying to transform into Ultra Instinct again and again, just to get a better feel for it. This is how he's gonna try and master it. But of course, this isn't the right way to go about it. It might work in the short term, but later on, he's gonna see that this isn't that effective. But now he needs to move on to his multiversal conquest. He'll defeat the other Gods of Destruction, fighting them and having an enjoyable time. And then, he can finally take it up to Zeno himself. Now, what is going on with Zeno? He says he's just erased everything. Both of them, actually. They're angered beyond belief. The fact that a universe could be so incompetent that this could happen. And if Cell's just gonna go around wreaking havoc everywhere, there's no point in having any of the universes. Or at least Zeno does seem angry. Really, this is another test from him. He wants to see how the other gods will react to this, and of course they're terrified. So now, they actually have to work together, something that they don't really do too often. The Gods of Destruction, their angels, and their Kais all meet up. They have to discuss a plan. First, they need to gather the strongest warriors from each of their universes. Well, that's easy. Belmont offers up the Pride Troopers. Champa, he has Hit. And other universes start to collect strong fighters, mostly people that were already in the Tournament of Power. But even though it's kind of harsh, they do decide that some of them need to stay back. Some are much stronger than others. Like, most aren't going to be on the level of Hit or Jiren or Topo, people like that. Okay, well, some of the other guys are confused. If they're not going to put their fighters in, then what are they supposed to do? How are these few fighters supposed to stop Cell if that couldn't happen in Universe 7? Well, that's the thing. Some of the angels interject, saying that it might be best for the gods to actually get involved. They usually keep a hands-off approach, but think of it like this. Their survival and their universe's survival is at stake. They'd be stupid not to get involved. Plus, for the ones that do enjoy fighting, they would get a kick out of this. And all the Gods of Destruction agree, except for Champa. And they're confused. It's his brother that died. Why does he not care? It's not that he doesn't care. It's that he just has a different plan. one that'll work alongside their plan. The troops are gathered, all the gods of destruction are together, alongside some of the strong mortals. And they're surprised to hear this, especially Jiren. Someone strong enough to defeat Goku? Jiren remembers his fight with Goku using Ultra Instinct, and even Hit's thinking the same thing. He couldn't even handle what suppressed Jiren, and this guy's apparently much stronger than that. Toppo's a bit concerned too. Maybe his powers will be enough. But if Jiren's feeling that way, he doesn't know. Not that Jiren is scared at all. He's just more so intrigued. Someone got that strong. But he's also pretty disappointed by it. He cheated to get that strength. His strength isn't absolute. It's an amalgamation of everyone else's strength, gained artificially. And Toppo agrees too, although has a different standpoint. Both of them recognize that this is an injustice, and as Pride Troopers, it's their duty to stop it. And they all realize too, the three of them are really the only mortals here. Turns out most of the strong people are either dead from Universe 7, or they're so far behind that they might just get in the way. Strange, because Hit remembers that Fusion Kefla being so strong, but yeah, maybe she wouldn't be the best choice here. The Gods of Destruction didn't really have anyone on standby, but these three, they should be enough, hopefully, especially because the Gods of Destruction are fighting too. They all arrive in Universe 7. And of course, Cell senses this immediately. He's gone around, destroying everything, gathering more power too. He's found some other strong people in Universe 7. There was some Saiyan far away on some random planet. Cell took his energy. He had some pretty great potential, but nothing really else for Cell to use. Then there was some guy from planet Cereal, and Cell notices his eyesight is better. He could see things that he didn't see before. Could be useful in a fight, but he doesn't really know much else. He even met with Frieza, trying to fight him, and keyword, he tried to fight him. Frieza was way too weak, and it didn't make it too fun. Cell already had his DNA anyways, so Frieza was dealt with. And now he's bored, but seeing all these people here, it makes him elated. He does have knowledge of some of these other fighters too, hearing them discussed by Goku and the others thanks to his drones. Hit from Universe 6, the assassin that can control time. Jiren, a warrior from Universe 11 that might even be stronger than a God of Destruction. Not that that really matters for Cell because he is too now. Toppo, a candidate for God of Destruction who could also utilize those powers. Again, doesn't matter to Cell. See, these would be impressive to him before, but besides Hit, there's nothing here really too intriguing. And maybe this could be fun, fighting all the Gods of Destruction at once, but do they really think they could defeat him? Well, it's time to see. The fight begins. A few of the gods charge in, and Cell could already feel that battle spirit pumping through him. He activates Ultra Instinct, and the gods immediately sense it. That same power that one mortal used. The same power of the angels. Immediately, Cell dodges all their attacks, as well as countering them with perfection. There's no wasted movements, and thanks to his enhanced eyesight now, his attacks are more potent for some reason. It's like he can see vital points within each of the Gods of Destruction. Maybe that one granola dude was actually useful to absorb. Who would have thought? You know what? Time to test something else out. He found some really old guy in the Galactic Patrol prison and took his energy too as well as his data. And now, he feels like he has some sort of magical abilities. He tries to use them. From one side, Sidra and Kitela rush him. Cell simply sticks a hand out, trying to absorb their energy. He doesn't really have a hold on this. And it is something he could do with his tail too. But this is weird. Now, it's a long-range way to take people's energy. And they notice this too. They're starting to feel weaker. Cell creates a ball of energy in front of him. And instinctively, he feels like he should eat it. Weird, but whatever. He eats it, and he feels much stronger. Oh, this is a game changer. Before he had to rely on his tail, but now he can do this remotely. Maybe even on a wider scale. Again, he doesn't really have a focus on this. He has to learn how to use it. And while he's also fighting, it's gonna be kinda hard to utilize this at the same time. But that's where Ultra Instinct comes in. Everything can be automated. But Cell starts to feel slower and slower. Hit's focusing all his energy, trying to put Cell in a time lag. He tries to react, trying to take Hit's energy. But he's so slow for some reason. He's gonna break through it though. He just needs a little bit more time. And he looks over to see. Belmod and Toppo are together, combining their powers, each charging Hakai, a massive one in fact. Cell turns over to them, and he's about to counterattack. But then Jiren comes in, utilizing his full power. He's able to actually land hits on Cell. With him being frozen right now, even with Ultra Instinct, he's just standing there. His reactions are delayed. But when Jiren does land a hit, nothing happens. They have absolutely no effect on him. What is this guy's power? And Jiren feels a sharp pain in his side. He got in too close, and even with the time lag, Cell was able to stretch out his tail, piercing Jiren's side, taking some of his energy too, growing stronger. He then grabs onto Jiren's face. He wonders if maybe that magic will be more effective like this. He starts draining Jiren of his energy completely. But he forgot. He looks back at Belmod and Toppo. Their Hakai is launched towards him. He lets go of Jiren, but he did absorb some of his energy. and instead of eating it, he channels it into another attack, his own Hakai. He turns over, charging one quickly, and in the nick of time, he's able to negate their attack, with one that actually has greater strength. Everyone's attacking at once now, but nothing they do could work. His Ultra Instinct, it's too powerful. And when he counterattacks, his strength is just so much. Combined with the fact that now he can see their vital points, and he can even predict what they're gonna do before they do it. Also, one of his targets now is Hit. See, the powers from him might be pretty useful. Yeah, Hit might not be the strongest of everyone here, but the ability to warp time, if he gets that, this fight will be over immediately. So Cell starts going towards him, and now, the objective is to protect Hit. This actually does make it easier for the Gods of Destruction, because Cell has one set target and they know where to attack him. But they're actually surprised. They're facing a challenge. No wonder Beerus fell to this guy, and the more he fights, the stronger he's growing. And it's at an even faster rate than before. Now with more of Broly's DNA within him too, thanks to finding him on Vampa, Cell's also gonna have some of his growth within there, alongside the insane potential he had before thanks to Frieza, all the Saiyans, hell, even the hybrids like Gohan and Trunks. The fight's only been going on for a few minutes, but it feels like an eternity. And within those few minutes, he's grown stronger than he ever has before, even in that last battle with Gogeta and everyone. The key that they feel from him, it's terrifying. Far away, the angels watch on, with all the Kais alongside them. Well, there is something the Kais can do. They try and negate Cell's magic, and he doesn't know what's happening, but his magic from Moro stops working. The Kais are working to at least do this. They can't get involved in fight, because if they do, then they're gonna die and then the gods will die. But this at least does help a lot. And as for the angels, of course they can't get involved, but they do note, something's weird about Cell's Ultra Instinct. Yeah, he's definitely not utilizing it the right way. They discuss amongst themselves, glad to see that their Gods of Destruction are performing decently well against this threat. But also, they're a bit underwhelmed. Cell's performance, it could be better. They are enjoying the spectacle though. Hopefully, they do pull out ahead. Thankfully, they have no stake in this though, so either way, they're fine. But it will be interesting to see how Cell controls Ultra Instinct going forward, because it seems he's going about it the completely wrong way. They notice, he keeps dropping in and out of it, he's brute forcing it. His mind, it isn't clear. Yeah, he can keep activating all he wants. But unlike Goku, or the Angels for that matter, he doesn't have the right state of mind for it. And his Ultra Instinct is limited by that, and Cell doesn't even realize it. Each time he activates it, he does learn to utilize it a little bit better, and he gets more effective with it, but it's at such a slow pace too. The Angels see an opening. The Gods of Destruction can definitely pull ahead. Although, something much more surprising happens. It's not like Cell runs out of Ultra Instinct or anything, no. Another God of Destruction appears. It's Champa. He's finally returned. The other Gods of Destruction ask where he is. Was he just being a coward and not joining? No, he tells them to just wait a bit. He told them to trust him. His plan will work. What plan does he have? Where was he? He tells them again, just wait a bit. Cell even tries fighting him, but the other Gods of Destruction jump in. All of them are fighting at once. The mortals can't even fight anymore. Although it was a good idea to bring them because it did help them stand their ground for a little bit longer. But now all the Gods of Destruction have to fight together just to counter Cell. And Cell's losing his grasp on Ultra Instinct. The more he tries to use it, the more he's actually having diminishing effects now. He doesn't have the right state of mind. Well, whatever, he doesn't need that. He tries using every power-up he has at once. His eyes, they turn red from granola. He tries to summon magic from Moro, even though it's being suppressed by the Kais. He taps into Kaioken even. He powers up with godly ki surging through him. Everything at once. This will work. He doesn't need Ultra Instinct. Again, brute force will work. He's perfect. So whatever method he uses doesn't matter. He will win. But as he powers up, he reaches a certain peak in power. And then, a brilliant flash of light. And he just stands there. He looks normal again. All those powers, they're gone. He tries tapping into it once more, but nothing. And he senses something strange. An ominous presence behind him, one that feels angry. And it's not just normal anger, he feels intense rage. It's an overwhelming presence. He turns around, smirking, thinking that someone's gonna be behind him trying to do a sneak attack. And it was someone doing a sneak attack. It's Beerus. As much as he'd love to use Cell as a punching bag, he can't. Cell can't even react in time, questioning why he's even here. There's a hand stretched out in front of his face, and immediately, he's Hakai'd. Every bit of him is erased. Beerus' anger is overflowing, but he's able to control it, not letting it get the best of himself. The other Gods of Destruction look on in complete awe. How is he here? And they also notice, around the same time, Vados and Fuwa came in. Champa told them to trust his plan. Utilizing the time ring from Fuwa, they're able to go to another time and get the Super Dragon Balls there. They asked Super Shenron, restore everything to how it was before Cell killed everyone. Meaning everyone knew about Cell, but all of his powers still got erased. It's a twofold wish. It revives everyone, and it depletes Cell of his powers. Which is fine. All they needed to do is get rid of his powers and then Hakai him. The other gods of destruction tell Beerus, keep his universe in better check, but he reminds them, they had fun, didn't they? Also, he had a mortal stronger than any of theirs. So, even though they look down upon him, Beerus still feels confident. And they just leave kind of in silence, except for Champa. He shares one last look with Beerus, telling him that now they're even, right before he goes back to his universe. Beerus breathes a sigh of relief, then going back to Earth with Whis. Everyone has been sensing what's been going down from there. Glad to see that Beerus is back, and it seems that everything's back to normal. Although Beerus tells them, make sure the Red Ribbon Army is completely dealt with. But they say that there's no way there could be any more androids, right? Right? Well, at least everything's safe, and they still got the experience of this battle. Due to how the wish was formatted, it's not like this battle didn't happen. It did happen. So they got some pretty valuable experience at least. Something good came out of it. And yep, a good ending came out of it too.
Or at least, everything seemingly is good. You see, Champa didn't really think about the consequences of the wish. It was hasty after all, and it did seem to fix everything, which it did, but it only fixed it for one timeline. When Super Shenron reversed everything, the timeline actually split. In that main timeline, everything's fine. But there's another timeline where the battle still went on. One where everything continued. And Cell pulls out a trump card. He's far too dangerous now. He creates a couple of Cell Juniors. Before, the Kai stopped his magic from working. But the Cell Juniors are able to do something pretty interesting. They each teleport around, trying to find where the Kais are. And one by one, some of the Kais are destroyed. But Cell makes sure they don't destroy all the Kais, because when they kill the Kais, they kill gods of destruction too. But getting rid of some of the Kais means that Cell could start using energy again like Moro does. He could finally steal that power from these people. And with some of the gods of destruction still left, he takes all of their strength. Slowly, Cell continues to grow, easily being able to steal their energy with magic. And one by one, the rest of the gods of destruction fall. With them dying, that means the angels become inactive. But Cell doesn't let them go either. He can amass even more power. He doesn't want to overload his body just yet, but he even tries to absorb some of their strength. Although, it's cut short. The two Zenos have been watching. The gods have failed their test, and it seems everything's beyond repair. And out of anger, the two Zenos just decide it's time to erase everything. And Cell watches as the universe around him begins to collapse. Everything and everyone left in it, it begins getting erased. And despite how strong Cell is now, there's no way he could face Zeno, or this power. Cell senses the Cell Jr. starting to disappear. They're being erased. Cell needs to think quick or he'll be erased too. But he does remember something. One part of his DNA. There was a brief period where Goku Black showed up on Earth, and Cell was able to collect some of his data too. Now, he needed a time ring to do this, but it looked like Goku Black was able to travel throughout timelines. Cell can go throughout the multiverse, but there's no way he's going to escape here. He needs to go to a completely separate continuity, but how is he supposed to do that? And Cell tries everything he can. He powers up to his maximum. Maybe there's a way for him to brute force himself out of here. Maybe Goku Black knew a way to affect the timeline without a time ring. Especially because his drones remember at one point, Goku Black actually did that. When the future timeline was erased, there was that brief moment where he almost appeared in the regular timeline. He grew so powerful that he was able to do that. And at the very last moment, Cell lets out an overwhelming amount of strength. And inadvertently, he rips a hole through space and time. Or at least what's left of it, because Zeno is currently erasing it. The portal grows smaller and smaller, and it seems like Cell has no other choice. In order to escape Zeno's erasure, Cell jumps through this portal, barely escaping. Did he just create a portal to another timeline? Is this a new timeline, or is this one that already existed beforehand? He doesn't know where he is or how he got here. Thanks to Champa's wish from the Super Dragon Balls, they were all saved, but in a completely separate continuity, Cell is still there, wondering where he can go now. If this is the type of power he has infinite potential. Imagine how much more powerful he can grow, especially if there's all these other timelines he can go to. There might not just be separate timelines, there might even be other continuities completely. Other groups have different timelines. There could be infinite different sets of multiverses. So sure, in the main continuity our heroes had a good ending. But this other Cell, he's still active. And his plans are only just beginning. Consider the story of Prologue as something much bigger. This is the birth of a brand new Cell, the strongest thing in any existence. After barely escaping erasure, Cell finds himself in an entirely new continuity. He can't believe that he almost lost there. But more importantly, he wants to figure out where he's supposed to be right now. Welcome to this brand new story. This will be a different format than my usual videos, as now, this is no longer a what if. This is an original series about present Cell, who we'll just refer to as Cell Prime. He's the main character, but not a standard protagonist. He's not a hero by any means. Where will we go from here? Now, we begin episode 1 of Cell Prime vs. the Saladverse. Cell floats around in nothingness. He has no clue of where he is or when he is. Did he break into another universe? Another timeline? Another continuity entirely? He's not sure. And more importantly, is this a place that already existed, or is he just in a state of nothingness? Was it a place that he created? He has a lot of questions right now. He's glad that he was able to escape being erased permanently. But more importantly, he still needs to grow stronger. He He wants to grow as powerful as possible. He got a small taste of power, and he's drunk off it. He's not anywhere near where his limit should be. And even if he does have a limit, he's going to go beyond that. But before any of that, he needs to figure out where he is, because it seems like he's in a place where, well, nothing exists. It doesn't even seem like just regular empty space. It's a weird feeling. And also he notices something else pretty strange. The power that he recently attained in his battle is leaking out of his body. Despite getting so much power, he needs to improve himself. His body just can't handle it. It's actually completely breaking down from holding all this power. Thanks to his passive regeneration and how strong that regeneration is, even though his body is completely breaking down, it instantly heals itself. So it just feels like the energy's leaking out, but if he didn't have that regeneration, he'd be done already. Well, in order to find out where he is, maybe he could just teleport somewhere. He does have access to the Kai Kai, so at least that could help him, he hopes. He tries to Kai Kai, but there's nothing around to Kai Kai too. He tries into transmission, and that doesn't work either. So he's in an area of complete nothingness, and it seems like he's not going to be able to break out of here anytime soon, at least if his power drains. Maybe if he could try doing what he just did, he could hop dimensions again. Before all this power fades, he tries using it one last time, powering up to his absolute maximum. And with a stroke of luck, it works again, opening what looks to be another portal. But it leads to somewhere completely different. It doesn't go back to his home because his home is destroyed. Everything there is erased, and he doesn't know the scale of what he just caused, nor the scale of the thing he's about to get into. But this does interest him, the fact that he can seemingly hop timelines. At least that's what he theorizes is happening. He can't tell where he is. He's clearly not just hopping universes, so it has to be that, right? Or maybe it's something beyond that. Maybe he's doing more than just hopping timelines. Cell isn't entirely sure, but at least for now, he's just going to consider them different dimensions. He's got to figure out how to do this willingly, and how to control where he goes, as well as keeping some sort of map of everything. The new place he arrives in seems just like the universe he was in before. He tries to Kai Kai, and he actually goes to a few different planets that he recognizes. He's in Universe 7 again. At least that's what it seems like. He tries to do something that he saw one of the Kais doing, at least before he killed those Kais. They had some crystal ball that gave him an overview of the universe. So he creates one in his hands. Unsure of how to work it, but he tries to control it. And as he looks around, everything is revealed to him. It seems that he is in Universe 7. And it's so strange because a lot of this seems similar, but it doesn't seem like anyone knows he's here or anyone even cares that he's here. It's almost as if he doesn't exist here, or at least isn't supposed to exist. Cell has no clue of where he is right now, but he senses a familiar power approaching him, a key signature that he's never actually interacted with, but one that he knows. Someone is flying through space towards him. Suddenly, Cell is grabbed by someone, tackled into a nearby desolate planet. He quickly throws up a shield, and whoever tackled him can't reach him directly. There's a cloud of dust around him, and Cell drops the shield, and Cell can instantly recognize who the man is. But the man doesn't recognize Cell. He sent Cell's strength all the way across the universe, and that power that he felt his own key within it. It's Frieza. And he didn't know what he was dealing with, but he wanted to figure out exactly what that was. Oh, it's just Frieza. This doesn't concern Cell too much because first of all, the last time he fought Frieza, he wasn't that big of a threat. Which also means that if they were to fight, it wouldn't even be interesting for Cell anyways, but at least with Frieza he could actually ask him a few questions. It seems like Frieza doesn't know who Cell is and Frieza has no clue. And he asks Cell to actually explain who he is, demanding to know why he feels his own energy and what seems to be his father's energy, as well as Goku and Vegeta, and a bunch of other different energies within him. Cell landed in a timeline where he was destroyed, a timeline where President Cell was never born. Cell didn't just hop universes or timelines, he hopped continuities. The continuity he exists in, it's one that follows the main Dragon Ball Super manga timeline. Everything that's happened in the manga up to the superhero arc, that all happened here. It's a continuity where nothing was affected by Cell. Cell still has no clue about how all these timelines and continuities work, but he'll get more into that later. Because for now, he's finally found an opponent to test his power out against. So this Frieza might have a different backstory, and Cell hopes that means he's stronger. Although again, he's not really expecting a big fight. He defeated Golden Frieza without any effort, so he laughs this off too. Although what he doesn't realize is the fact that he defeated a Frieza who didn't train yet, one who never got the black form. And he only realizes this when Frieza shows that off, transforming into this brand new state that's unfamiliar to Cell. He feels an immense amount of power emanating from him. He didn't realize Frieza had a form beyond Golden. Frieza has no clue of who this guy is, and Cell is kind of pissing him off by not answering him. And also the fact that he's making a mockery of Frieza. And just as important as both of those things, Cell appears to be a threat to him. So he's going to kill Cell as quickly as possible. Especially because he senses his father's ki in here, as well as his own and those monkeys. He can't explain why, but this guy must have been engineered somehow with his own power. He knows that androids existed on Earth. He even fought alongside them, but nothing like this. That's his only theory as to what this guy is. And Cell's intrigued. Maybe that power that Frieza's showing is something that he can harness. He does want to see more of it, but he doubts it's going to do much against him. He fights Frieza without transforming, and he gets a good gauge for his strength. He's definitely a lot stronger than the Frieza that he killed recently. Although, he actually is able to push Cell a bit. Cell's holding back a lot, so he decides to show off a bit more of his power. Also remembering that a lot of it leaked away. Even though a lot of it was lost, he should still have more than enough to fight Frieza. And this is a good warm-up battle. They fight for a bit. Frieza takes it very seriously, and Cell takes it somewhat seriously. showing off more power as the battle goes on. But at some point he is a bit bored and he realizes this battle is going nowhere, so he displays a little bit more of the powers that he gained. All at once, he tries to summon everything that he has. Whatever powers he can combine at any given time, he tries to use that. He tells Frieza that he doesn't really have a form beyond perfection, because what he does have is something that's constantly fluctuating. He had some experience with this in the battle that he was just in. But this isn't a standard form. Pretty much every time he's used it, it's changed. As he flares up into it this time, he briefly goes into Ultra Instinct, and one of his eyes turns red like granola's. But the power leaks out of him. He's still not in the right state of mind for Ultra Instinct. But what's left is something different which he actually hasn't used yet. At least not a lot of. The aura of a god of destruction surrounds him. So, he guesses this is the appearance that this form will take on for now. He hasn't really thought of a name for this state of being. It's not a standard transformation. Whenever he summons it, it mixes all of his great latent powers together and puts Cell in his strongest possible state, hence the name Prime. He's in his prime right now. This is the strongest level he could achieve at the moment. A combination of his god of destruction powers, a combination of the Cerealian abilities that he's gotten, as well as some access to magic, from Boo, Bobbidi, Moro, all the Supreme Kai, and pretty much anyone else who has access to magic. Granted, he hasn't had many fights as Prime Cell, but every time he's used this state of being, his fighting style changes. He needs to adapt to whatever powers he's using. And who knows, maybe next, Frieza's golden form will be part of it, maybe even that black form, which is exactly why he spent some time studying it. And when he transforms into Prime Cell, he's easily able to defeat Frieza, and this is a nice stress test for Cell. He hasn't gotten much stronger, but from his encounter in the previous continuity, he did grow a little bit. He still has a lot of power that he can't hold within his body. He drops out of his Prime form, and he looks over the body of the defeated Frieza. He's somehow still alive. He knows that Frieza and his species are very durable. He could actually absorb Frieza's powers with magic, but Cell needs to build up his body, so he needs a real fight, one without shortcuts, and his next fight, he's gonna have to not give himself a handicap. So he does something weird. Using magic, instead of taking energy, he gives some to Frieza, completely healing him. He wants to fight again, and this time he'll give himself more of a handicap. Naturally, Frieza's infuriated. Cell's clearly making a fool of him. He defeated Frieza and then healed him out of pity and told him to fight again. It's a level of embarrassment that Frieza's never felt, and he's so angry right now that he could barely maintain it. They instantly jump back into a battle. This time Frieza will kill him for sure, as they fight across the entirety of Universe 7, with Cell trying to hold back as much power as possible. He wants Frieza to hurt him. That's the only way he's gonna grow. Unfortunately, Frieza's not too interesting of an opponent for Cell. So after this fight, Cell will dispose of him, possibly just draining whatever power he has. Frieza might make for a good snack after all. As they fight across Universe 7, of course this does alert some others. Cell wonders who else in this universe there is that could fight him, and as he fights Frieza, he tries to think through this, but he feels a weird sensation. Amidst the battle, he attacks Frieza, and he accidentally puts way too much power into it, completely obliterating Frieza, but he didn't intend to do that. He feels a sharp pain throughout his body. It's a weird feeling that he can't even describe. It's almost like he's vibrating rapidly, like his entire body was being torn apart for a second and then just went back to normal. He has no clue of what it is, or why it caused him to use so much power. But then he remembers back to what happened with Goku Black. Since his drone did get to see a bit of it, in that brief moment where Goku Black actually traveled to the past, he was forcibly pulled back into his timeline. And Cell thinks that maybe that's what just happened to him, or at least was trying to happen. He has no timeline to be pulled back to. It's essentially like he glitched in this reality, like he doesn't belong here. But he doesn't belong anywhere. And this angers him because it caused him to kill the guy that he was just training with, or rather, using as a punching bag. So this leaves Cell with a lot to think about. He has a bunch of new goals in mind. For one, of course Cell wants to get a bunch of new abilities. Whatever he can get, he's going to get. 2, he's going to fight stronger people. Naturally, this has always been a goal of Cell's. 3, he wants to strengthen his body to hold even more power. Sure, he can get all these new abilities, but he needs his body to be able to maintain more power within it. Otherwise, there's no point in stealing energy from everyone else. 4, he wants to make a roadmap for dimensions and figure out where he is. 5, he wants to figure out how to hop dimensions willingly. 6, he wants to figure out why he's glitching and how to stop that, and what the source of it is in the first place. And finally, a goal that's somewhat on the back burner, he wants to get back to his main continuity and get back at the Zeno that erased his timeline, just to claim victory there once and for all, and then go on a free-for-all throughout dimensions. He wants to see if he could hop dimensions again, so he tries something different this time. He spawns 2 Cell Juniors, and instead of him using his power to break dimensions, he tells them, clash with each other and use so much power that it breaks the dimension. And of course the Cell Juniors obey, and it actually works to his surprise. By using a ton of power, he's able to break dimensions, and if there's 2 forces combining with each other, like for example 2 powerful opponents clashing, it's able to break dimensions really easily. And you know, this could be useful for him. These 2 Cell Juniors, they could basically be his guides. They could also help him throughout this. He's going to keep them around, especially because they're able to help right now. And for the first time, he's actually going to name these Cell Juniors. One of them will be named Raibo, and the other named Gogi. The 3 of them travel through this portal, wondering where they're going to go next. As the portal opens and closes, all the way on Beerus' planet, Whis is looking through his staff. Of course, they've taken note of this battle. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly were in the middle of a sparring match, too preoccupied to even sense what was happening, but of course Whis picked up on it. And it's interesting to see that someone killed Frieza, and from what he saw, it looks like Cell. Which is really strange because he knows about Cell, the one that was on Earth, but that doesn't make sense because both cells were destroyed, the present Cell and the one from the other timeline that was killed versus Gohan. And then there was that other one, Cell Max, the one who wasn't the original Cell, who was also recently defeated, but he's completely unrelated. And from what Whis could tell, this guy was breaking through dimensions, and it didn't look like he belonged here. They'll find out about Frieza dying later, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. Although he's not going to tell them right now because it's going to raise many questions. So instead, he decides to contact someone who oversees more than him. This isn't his responsibility. Outside of all continuities and timelines, there's a strange domain that oversees everything. And there's only one instance of this domain. We could refer to this area as the Supreme Time Nest. It's one that watches over all these continuities. And there is someone that doesn't exist in any continuity, just in this one domain. This is the Supreme Kai of Continuity, aka just Klonoa. Now, she's already dealt with this in the past, and the present, and the future. She's actually recently created something new that she calls the Time Patrol. And they've already seen some weird, crazy threats. View, for example, is out there somewhere, and in one other continuity, Lord Slug grew beyond expectation and became the main threat there. And there's all other continuities where one thing changed, causing a massive butterfly effect. The strongest warrior at the Time Nest right now is one that goes by the name of Piccolo, from a continuity where Lord Slug became the main threat. And with this new Time Patrol, Klonoa actually has to explain how everything works. There's a hierarchy of everything, one that might go beyond their comprehension. So of course they know that there's multiple universes, and there's multiple timelines, each with their own instances of those universes. But beyond that, there's something called continuity. To outline it, she shows an example. Let's use the main continuity, or what everyone calls canon. There are 12 different universes, formerly 18 there. And all those universes exist in one timeline. There's multiple different timelines, like the present timeline, and future Trunks' timeline before it was erased, as well as all the other ones that were created. But holding all those timelines together is a continuity. And while there is a finite number of universes and timelines, there's an infinite amount of continuities. This specific Klonoa that we see though, she's the Supreme Kai of Continuity. And this is more like a continuity patrol if anything, but we'll call it the What If Time Patrol for simplicity. She could go after Cell herself, but the issue is, he's too tough to find. Plus, she's the only one capable of cleaning up his mess. She is powerful on her own, but the continuity patrol will be better to find him, although they might need more recruits. Okay, as he's getting all this explained to him, Piccolo asks, why can't they just hire a bunch of really strong people if there's infinite timelines? And Klonoa says they could, but it depends on if they want to do it first of all, and most importantly, if they could be found. There are infinite continuities, and the continuity patrol isn't going to skim through everything to find the rare strong one. However, seeing timelines where anomalies occur, like Piccolo's for example, that's how strong members can be found. Klonoa did find a few others that cause anomalies, but those anomalies were fixed before she could even figure out what happened. There was one timeline for example where Goku never hit his head, and remained as Kakarot, and somehow that led to him becoming really strong. That timeline actually caused a few anomalies, and she's a little bit mad about it. But more importantly, she doesn't know if she could hire people like that because, well, he's still on a path to redemption. She hasn't found too many other strong continuities just yet. There was another one a while ago where Gogeta and Vegeta fought, but as far as she could see in those continuities, not too much change after that. What they really need is a strong continuity that's put on the map, that also has strong, good-hearted warriors. And this Cell, wherever he's from, it seems like he's breaking through continuities. Which again, isn't too new to them. Klonoa's Time Patrol has a few other members. But right now the only ones on the planet are from Piccolo's continuity. It's Piccolo, Granola, and Hit. We'll get introduced to more of the Time Patrol later on, which we'll refer to as the What If Time Patrol. When they hear about Cell, Piccolo asks if they could just use Super Shenron to fix this. Shouldn't he be able to do so? But Klonoa says it's impossible. Super Shenron can grant any wish, but it only affects his continuity. Technically, Cell has no continuity, so no Super Dragon Balls can affect him. From what she could see, Zeno actually erased the entire continuity, not just the timelines. The Zenos in that continuity did survive, but no one else did, and they're just floating around in nothingness. If you remember back from Cell's origin, when Champa asked Super Shenron to reverse everything, it actually split the timeline into two. There was a timeline where Cell was defeated, and one where everything continued like nothing happened. But both those timelines are gone now because the entire continuity's gone. So within all those different timelines, any of the Super Shenrons could have worked. But those specific Super Shenrons are gone. There are infinite others, but they exist in different continuities and can't affect other continuities. So they can't just use that to fix everything that Cell's done. He technically doesn't belong where he is. He doesn't belong anywhere. He's essentially the continuity version of Homeless. So they're actually going to need to go after him directly. Thankfully, Cell isn't destroying timelines or different continuities either. He's just making holes in them to travel, but every time he jumps into a new timeline or continuity, it splits the timeline that he's currently in. For example, when he first hopped into the universe where he fought Black Frieza, it split the timeline into two, splitting at the exact moment that he got there. So there is a timeline where he never killed Frieza and everything continues as normal, like he never existed. No one will know what happened unless they check the time rings. Simply put, whenever Cell ends up in a new continuity, he ends up in a random timeline. And this timeline basically gets duplicated. If he goes into a continuity with only one timeline, then it'll have two identical timelines, splitting at the exact moment he appears. Cronoa says this is an issue because he's causing instability between timelines and continuities. Instability in timelines is one thing, everyone here is used to that, but between different continuities, that's a completely separate threat. It's on such a large scale that if it gets out of control, no one could fix it. Entire continuities will be destroyed, and Cell will be able to destroy anything and everything just by hopping rapidly. And there's also another issue. Cronoa just heard about Cell from one of the infinite Whis, but again, it's one of infinite Whis. That was just in one timeline, one continuity. They have no way of tracking where Cell is, so they just have to keep a lookout for him right now. They can't even go after him just yet. This isn't like finding a needle in a haystack. It's more like finding a particle within a universe. Actually, no, a larger scale than that. They might need a bigger crew. The What If Time Patrol is facing the first big threat they've seen in a while. And completely unbeknownst to Cell, he just created a brand new enemy. One who might actually be capable of stopping him, if they act quick enough. After breaking into this new continuity, Cell finds a planet nearby just to rest on. He was fighting Frieza for a while, continuously healing him, and continuing to fight him afterwards too. Cell feels like he is getting a better hang of his powers, but he's still nowhere near close to achieving all the goals that he has. But for now he takes a rest here. And strangely enough, this place that he's in reminds him of the solar system he was once in before, the one where he originated from. The way this place is laid out, it's exactly like that one. Although, there's no shot that this is the same one. Everything is so barren. He guesses that in an infinite universe, he's bound to come across another solar system like his one. But while he takes a rest on this barren planet, Cell can sense something strange. He's being followed, and it's not that he senses Ki following him, no. He's grown an odd new sense now, like he can sense anomalies in time. He barely has any control over this because this just developed. Did he develop another sense? That's something completely unexpected. It's almost like another level of sensing Ki. He could sense changes in time. Now, Cell Prime has always had crazy awareness. Obviously he was able to notice when the Xenos were watching him, but this is different. It's like while in this continuity, he could feel changes in other continuities. He can't quite hone in on it yet, but he knows it's happening. And it feels like he's being watched somehow. Not like by Zeno. No, he's being watched from a much grander scale than just that. Cell focuses his senses, trying to sense if there's any other strong people in this reality. He doesn't know where he is exactly, he just knows that he broke into another continuity again. So far, it seems like when he breaks through continuities, he'll probably just end up in the same universe. Sure, there are other universes, but it always feels like he ends up in the same one, Universe 7. Granted, he's only hopped a few times now, but it's a trend that he's noticed. And that's why this one is so strange. It doesn't feel like it's Universe 7. He doesn't sense the same powers that he should usually sense. So he tries to Kai around to different planets, but really can't find many around. He focuses, first trying to go to New Namek. He goes there and there's nothing. Okay, well, he keeps trying to hop around to other planets that he knows of, but nothing's there. And finally, he tries to find Earth. And he does Kai somewhere, but he ends up back on that same barren planet that he was on before. No, that's gotta be a mistake. He tries it again and yeah, he's still on the same planet. He goes to Mars and it's a planet that's near this one. Wait a second, that planet that he was standing on, that was Earth. That's why the solar system looks so familiar. It was the same one. But this doesn't make sense. Why is Earth barren? It looks like something came through the solar system and sucked all the life out of it. He even looks at the sun. It's still there in the sky, but it's far smaller than before. And there are some planets that are completely missing too. And out of curiosity, he tries to sense Ki again. This time, not just any normal Ki. He tries looking for godly Ki. And he feels something terrifying. The second he senses a Ki signature, the person that he senses, they realize that Cell's watching them. And out of thin air, a man materializes in front of Cell. This guy knew that Cell was sensing him, but Cell recognizes who this is. He does look a little bit different, but there's no doubt about it. This is the magician Moro, the Planet Eater. Moro doesn't seem to recognize him, but Moro can tell by his Ki that he's something special. He could feel a lot of familiar powers in there, most notably Son Goku. What the hell happened in this continuity? Moro was surprised they had left someone surviving on Earth. He thought he wiped out everyone here and in this entire galaxy too. Actually, more like this entire universe. This is a continuity where Moro ended up winning, beating Goku and everyone on Earth. It was a tough-fought battle, and near the end, he almost overflowed with power. But he was able to contain it, fortifying his body, upgrading it, now having more power than anyone could have ever imagined. Although after that, things are a little bit boring. He went around absorbing more things in the universe. And of course he does know about the multiverse too, but he's gonna take his time dining on everything here. Sure, he could eat the universe pretty quick, but it depends on his appetite. Earth was a really big feast for him. He's eaten most of everything, and pretty much everyone in this universe by now, even his own minions. Earth especially gave him a nice power boost. Once he absorbed all of Goku's power, he even took Beerus's. Unfortunately, Whis was a bit too fast for him to absorb, but it didn't matter. By this point, every strong power in Universe 7 was his. He even summoned Super Shenron, breaking into Universe 6 to get the last Dragon Balls, and absorbing the dragon there. That was a really good snack. The other gods of destruction don't even care to interfere with him because they know they'll die instantly. They're trying to work up some good way to fight Moro, but they have no idea of how to. Interesting. The Moro in this reality kinda reminds Cell of himself.
But by now, Cell has access to that same magic, and he has more abilities too. This seems like it could be an interesting battle, maybe someone who's close to on par with him. And Moro says this is nice. He thought he was out of snacks in this universe, but it looks like he still has a little bit more to go. Honestly, he's surprised that Zeno didn't destroy everything yet, which is good because that means he can go to Zeno next. Although, he wonders how this guy got here. Cell says it would be too much for his feeble mind to handle. But Moro tells Cell to not underestimate his intelligence. He's millions of years old after all. But not many more words are exchanged, and Moro knows this guy's not going to go down easily. The two begin clashing, and each of them displays the same sort of power to each other. Immediately they both activate Ultra Instinct, impressed by each other's capabilities. They're not so different after all. Upon their first clash, the remainder of Earth is turned into dust, completely obliterated by the impact. Everything in the solar system is destroyed too, just from their first time attacking. Thankfully, neither of them need to hold back. There's nothing left in this universe to destroy, and they don't need oxygen or atmospheres to breathe. Cell quickly reaches an arm behind him, extending it millions of miles out, grabbing what remains of the sun, ripping out the last of the power from it, launching it through his other hand. But Moro's unfazed by this. Quite the flashy attack, but the last embers of that star aren't going to do anything to him. Moro's going to show him how to really use his magic, grabbing all the debris from the solar system around him, and even beyond that, all the solar systems around them. It all morphs into giant rings of debris, almost like the rings around a planet, orbiting around the two of them. Of course, Cell's attacking throughout all of this, but Moro's able to fend it off. He can do this magic without his hands. The rings of debris around them are fueled with Moro's ki, and then it starts swirling together above him. All of it launches millions of miles up into the air, and then within an instant, it comes raining down on Cell. So fast that it can't even be seen. It's going faster than the light that reaches it. And this attack is smart. It's widespread, it's powerful, and it's hard to be sensed because, while there is ki in it, it's inanimate objects that are coming towards him. But after the attack is over, Moro floats there with a smug face. Cell is partially injured, bleeding, and he's amazed. He's thrilled even. He's finally found someone who could injure him in a fight. This is going to be fun. The two of them battle across the dying universe. Moro, of course, tries to take some of Cell's power for himself. Who knows, next he might even eat Cell's soul. That way he won't exist anymore. He quite likes the taste of Cell's power, but he wants more than that. He doesn't just need his raw strength, he wants his entire essence. Cell is no ordinary fighter, he can see that's for sure. If Cell becomes one with Moro, imagine how unstoppable he'll be. And as he fights, he realizes that Cell isn't even from this continuity. Maybe he could hop around timelines like that too, growing even more powerful. He can consume entire timelines. Not planets, not stars, not galaxies. Even universes are too small for him. He's gonna consume entire realities. That's Moro's next plan. And unfortunately for Cell, it's not gonna be an easy battle here. Yes, he does have Moro's abilities, but he doesn't really know how to utilize them properly. He's barely used them at all. And unlike a transformation, it's not something he could just transform into. He could activate Moro's abilities, but he doesn't know how to use them properly. Moro has millions of years of practice and knowledge. He's a master at this. Cell is a novice. He's able to actually steal a portion of Cell's energy, a huge amount actually. And Cell could feel everything being torn from his body, that power that he just gained, everything that he just got and has been working towards controlling. All the excess energy that he wasn't supposed to have, it's now going to Moro. Cell tries to take some of it back, and to an extent, he does accomplish this. But mostly, he prevents Moro from stealing more energy. It seems that Moro actually permanently stole a lot of Cell's power. He still has access to all of his knowledge, all of his techniques, all the forms that he gained too. But his raw strength, his energy. Remember, his body's not used to this energy. It's not something that he innately has. It was excess power that he wasn't really supposed to have. Think of it like this. Cell had a ton of excess power that he was trying to utilize properly. Think of a battery that was charged millions of times over. But with all that extra charge gone, now he's just at 100%, which is still pretty powerful for Cell. He's still far stronger than he was when he first awakened. But that power that he's gotten so drunk off of, the power that he's gotten a taste for, it's gone now. Moro has all of it. And what's worse, this means that Moro is far stronger than him. He can't be beat. As Moro consumes the energy, he compliments Cell. That really was a tasty feast. The amount of power that Cell had, it's more than Moro's eaten in his entire lifetime. And unlike Cell, Moro's experienced having too much power before, and has figured out a way to work around it. Right now, this power might overflow. But Moro knows how to work against it, and it's not really that bad for him because his body's already acclimated to this level of power. Cell simply didn't deserve this power. Moro does. And unfortunately, he has no use for Cell anymore. But Cell feels that strange feeling again, that extra sense that he gained where he could sense anomalies. And Moro could feel the same thing. The two of them look at each other. They know they're feeling the same exact thing right now. Not too far in the distance, a brilliant show of lights illuminates what little is left of the dead solar system. A light in the pitch-black darkness of space. The two of them instantly recognize who this is, first from how his ki feels, and then from his looks obviously. It's Piccolo, and next to him is someone that neither Moro or Cell recognizes. He looks kinda like Goku though. Well, it looks like this isn't gonna be too hard for the two of them. Moro already stole a lot of Cell's power, and they're just gonna have to eliminate both of them here. Piccolo and the Saiyan obviously aren't gonna explain who they are, but Cell feels like he knows what this is. These must be the people that were chasing him, the people that he sensed. It's two continuity patrolmen, Piccolo and one of the Bardocs. Piccolo goes to handle Moro, as Bardock goes to handle Cell. Cell's lost a ton of power, so Bardock should be able to handle him himself, and if not, Piccolo would definitely be able to help out here. Cell summons his two Cell Juniors, Raibo and Gogi. This entire time they've actually been scouting the universe to see if there was anything out there, but of course there wasn't. And now they fight against Bardock. Much to Bardock's surprise, Cell still has a ton of power, and so do these Cell Juniors. Well, that's also kind of expected. Bardock shows off his full strength, not holding anything back. He knew that he might not be able to defeat Cell right here, but at the very least, he could hold him off while Piccolo finishes Moro. Cell probably could even kill Bardock right away, but he doesn't. He wants to find out more about these two, and how strong they are. The two Cell Juniors fight Bardock, and this is good for Bardock too. These Cell Juniors were apparently what was bringing Cell to different continuities, so with them preoccupied, Cell's not going to be able to escape here. Moro of course isn't too happy to be interrupted, but he doesn't think any of these two will be able to do anything. Piccolo did have a good amount of power, but for Moro, Piccolo is more of a snack rather than an actual meal. But this is no ordinary Piccolo, and he knows of the events that happen in this continuity, which is exactly why they need to stop all of this. Sure, it's unfortunate that this reality exists, a reality where Moro won, but it's even worse that Cell split it. Just like the other ones, when he came here, he split this reality into two, and now he's created an even stronger Moro, one that has the power to threaten other continuities. In terms of the original continuity where this Moro existed, well, that's just how it was fated to go. Even though a lot of things there were destroyed, there's still at least hope that it could come back from it. But in this one, it's hopeless. And it's all because of the actions of Moro and Cell. As unfortunate as this is Piccolo's first real job as a continuity patrolman. He'll have to eliminate this variant Moro, and of course, they need to stop Cell Prime. Ironically, Piccolo's in a similar situation. With Cell, he doesn't have full access to his power, and the same goes for Piccolo. This Piccolo isn't ordinary by any means. This is one that lived in a merged universe, one where Universe 6 and 7 were one. His story is a long one, but to keep it short, he's merged with all of Namek in that universe, as well as the two dragons there, eventually becoming so strong that his power greatly eclipsed that of Super Shenron, although he fought an enemy that challenged that power, leading him to having reset the entire continuity that he was in. This made him lose a lot of his powers, but some of it still is dormant, because this is the same Piccolo. He just sent himself back in the continuity. Although, what he did is different. In Cell Prime's original timeline, when Super Shenron made a wish, it caused the timelines to split as one reset. However, what Piccolo did in his own continuity, he actually reset the entire continuity as is, not just the timeline he was in. He was strong enough to do this, resetting the entire continuity without disturbing any timelines, ensuring for a fact that his foe wouldn't come back. And that's the reason he's sent out here. Of course, Moro is the main concern now, but he was the best bet at fighting Cell, seemingly. Despite not being at his full strength, his power is more than enough, and he knows how volatile time travel and continuity travel is. Bardock, on the other hand, he kinda does understand this. He's essentially there as some extra muscle. It's a shame they couldn't scramble all the continuity patrollers together, because otherwise, this would have been much easier. But they had to do this on a whim while they had Cell in one place. But Moro doesn't spare anyone around him. While Bardock's fighting Raibo and Gogi, all three of them are attacked as well as Piccolo. And Cell is too. Cell now realizes these are the people who were chasing him, that power that he sensed before. Someone was watching him, and it was these two, or whatever group they're part of. But thankfully, Moro's attack here is the perfect scapegoat for him to get away. Quickly, he Kai-Kais to a far end of the universe, and immediately gets the two Cell Juniors to create another portal for him. Piccolo's able to protect Bardock from Moro's attack, and then he's fully able to eliminate Moro, not just simply killing him, but actually completely erasing him. And Bardock's terrified at this display of power. Even though Piccolo's his ally, he's shaking. And also there's another problem. Bardock needed an artificial atmosphere to come here. Piccolo, on the other hand, he's grown so strong that he's adapted to outer space. But Bardock still can't breathe freely out here. And with all the attacks around him, his personal atmosphere's been compromised, so they really need to get back to help him. They didn't expect Moro to be that strong, but at least they took the chance at fighting Cell, and they got to see who they were dealing with. It's unfortunate that they couldn't get him right now and that he got away, but Piccolo and Bardock returned back to Cronoa. Piccolo wishes he had access to his full power, then he could just wish himself to wherever Cell is and kill him right on the spot. But as it is now, it's near impossible to track his movements until he actually sets off their radar. There's anomalies in every continuity, and there's infinite continuities too. Pinpointing Cell is really tough, especially pinpointing him at the moment that they need to. Cell is able to break into another continuity, angered at this loss. He's glad he still has enough power to actually travel continuities, but it seems that all that excess power is gone. Of course, he still has the experience, the techniques, the skills, everything that he had before, and he's strong as is too. He could easily wipe out all the gods of destruction right now, but he got so used to that insane power that he just had, and Moro took it all, and then it was erased by Piccolo. It angers him to no end. He needs people to steal powers from. He needs to make his body a better vessel to hold this power, so something like this won't happen again, and he needs to practice his skills too. If he were more adept with magic, this wouldn't have happened. He's got a good control in it and all of his skills, but not to the extent of everyone he stole them from. Cell plans his next move. But meanwhile, As to not disrupt the natural order of things, they keep the original timeline intact. Again, it's unfortunate that one like this exists, but they have to keep it. And they'll keep an eye on that Moro, because there is still a timeline where he won. If they looked hard enough, they'd probably find multiple of them. But this variant of Moro, the one in the original timeline before it split, he sensed something strange. Even though he wasn't in the timeline where this happened, he feels like he could sense a disturbance in time. And it makes him curious. Something just happened, and he wants to know what it is. The Continuity Patrol might have more threats than just Cell.
In Universe 7, the Supreme Kai Shin is enjoying a cup of tea on the sacred world of Kai. There isn't a worry in his head right now. This universe is at peace, as are the universes around it. But a very familiar face teleports in, one that Shin hasn't actually seen in a while. A former student of his who has now moved on to greater things, helping to usher in a new era of Kais and starting a revolution essentially. A Saiyan that was actually raised by the North Kai. His name is Kakarot, this continuity Supreme Kai of Time. Welcome to episode 3 of Cell Prime. This is a Kakarot who was raised by King Kai. Throughout his life, he grew up as a Kai essentially, rapidly growing in power and in knowledge. By now he's ascended the god of destruction of his universe, Beerus, and is the strongest thing besides Whis. Although, he didn't become the god of destruction, even though Beerus might have wanted it. That wasn't the path that he set out to go on. King Kai is quite proud of his adoptive son. He moved up the ranks really quickly. Even stranger, he's basically a baby by Kai standards, despite being middle-aged as a Saiyan. This universe hasn't faced a threat in a while, mostly thanks to Kakarot. And he's been doing a couple different things. He started traveling the multiverse too, meeting a bunch of other Kais and gods of destruction as well. He and another Kai actually started doing research together on their own. After learning about the time rings, they wanted to look more into it, and they found something amazing. This Kai was being trained to be the Supreme Kai of Universe 10. His name is Zamasu. His view of mortals is very rigid, and he expects them to abide by the laws given to them, mainly not to mess with time. Thankfully, nothing has happened yet. Although there was an instance in Universe 11 where a villain was trying to create time travel. Thankfully, the Pride Trooper stopped him due to his nefarious goals. But the Supreme Kais did pay attention to this. This was kind of a first. Of course, there have been other mortals messing with time, such as an assassin from Universe 6. But time travel, it's completely different. Now left to his own devices, Zamasu probably would have taken extreme measures. After seeing this, it really angered him. But he has a colleague that he had to kind of get used to because he used to be immortal. And this colleague started to work on a better solution with Zamasu. This colleague is of course Kakarot. It seems that time is intact. There's only one timeline in this continuity. But as they researched, they realized there's more than that. And they learned about the structure of the universe around them, or rather, the continuity around them. There's more than they realize. This was kind of easy for them to see because there was only one timeline here. There was nothing else for them to look into, just basically beyond where they existed. And in order to maintain this stability, they wanted to make sure there was never any anomalies in time and such, whether it be from mortals or from something else. Zamasu and Kakarot have continuously worked together, taking it upon themselves to watch over the continuity that they're in, aiming to rectify any other anomalies in time that might exist. This also did include stopping that assassin from Universe 6, with Zamasu watching on as Kakarot fought him, defeating Hit relatively easily. As the two continued their work and research, they moved beyond the scope of a regular Kai. Gowasu and Shin were both proud of their students. Both are quite knowledgeable and powerful. At some point too, they even use Zuno to help them, learning about things that exist outside their continuity, including a Kai that controls the continuities apparently. Of course, they would love to travel to meet her, but there's no point in doing that, and it's kind of volatile and risky. Traveling outside of their continuity could cause some issues. And they have a unique role. These are the only two Kais in this reality that solely watch over time. Of course, they can do other things like normal Supreme Kai, but their focus is time and time alone. And with this, they have noticed other anomalies, gaining an extra sensory perception of everything around them. Occasionally, they feel strange disturbances, not within their own continuity, but outside of it. With Kakarot learning how to vaguely monitor those continuities, he's gaining a new level of perception. One frequent disturbance has occurred too, with a few attacking in one continuity. Multiple times in fact, which allowed Kakarot to easily locate where it's going on. But of course, they don't intervene. They don't want to mess with their own timeline. Worried about what might happen if they travel outside of it. They would love to help these other continuities, but by traveling outside of their own, they might be disturbing the flow of time here. But it's concerning. Recently there have been more anomalies than they've sensed. And that leads us to where we are today. Kakarot's teleported to the sacred world of Kai, looking very serious. Shin asks what's wrong. He never really sees Kakarot looking like this. It's a mix of fear, confusion, but also a serious glare. He tells Shin outright, their continuity's been breached. Given the constant stability in this continuity, it was really easy to notice, because another time ring appeared. There's two timelines now. For some reason, another timeline exists, and no one knows why. Elsewhere outside the boundaries of the universes, Cell Prime arrives in this continuity, trying to recuperate from that loss. He's angry that he lost so much of that incredible power that he gained. Of course, he's still incredibly powerful, but to him, it feels like he's lost a huge piece of his power. He was so drunk on that previous strength that now it's just gone. And to make things worse, the second he gets here, he feels one of those glitches again. It's a good thing this didn't happen during his fight with Moro, otherwise he'd be dead, or caught by Piccolo. But he's able to try and stabilize himself. He still has this previous issue, as well as all the other goals he wants to attain. But now, there's a bigger issue at hand for him. All that power that he gained, it's gone. Of course, he still has all of his abilities. And thankfully for him, he's strong as is, but that extra power was so nice for him. And to think he didn't stand a chance against Moro or Piccolo, or the fact that he can't control where he goes, it makes him feel insignificant, it makes him angry. He needs to achieve that same level of power, that power that Moro had to just steal other abilities so easily. And, on top of that, seeing Piccolo and Bout Arc casually travel through continuities like that, he wishes he had that ability. They were able to do it so precisely, and so efficiently. Strangely enough though, everything around Cell changes. He was in an area between universes and now he's on some planet. He can't tell exactly where he is, but he feels like he was placed in Universe 5 for some reason. The planet he's on is empty, unmarked and uninhabited. But how'd he get here? And he senses a presence near him, one that he recognizes pretty quickly. Zamasu. And standing next to him is someone who looks very familiar but clearly isn't the same person. It looks like Goku, but Cell can tell from one glance that this isn't Goku. They were able to easily locate Cell once he glitched, teleporting him to a random uninhabited planet nearby, with the two working together to try and cast a sealing spell on him. Kakarot's already worked on reading his mind and trying to figure out who he is, and now they need to keep Cell still. What an interesting combination. Goku and Zamasu working together, both utilizing magic, and somehow, Goku's magic actually seems pretty powerful against him. Kakarot says he doesn't know who he's talking about. His name is Kakarot, a Kai in this universe, and the Supreme Kai of Time here. Supreme Kai of Time? That's a very high position to give himself. But Kakarot's already read Cell's mind and figure out who he is. And just to make sure he's not too late, he tries to contact the others in Universe 7. Thankfully, with his amazing power, he can contact them from all the way out here without moving. He checks in with Upa, Tenshinhan, Pikkon, and even Nail on Namek. Thankfully, it seems that universe is safe and completely untouched, and as he looks around the rest of them, there's no disturbances elsewhere. It's just Cell. It looks like he might have accidentally broke into here, but this is still a big issue because he created a separate timeline now. Cell breaks out of the paralysis. He tells them that he's sorry to burst their bubble, but he kinda knows that same ability and knows what the Kais are capable of. Regardless of who this Kai is, Kakarot or not, it's not gonna matter. Regular Supreme Kai abilities aren't gonna work on him because he could do the exact same thing, and he's strong enough to even resist that. But Kakarot and Zamasu take this very seriously, of course. Well, if stopping him isn't gonna work, they already know who he is, so they should probably eliminate him right now. When Kakarot looked through his memories, he saw that the Continuity Patrol was chasing him. They must be working under that Continuity Kai that they learned about, Cronoa. But it seems they're not here yet, and he doesn't really know how to contact them either. So, this must be his responsibility. He tells Zamasu to stand back and make sure that Cell doesn't do anything stupid. Kakarot will take him on alone. He powers up, taking on a form that's very familiar to Cell. This ki, this presence, it feels so intense. And Cell immediately can tell. It's Ultra Instinct. In this version of Goku, or Kakarot or whatever, he seems to be stronger than the last Goku that Cell fought. Not just in raw power, but in his ability to control Ultra Instinct. Cell can see this at one glance, especially by activating his red eyes. Looking at Kakarot's vitals and seeing how his body's working right now. Impressive. Another person who's able to use Ultra Instinct, and this one might be able to use it better than Moro can. Despite Moro's insane power, it seems like he didn't have the technique completely down. Wait, Moro? Oh yeah, when Kakarot read through his memories, he saw where Cell last was from. Thankfully, Moro wasn't able to do anything in this universe, and Kakarot will make sure that Cell can't do anything either. The battle begins, with Cell also activating Ultra Instinct, and Kakarot's stronger than he expected. Cell knows he's weakened and all, but even in this state, he still should be unstoppable. But Kakarot seems to be the strongest thing in this continuity, which is perfect for Cell, exactly what he likes. He would have loved to take a bit of time to figure out his next move and not fight immediately, but hey, if he has to fight right now, then so be it. Zamasu watches on as the two clash across the planet, both using Ultra Instinct. Zamasu's been working towards this himself, but he knows no matter what, he's likely to never catch up to where Kakarot is at the moment. But it's surprising to see someone that's actually able to contend with him. Cell is fighting him perfectly fine. Now, this battle isn't anything crazy for Cell. Kakarot's powerful, but he's essentially fighting a Goku with access to magic, and a better grasp on Ultra Instinct. Not necessarily anything new for him. But it is interesting to hear that he's a Supreme Kai of Time or something. Maybe he knows a way to ascend out of continuities and such. Of course, Kakarot's not going to tell him, but there's no need. Cell reminds Kakarot that he has the same exact abilities as him. Of course, he could read memories too, but he doesn't even need to do that. He simply just looks into Kakarot's mind at the moment, and by planting the seed of that in there, simply asking about the method of continuity travel, that's enough for Kakarot to just think about it, not even realizing that Cell's able to pick up on this and learn from that. So that's how it's done. He's been doing it in a very rough way. You know, having the two Cell Juniors forcibly breaking a hole through reality. But it seems Kakarot actually has a way of doing this on his own. And this also gives Cell another idea. He can't believe he didn't think to ask Zuno beforehand. Not that it matters now. Now he knows a magical spell to travel through continuities. This might make it easier for him to travel covertly. Now Kakarot's able to block Cell out of his mind before he gets any more info, which is good because Cell would have learned a lot more. Unfortunately, he doesn't know how to direct himself through continuities, just how to travel, but he can't control where he's going. And it doesn't seem like he could fix the glitching either, at least not just yet. So while he's not really getting an interesting battle out of this, he gets some nice info. But just for fun, he wants to make this battle more interesting. He asks Kakarot how powerful that version of Zamasu is. From the one he knows, Zamasu himself wasn't really too strong. Of course, he knows that in one version of reality, in one of the timelines that he at least has knowledge of, Zamasu apparently became immortal somewhere, but still wasn't too strong. Kakarot says it doesn't matter. Cell's going to be facing him. But just so he does know, Zamasu is also a fearsome opponent. Of course, he's not on Kakarot's level. But he warns Cell that Zamasu is the strongest Kai out of all of them. Besides Kakarot, of course. Now, this doesn't really answer Cell's question, but it does interest him. So, Zamasu might be a fun opponent. But if he's not going to fight, he's going to have to force him to fight somehow. A 2v1 might be fun. Or, rather, he even has a better idea. The glare from something Kakarot's wearing catches his eye. An earring. A Potara earring. Now, Cell has the knowledge of the Potara, of course. His drones have actually seen this before during the Buu saga. He knows that there's two methods of fusion. And those Potara earrings, the ones that they're wearing actually seem to work. So covertly he summons his two Cell Juniors. But they're going to need to be very quick about this. Kakarot of course has Ultra Instinct, so Cell has to paralyze him in place. Raibo teleports behind Kakarot. With Ultra Instinct he would have been able to easily avoid this. But Cell's paralysis is so strong. Raibo switches an earring on Kakarot, and Gogi swaps one on Zamasu. Zamasu has no clue of what's happening, but the two of them are drawn together, with a brilliant flash of light appearing. A new being stands there, confused and angered too. Is this what he thinks it is? Did Cell force them to fuse with the Potara? They're gonna be stuck like this forever. Both of them are Kais. There's no way for them to get unstuck unless they got the Dragon Balls. Cell then cocks his arm back, flinging it forward with a powerful punch as it stretches out. For some reason this attack reminds him of something else, but not something he's seen in Dragon Ball. Whatever. He just needed to hit Zamasu to get him back in the fight. Or Kakarot, or whatever this fusion's name is. Now, this fusion doesn't name himself at the moment, but we'll just refer to him as Kakamasu. The fusion of the Supreme Kai time Kakarot and Zamasu. While both of them have been relatively composed so far, Zamasu's anger bubbles up within this fusion, with Kakarot feeling some anger from his Saiyan side too. A new personality is born, a mix between the two. Kakamasu launches back up in the sky. He didn't take too much damage from that attack from Cell, and he still is using Ultra Instinct, which is great for him. But as he tries to fight Cell, even with this fusion it's not enough power, and Cell is a little bit bummed out. He expected that to be stronger. It looks like Kakarot was kind of overselling how strong Zamasu was. Cell goes into his prime form, not just regular Ultra Instinct, and he's easily able to beat Kakamasu. But then Cell senses something strange. Right before he kills Kakamasu, he can tell that the continuity patrol is about to show up. His level of perception for that kind of thing is growing better, but he thanks them for the battle. That was interesting, and at least he got some nice knowledge out of it too. As he then uses the same spell that he learned from Kakarot, teleporting out of this continuity, with Kakamasu left behind dumbfounded. He forced the two of them to fuse for absolutely nothing, just for the thrill of battle, and he didn't even care about it. What's worse, they didn't even get to capture him. He's still going to be causing havoc out there. Without even trying to defuse, the first thing they do is get the time rings, trying to go to that alternate timeline that Cell created. One where he never actually showed up and everything went normal. Of course, the Kakarot and Zamasu with that timeline sense that something went wrong as well. And they're very surprised to see an alternate fused version of themselves. Well, this is good. At least one of the timelines is okay, but still, he split it into two. After they worked so hard to keep the peace in this continuity, now it's been ruined by Cell. This alternate Kakarot Zamasu knew that something went on, but didn't want to intervene. And they're surprised that that fused Kai teleported here. Well, for a Kai traveling between time, it shouldn't be too dangerous even though it was a risk. Now that they know that, this Kakarot and Zamasu say they watch over this timeline, and the other one for that matter. But they could tell just by looking at Kakamasu, he has a much different mindset now. He wants to go after Cell. And that alternate Kakarot, he notices something pretty strange. Something that he sensed within Zamasu before. It's very slight, but within Kakamasu, there's a rage bubbling up within him. A dark anger within there. Maybe that experience is darkening Zamasu's heart once again, and that's going to affect that fusion. It doesn't seem like it's anything right now, but it is a bit concerning for him. And it's true, Zamasu was disgusted by a mortal messing with time and godly powers, especially after watching Cell and his battle with Kakarot. But the Kakarot part of him is at least hopeful that the new merged being will stop Cell. With their powers combined, maybe they could work on getting even stronger than before, and maybe they can actually stop him. That remains to be seen. But the three of them all sense something really strange, another break in continuity, but this one seems a lot more pleasant for lack of a better word. It was intentionally done as to not destroy the continuity. Two very familiar people appear. Hit? That assassin that they killed? And even stranger, it looks to be another version of Kakarot. With Kakarot just as amazed to see them, he can't tell who the fused guy and the Kai are supposed to be, but he can clearly see that there's another version of him here. Crap, Were they too late to stop Cell? And this leaves a very strange impression on Zamasu, Kakarot, and Kakamasu. This is the Continuity Patrol, a much more casual version of Kakarot and Hit, of all people, a criminal? But Kakamasu sees an opportunity here. He does want to chase down Cell after all, so why not try and join the Continuity Patrol? Following his encounter with Cell Prime, Kakamasu, the fusion of Kakarot and Zamasu, now finds himself with the Continuity Patrol. They each have a common goal in mind, not just preserving continuities, but also stopping Cell Prime. Cell Prime might have won that battle, but ultimately, he created a new enemy for himself, as he winds up in a brand new continuity as well. Today we begin part 4 of Cell Prime. At the Time Nest, Kakamasu get to see what it's like watching over different continuities, with Cronoa and Piccolo showing him what to do. It's strange, he's always wanted to do this, meet Cronoa and go up another level, but not like this. Of course, under different circumstances this would be much better. But he has a unique view here. He actually fought Cell Prime, so he knows a little bit more about him than the others do. So far they've struggled to catch him and haven't really seen him in action, at least not up close. So Kakamasu can offer a new perspective for them. Hit and Granola have been working on a way to actually try and trap Cell, which involves them manipulating time once they actually encounter him. Of course, now that they're part of the patrol, it's a little bit weird trying to manipulate time for them because they really shouldn't be messing with something like that. But what they're doing probably won't be too bad. They're not going to be creating a separate timeline or anything. They're just going to be stopping time and warping it around them. And it's a dire circumstance, so Cronoa says it's probably for the better. All the while, Cell arrives in his new continuity. But it's strange. This one seems oddly different than the others. He feels a weird presence throughout the entire universe that he's in. Usually when he's just in the void of space, he doesn't feel anything like this, but now he does. It's like he's not in a normal location. Not like he's in the void of space, it's almost like he's within someone's aura or something. Well, maybe it's just someone really strong not too far away. In the meantime, he wants to try practicing some new abilities. Hopefully he has a moment to chill. He starts meditating, trying to bring up all the data that the computer gave him. There's gotta be more techniques in there that he's not using, stuff that he doesn't know about, or stuff that he isn't taking advantage of. And as he looks through the memories of the computer that made him, he comes across one thing that's pretty interesting. A fight between Goku and Hit from his original continuity. Obviously he knew about Hit, but this part's strange. He didn't actually get to see Hit in person, at least not until now. It seems there was one point where Hit actually came to Universe 7 and fought Goku. And there's a ton of valuable data here. And this would also mean that the computer probably gathered DNA from Hit too, which means from the recordings, he could probably learn about Hit's time abilities. And from the DNA, he might have access to pure progress, which would make him grow even faster. But he didn't even realize that was part of him. Even without Hit's abilities, he could have figured out how to skip time regardless. But this is going to make it a whole lot easier. He copies it directly from what he remembers from the computer. And briefly, he's able to activate time skip. Pretty easily, in fact. He didn't realize this was even in there. Maybe he even used it before unintentionally, didn't even realize. But this is much better. He can make this go even farther, and not just time skip. He could probably find ways to warp time even beyond this. And with this different time control, maybe he could finally stop that glitching that he's experiencing. Of course, maybe the two are completely unrelated, but he won't know if he doesn't try. And at worst, this is an extra technique for him. At best, it helps him solve one of his big issues. But all the while, he feels that presence grow more and more. Well, it looks like he hasn't been detected yet, though, so he goes to a nearby planet, then starting to realize where he is. It appears he's in Universe 11. He arrives on one of the planets, and it's pretty densely populated, so it should be easy for him to blend in here. He just has to suppress his ki. And with more time to himself to practice his abilities and such, he also starts thinking of what other ways he could use his abilities. He remembers the other version of himself, the one from the other timeline in his continuity. The original Cell that we know of. He apparently did some sort of Cell games, so maybe this Cell should do that too. Have all the strongest warriors gather in one place and just fight him one-on-one. That would be perfect for him. But that would be a little bit tough to set up. Maybe he could try and overtake the world of Void somewhere, and figure out ways to transport people across continuities to fight him. But that's for later. For now, he'll just lay low. He continues meditating, but he could sense that presence again, getting closer and closer. And then it hits him. He finally realizes who it is. He should have recognized it before. It was familiar. 3 familiar people show up, the Pride Troopers. Despite Cell trying to lay low, these 3 were obviously skilled enough to figure out where he was. It's Toppo, Dispo, and Jiren. Just like Cell, Jiren was able to pick out his presence amongst the trillions of life forms in this universe. It was pretty easy. They have no clue of who Cell is, though. Just that he clearly seems to be a threat. His presence alone is evil enough to sense that. Normally, Jiren wouldn't even get involved with this, but considering how strong this guy seems to be, he's here just in case they need someone to end it quickly. And Cell says that's pretty big talk from Jiren. He knows Jiren's powerful, but by now, there's no way Jiren's even close to his level. Much less the other 2. But what he doesn't realize is he's not fighting the same people he thinks he is. Toppo goes in first to fight, easily being defeated by Cell without him even transforming. It's nice to have a more low-key battle for once. This is going to be a nice low-stakes test for his strength, and he won't even have to use his prime form. He can just mess with his different abilities here, probably even using time control and such. But something about this seems really off. Is this just a normal Universe 11, or is it something more? He fends off these 3 troopers, and they show off their full power right after that. Now this is more like it. God of Destruction Topo, full power Jiren, and light speed mode Dispo. Still, these people won't match him, but at least it'll make this a little bit more fun than it was. But as he faces them, he realizes that these people are stronger than the counterparts that he knows about from his continuity. They're actually doing pretty well against him. Of course, Cell's still holding back. But then he feels another strange presence, one that he doesn't actually know about. For some reason, it feels a little familiar, but he can't quite put his finger on why. Another Pride Trooper launches onto the planet, with Jiren saying that he's glad he's here. The strongest Pride Trooper has finally showed up. Wait, isn't Jiren supposed to be the strongest, like, by far too? And Cell doesn't know who this guy is. He's never heard of him or seen him. Maybe it's a Pride Trooper from Universe 11 that he just never encountered and that no one else encountered either. Someone that wasn't worth mentioning, but then why is he the strongest? And as the man looks at Cell, he seems to be in disbelief, like he can recognize Cell and can't believe that he's seeing him right here. He even addresses Cell by name. How does someone from Universe 11 know about him? Unless they know about him hopping continuities, but that doesn't make sense. No, he says he's actually seen pictures of Cell as a kid. He actually isn't from Universe 11 originally. He was born in Universe 7, actually on Earth. When Cell first showed up, he was actually still alive, albeit very young, and Gohan told him a lot about Cell. Gohan, huh? He knows Gohan. What a small multiverse. Not that it really matters though. Cell Prime still thinks the other Cell's a fool for dying to Gohan of all people. So who's this clown supposed to be? He says his name is Azir, and as he walks towards Cell, he starts powering up even further. Cell's kind of taken aback by this because the power that's rising, there's a lot of it. And that familiar sense that he felt before, he feels it more and more. But how come he's never heard of this guy, especially if he's from Universe 7? Azir explains to Cell. He has no clue why Cell's back in the first place or why he's in Universe 11 of all places. But it seems this Cell doesn't know about him. He assumes this Cell is still part Frieza, right? Well, in a way, Azir is too. What, is he also genetically engineered from Frieza's DNA? Not that that would really matter. Frieza was unfortunately a weakling the last time Cell fought him. Azir doesn't really know what to think of that though. Frieza's long dead. But it seems Cell still doesn't get it. He's not simply part Frieza. No, he's different. He's the reincarnation of Frieza. There's a powerful burst of energy. First with Azir's hair flickering golden, and then becoming a jet black color. His face slightly changes too, and he has an increase in height as well. There's a reason they call him the strongest Pride Trooper. This is Azir, the reincarnation of Frieza, now in his strongest form, his black form. Now at first Cell was just going to brush this off because it's the same form that Frieza used when he fought him not too long ago. But this guy seems to be on another level than that Frieza. Before Cell can even make a witty remark, Azir attacks him with all his might, and actually does do some damage, with the rest of the Pride Troopers joining in. Ever since Azir came to this universe to train, not only has he grown far stronger, but so have the Pride Troopers around him. He doesn't know who the Cell is, but if they don't find out, it doesn't really matter. He's an evildoer, and no matter what, they're gonna uphold justice. They all hit a pose on him as Cell regains his composure. Interesting. He's in a continuity where Frieza was reincarnated. He wouldn't have expected that, especially not him being here in this universe. Unfortunately for them, Cell's not at his full power. He showcases his prime form, and also tries to use his time skip as well. But as he skips through time, something catches him off guard. He thought no one would be able to attack him like this, but amidst the time skip, Jiren and Azir are able to react, barely being able to avoid his attack. But someone acts even faster than him, Dispo, able to outpace Cell's time skip. So it looks like he has time controlling abilities. Of course for Azir and Jiren, they're strong enough and fast enough to work around that. But all the Pride Troopers are stronger. And Dispo says no matter how much he controls time, that's light work for him. He's even faster than those two. Sure, he doesn't match them in strength, but in terms of speed, he's the fastest thing in reality now, having trained under his angel, honing his speed even further trying to get to their level. Cell wipes the blood from his mouth. Dispo actually got a good hit on him. He smiles. This universe might actually be pretty fun to play in. Topo launches a Hakai. Cell dodges it easily with Ultra Instinct. Then trying to attack him, he activates his time skip. First trying to eliminate Topo because he seems to be the slowest. But then Dispo tries to attack him. His attacks aren't too strong, but he does something strange. He uses some of Topo's energy. They're not stupid. Topo gave Dispo some of his energy. He now has the speed and power to fight Cell. And all the while, Jiren and Azir are pulling their weight too. He's barely able to dodge Dispo's Hakai. He doesn't know if that would have done much damage anyways, but he doesn't even want to risk it. But as he dodges, he ends up being attacked by Azir and Jiren simultaneously. Quickly, Cell activates both his red eyes. Trying to look for vital points, he's able to locate them, but with 4 of them fighting him at once, especially with their great synergy and teamwork, this might be a bit tougher than he expected. Azir tells him it doesn't matter what he's using. Even if he tries to control time even further, this isn't the first time they had to fight someone that's using time control. He's actually fought against multiple people who warp time. Even in his own universe, they exist and break galactic law, and as Pride Troopers, they've had to take these criminals down before. Cell continues trying to warp time, improving his time skip each time he does so, trying to even completely stop time. But every time he does this, Dispo's able to trip him up, and in between the time skips and such, Topo, Jiren, and Azir attack him. And even amidst the time warping, somehow Jiren's able to move a bit, and Azir's able to move even more, attacking Cell at points too. Can he actually outpace that? He expected this guy to be a fraud because he's Frieza's reincarnation, but it seems it's better for Frieza's power to be reincarnated than in the original body. This is going to be real fun. Far away, on his planet, Belmont's watching all this happen. The troopers really are impressive. They've all gotten far stronger and even have surpassed him. He honestly didn't think Jiren could go any further, but all three of them have. Plus, that Azir guy from Universe 7, he's pretty interesting too, especially with the fact that he's surpassed Jiren. But the fight's getting tougher and tougher, and then, Belmont has some visitors on his planet. He tells him he's in the middle of something important, but then he realizes who these four are and why they're here. 4 continuity patrollers: Kakarot, Hit, Granola, and Kakamasu. Kakarot still doesn't know what to think of this Kakamasu guy. It's really strange seeing himself from another reality fused with someone else, but he's probably going to see even weirder things as he continues this job. Amidst the battle, Cell's able to pull ahead, showing off more of his strength. These 4 are unable to use magic, and he's able to steal some of their power with that. First, he stops the most annoying one, Dispo. He summons Raibo and Gogi, who trap Dispo in a time cage and also bind his legs so he can't run anymore. Cell focuses on stealing power from Toppo and Jiren as he fights Azir at the same time. Toppo's not too hard to take out next, and now Cell doesn't need to worry about Hakai's. They probably wouldn't have affected him anyways. But Azir tells Cell no matter what, he's not going to let him hurt this reality. Cell blames them. They didn't need to attack him, he was just going to lay low here and not do anything. But they had to play hero. So, they brought this upon themselves. Azir summons more power. His eyes flash purple for a second, and he says Toppo's not the only one who could use a Hakai, as Azir launches his own full power Hakai. And not a fake one either, it's a real one. Even more potent than what Toppo had. The issue is this uses a lot of his power though. But they have no choice. Cell fires one back, and it overpowers Azir's Hakai too. But it's good, because this preoccupies him, and it gives Jiren an opening to attack. The 2 Hakais explode, decimating the area they're in. It was a pretty fun battle, but Cell says now it's kind of boring. His hand glows vibrantly, charged with the key, as he pierces it right through Jiren, finishing him off with one attack. Toppo tries to launch one last desperate Hakai, but Cell simply grabs it, then splitting it in 2 and flinging it back at Dispo and Toppo, erasing both of them with Toppo's own attack. Azir feels an immense rage watching this, his friends being mortally wounded, this planet being destroyed, 2 of his friends being erased completely. He's not going to accept it. He charges all of his power to launch it one more time, with one last attack. But right as he's about to connect his attack with Cell, Cell simply stretches a hand out, piercing it right through his ear just like he did to Jiren. Cell actually chuckles a bit too. He wouldn't normally use a move like this, but Moro tried to use it against him, and it's pretty effective. Also, pretty brutal. He holds a hand out in front of his ear, ready to eliminate him completely. But Cell's eyes widen, and quickly, he tries to teleport away. He smirks, and says goodbye to his ear. A wormhole opens behind him as he goes to another continuity. 4 people then teleport in. Azir's badly wounded, bleeding out, but he smiles. He sees one of his friends. It's Goku here. Kakamasu curses everything. They got here too late. He goes to heal Jiren, trying to bring him back. The other 2 are completely erased, so there's no hope. And Azir calls Goku over to him. But it's not Goku. Kakarot gets kind of annoyed whenever someone calls him that name. He isn't Goku, and he still doesn't really know who Goku is. But he goes over to Azir anyways, realizing that he's basically almost dead. Kakarot calls Kakamasu over to heal him, but Azir says not to. He tells him to get away from here immediately. All he wanted to tell Goku is to avenge him. He could stop this. He knows his friend is going to be able to. He's glad he at least gets to see Goku one last time. And Kakarot doesn't really have the heart to tell him who he really is. But still, he promises Azir, no matter what, he'll defeat Cell. But they could still heal him. Azir doesn't have to die here. But Azir knows it's already too late. And Granola gets a better look at him, looking at his vitals. He tells everyone they need to go now. Even if Kakamasu heals him, it doesn't matter. Azir starts glowing. Cell turned him into a bomb. One last parting gift for the continuity patrol. Kakarot drops him out of his arms, apologizing. They don't even have time to save the planet or try to teleport him away, because they don't know where to teleport him to, especially with the strength of the explosion. They get out of there just in the nick of time, but Azir explodes. And Cell put more than enough power to not just eliminate this planet, but the entire galaxy around them. No, it's expanding even beyond that, with a simple bomb, just by infusing Azir with his own ki when he attacked him. He did this. Granola and Hit even try to stop time, but even so, the best they'd be able to do is just move Azir somewhere else. The ki bomb is still going to explode regardless. They warp back to the time nest. Once again, they were too late. They couldn't save that timeline. And it's not just that timeline either. Cell's probably going to go to the other timeline that he split off. Maybe try to eliminate the entire continuity. Kakamasu's angered at himself, but Kakarot feels an even weirder sense of anger. Despite not knowing who Azir is, holding Azir in his arms as he died, and being mistaken for this Goku guy, he feels a connection to Azir. And he did make a promise to him after all. But he controls his rage and calms down. If Cell's going to the adjacent timeline, they'll just chase him. If they work quick enough, they might be able to finally encounter him. Waste no more time. Kakamasu opens a portal quickly, with Kakarot making a promise to the others too. It was Azir's dying wish that they'd avenge him, And you know, Kakarot has a good feeling about this. He's fired up. That was just what he needed. Once more, Cell makes a daring escape, but this time, the Continuity Patrol is hot on his trail, with Kakarot instantly opening up a portal to try and find Cell. After all this time chasing him, they might have finally got him in a corner. It's the first true meeting of the Continuity Patrol and Cell Prime. Let's begin Part 5. Moments after Cell arrives in a new continuity, he senses a few visitors, the same people that he just saw before, and the same people that have been chasing him. Although one thing does interest Cell, seeing Kakarot as part of the Continuity Patrol is not necessarily too unexpected, but it's pretty interesting to him. Especially because this time he also gets to see other members of the patrol, including another Goku, with him greeting Goku. Kinda angering Kakarot because once more, someone's calling him Goku. It's kind of annoying at this point, especially now that Cell's doing it. Cell's pretty confident that he's going to be able to do well here. In terms of raw strength, he now has more than enough power to actually fend them off. Especially because Piccolo's not here, he's the strongest patroller. So it shouldn't be too bad. But the patrol wastes no time. Pretty much instantly, Cell tries to skip time by 3 seconds. But Hit and Granola are able to counter this. Not only being able to move around during the skip time, but negating Cell's time skip, and then stopping time on their own on top of it. Same goes for Kakarot. He is the Supreme Kai of Time after all. Cell can't move, he can't believe it. These two shouldn't be stronger than him, and they're not. But their time controlling abilities, they're much better with that than Cell is. Cell's conscious while time is stopped, and he tries to power up in order to counter this, but it's already too late. Time has stopped completely for him. As Hit and Granola go into attack, Cell somehow is able to move an arm during the stop time, barely being able to punch Hit away, causing time to resume. So, the time controlling can go that far. He didn't know it could be that potent, and he wonders if he could do more himself. Again, he's not too adept with time control, and he only just recently started using it. But if he tries it a few more times, maybe he'd be able to counter this pretty easily. Besides, even if they get him in stop time, they don't have enough power to actually kill him. Although, he is a little bit concerned that they might have some sort of sealing technique. That's the best way they could stop him. He wonders where the rest of the patrol is too. Why aren't they all here on him? Every time he's met the patrol, they've only had a few people with them. But Cell shouldn't be concerned about that. These patrolmen are strong, but they're not on his level by any means. And this is a good way for him to see their abilities. But then, Cell starts to feel a weird sensation. That glitching, the same one that he felt before. He hasn't had this in a while because he's kind of been able to mitigate this. He's basically learned when to expect them, and either brace himself for it or try to counter it with his own abilities, trying to stabilize himself in whatever continuity he's in. But he's never found a perfect counter, and they're able to induce it somehow, basically activating the glitching against him. This is Kakamasu's doing. He saw this weakness within Cell, and tries to exploit it. All the continuity patrolmen actually have a way to avoid this. They're hopping around different continuities, but unlike Cell, they actually know how to do this pretty well. And thanks to Cronoa, they basically exist outside of continuities. She essentially made them immune to this stuff. Of course, this doesn't apply to Cell, and now he's trapped by this, being basically stunned in midair. The patrolmen are all about to catch him. But while Cell can't move, he still does have help. Raibo and Gogi show. Not even needing to clash, they just create their own portals for Cell, doing it the same way he did. Cell is surrounded by them. The patrol can't really get closer because otherwise they'd go into the portals. And once all the portals dissipate, Cell's gone. He's able to barely escape again. And the instant he's out of there, he hops through more continuities, traveling through multiple realities basically on a whim. Using this to lose the patrol as he also opens up a bunch of other portals behind him. Cell is cocky here, but he's not stupid. He knows if he fights them, he definitely overpowers them, but their abilities are too much for him. He's been able to kind of mitigate glitching himself, but it's still a weak point for him, especially if they can control that. Plus, their time abilities are better than his. Again, they can't kill him, but they probably have a sealing technique, so he does have to watch out. But thankfully that experience did give him something. He read Kakamasu's mind a little bit more, and got some more info about the glitching and stuff. Now, he can't really stop it himself yet. He can still try and mitigate it a bit, but not fully stop it. He's still vulnerable to this, but at least he knows about the fact that they can induce it. Of course, the patrol's chasing him throughout all these portals, but eventually they hit a dead end. Cell's masking his presence too. Especially with him now knowing how to sense stuff outside of his continuity, he knows how to suppress his own presence, so they can't sense it outside of that. Once more, he's outsmarted them. Kakamasu's disappointed, and also angered. Of course, everyone's disappointed, but for Kakamasu it's a bit different. He's had many more negative emotions than them, especially with what happened when he fought Cell. This is mainly due to the Zamasu side of him. That suppressed malice within him is starting to bubble up, and the other patrolmen can sense it. It kinda does concern them. And maybe it's best if they head back for now. Kakamasu still wants to chase Cell, but they shouldn't be rash. They're not gonna find him just yet. Besides, they can help the other patrolmen. Right now they're trying to recruit more people. Bout Arc's family has gone to recruit others alongside Piccolo. We haven't seen much of the other family members just yet, but we have seen Kakarot and Bout Arc. But in the original scenario where they're from, Bout Arc's whole family was actually recruited, which includes Raditz, Gine, and Ruda. With Ruda obviously being someone that doesn't exist in most continuities. They spent this whole time trying to recruit other people, and Piccolo's been really helpful for them. They need a bigger squad and a more powerful squad. Plus, Cell Prime isn't their only responsibility. But now that Cell's becoming a bigger and bigger threat, he's moving up in terms of priority. More of a reason they should get more recruits. Meanwhile, Cell Prime is in a new continuity. He could tell instantly. He's in Universe 7, it looks like. But he feels a terrifying presence. Not something scary or malicious, but an overwhelming power that he could sense throughout the universe. It's not even very potent, it's just in the background. He could feel it from this distance. He then feels a huge surge of power behind him. He feels part of himself being erased. Quickly, he splits himself into two, then using his own powers to counter the Hakai. Some god of destruction maybe just tried to erase him. But this power's different. It's not like any god of destruction he's faced before. He turns around to see what he assumes is Goku. It kinda looks like him, but he's in a completely different form, something that Cell's never seen before. He has long white hair and white fur, but more importantly his attire. He's wearing the attire of a god of destruction. Goku can already tell it's Cell. Of course he looks much different from the Cell that he fought, but he looks similar enough, and the different energies within him, that's pretty much a dead giveaway that this is Cell. And knowing that Cell could have his DNA, he tried to erase Cell right away. But something's weird about this Cell. Well, that makes two of them because Cell doesn't know what's up with this Goku. Why is he god of destruction, and why is he like that? Well, Goku simply explains that he's always at his peak. He stays in this form constantly, basically as a form of training. He has complete mastery over it. It's basically a combination of all his power, which does include Ultra Instinct. That's the one thing that Cell can recognize. He even activates his red eyes and can see. This Goku has no vital points. Unknowingly, Cell entered a timeline where Goku has mutated, one where he has potential far greater than normal. The strangest part about this is he doesn't sense the Continuity Patrol chasing him. They should definitely sense this power, but they don't do anything about it, because they don't see anything out of the ordinary. This continuity is a pretty strong one overall, and Goku's always this powerful. It's not really anything of concern. They could probably pick up on the power pretty easily, but it doesn't matter. Cell instantly goes into his prime form, knowing that his base probably won't be a match for this Goku. Again, he doesn't really know what this continuity's deal is, but he does know one thing for certain. It's a strong continuity. It could probably be pretty fun. Besides, if he can't defeat a simple god of destruction here, he's not fit to continue his journey. He's defeated others before. This one won't be an issue, even if it is Goku. He has new abilities. He's gained some of his power back too. A lot of power, actually. A clash between the two begins, with Cell also noting how surprising it is to see that Goku can survive out in space. He would think that's at least a weakness for him, but no. This Goku's far different from any Goku he's ever faced. And not just Goku, this is the strongest opponent he's faced ever. Although, he never really got a gauge on Piccolo's full power, but Piccolo still hasn't tapped into his full potential yet. He still has to try and unlock that. So, as they are currently, this Goku's actually the strongest person Cell's faced, even above Moro in terms of raw power. But thankfully for him, unlike Moro, this Goku doesn't seem to be adept at magic like Moro, at least not nearly to that level. The biggest issue with Moro there was the fact that he could take energy. With this Goku, it's just going to be a nice normal fight. Well, normal in the sense that there's not going to be much magic used here. This fight is anything but normal. Goku does have to be careful though, because Cell isn't holding anything back. Of course, they both have ki control, but Cell doesn't really care about that. He wants to fight with no restraints, and Goku obviously doesn't like that. But even while controlling his ki, Goku is able to keep up for a bit. Goku does seem to be above Cell, but not by a significant margin. If Cell can hold out for long enough during this battle, he can grow stronger through just pure progress alone. And not to mention, subtly he's trying to steal energy from this Goku, using his own magic, but he's doing it incredibly slowly so Goku doesn't notice. And Cell's confident he can win this, at least until another opponent shows up for him, starting to fight alongside Goku. He also can't really recognize this fighter, but by looking at his face he could tell it's Gohan, even though this form looks completely different from anything he's seen Gohan in. Father and son teaming up against Cell. He's definitely seen this before. Gohan of course could feel all this from where he was, joining Goku without any hesitation. This is going to make the fight a lot tougher for Cell because the two of them together could probably beat him. So, he starts to turn up the energy stealing, trying to steal it faster than he was before. Focusing on Gohan too because he won't know anything about this Cell. And Cell goes purely on the defensive. He is taking attacks and taking a lot of damage, but slowly he heals himself by stealing energy. Any damage he takes gets healed by the energy he steals. They have so much power within them. He just has to be defensive. He just has to drag this out as long as possible. Of course, Goku and Gohan aren't really holding anything back. Without magic, Cell probably would have lost here already, especially now that he's fighting these two. He's enjoying the battle, but this is the most dangerous fight he's ever been in. Two opponents that are stronger than him, that can counter most of his abilities. And to make things even weirder, Cell senses a portal opening up nearby. He feels a sense of terror throughout his body, something he hasn't felt pretty much ever. It's an impending doom. He just feels death, because through that portal, he could sense Goku and Gohan entering. There's two of each of them now. Of course, when he came to this continuity, he split the timeline which created another Goku and Gohan. And for them, traveling between timelines isn't really too hard. They have enough power to just do that pretty casually. Cell's dead here. There's no way out of this. But he's not going to give up. He has one thing that he could try as a last-ditch effort. The main Gohan that he was fighting before. That's his target now. Quickly, he grabs onto Gohan and Kai somewhere random. Not just a planet in this universe, but one in a completely different universe. It's only a matter of time before the others find him. Gohan doesn't really know what Cell has planned here, but he's a coward for doing it, running away from the battle and taking a prisoner. But even so, it's not going to work. Gohan has more than enough power to fight him. And Cell says he knows that. He's just trying to even the playing field a bit. Gohan hasn't noticed this entire time. His energy's been drained by Cell a bit, and now that they're alone, Cell can completely focus on that. He focuses all his energy, all his magic. Gohan feels the power draining from him rapidly. He tries to fight back, but he can't do anything. He even drops back into his base form, and Cell leaves nothing left over. While he loves battles like this, he also does want to grow stronger still, by stealing more power. He drains Gohan of all of his energy, assimilating it within himself. Thankfully, the capacity for the energy that he can hold has increased. He's not going to make the same mistake he did before where all the energy was just burning out. That's why he's been working to make his body stronger, but this will be good. Now it's a 3v1, and Cell's grown a lot stronger. This should help him. And this power, it's beautiful. That same feeling that he felt before, when he was drunk on power. He feels it again, that ecstasy from all the strength that he's absorbed. He missed this feeling. He wants more of it. He's being blinded by it. This all happens within seconds. The two Gokus and the other Gohan eventually do show up. Not even teleporting here, but just flying through the universe to come here. And even though Cell's only had a moment to himself, he was thinking. He's not even sure if he wants to finish this fight, because if he just does this again, it's gonna be too easy. He's already won here. But on top of that, he thinks back to the idea of the Cell games, that thought that was implanted in his mind. He might as well save some opponents for a fun challenge later. That'll make it much more fun, wouldn't it? He grabs onto one of the Gokus, absorbing all of his power too. The other Goku and Gohan try to stop him, but this time, he's so much stronger, they can't do anything. And then they realize what happened. The other Gohan's completely missing. Cell absorbed him and took all of his power, killing him too. Naturally, this enrages the main Goku that Cell was fighting before. But now with the power of the other Goku, Cell's able to easily fend him off. And he tells these two not to worry. He'll come back for them eventually. Now that they know his abilities and the fact that he exists, they should be prepared for it next time, and he won't use it in the next fight. He only really did this as a last resort. He wanted that power, and he didn't want to die just yet. He has so much more to do after all. But he tells these two he'll see them soon enough. As he then vanishes from this continuity, leaving behind the original Goku that was here, as well as the variant Gohan from the other timeline that he made. Both of whom are furious right now, and they're not even sure if they could revive the others. Their mortal bodies aren't the only things that are gone. Cell absorbed everything, their entire essence, their souls. It's basically existence erasure. The Dragon Balls can't bring them back. The Super Dragon Balls could, but Goku's not sure if they should use them just yet. If Cell can absorb power, what if they led him right to the Super Dragon Balls and then he absorbs Super Shenron? It's too risky. They don't know if he's still lurking around here, especially because he said he's going to come back eventually. They need to quell their anger for now. Meanwhile, Cell hops around hundreds of continuities once more. He'll make himself completely untraced, and he's starting to finally visualize a roadmap between continuities. He'll be able to get back to that other one. He does want to come back later after all. Although there is one thing that he takes from that other Goku, something that he learned. He wants to constantly stay in his prime form. That Goku was staying in whatever his peak form was. And Cell should try to do the same. That's his next goal now. All the while, the Continuity Patrol goes around collecting more members, and maybe Cell just led them to their newest recruits. Within the massive scale of the story, at some point, we go back to a more humble locale. On Earth, a low-class Saiyan wearing orange is continuing his training, aiming to grow stronger than ever before. A strange portal opens in the sky, and he looks up at it. Great. This again? He's seen this before. A couple of times, actually. A couple of Saiyans appear. They all know who he is, and he could tell who most of them are. Including two Bardoks, with the main Bardock in front of the group, simply asking Goku if they can get his help. Goku? He doesn't know who that is. His name's Kakarot. Bardock chuckles a bit, just like his son. Well, he is still his son after all, just from a different continuity. The other Kakarot gets some enjoyment out of this too. Finally, another person like him who also isn't called Goku. Someone going by his actual name, Kakarot. Today we begin episode 6 of Cell Prime. This is a continuity that Cronoa didn't really want to go to. She never really liked this one because it always caused a lot of issues. It is very strong, but also very rowdy at the same time. This is a continuity where Kakarot was sent to Earth. Although he was found and raised by the Crane School, he never hit his head and grew up as Kakarot, eventually leaving Earth, going out into space for most of his life. He faced the Frieza Force, the Crusher Corps, a version of Turles that ate fruits from anything in sight, even consuming fruits from a tree of might grown on stars. And along the way he gained some familiar allies, Raditz, Granola, and Broly. But eventually he did return to Earth, meeting up with his former allies there, now on a new path of training. While he may look like a Goku, he's definitely not Goku. He's Kakarot still. The reason Cronoa didn't really want to recruit this guy is because he's destroyed reality multiple times before, all for the sake of some stupid grudge with another Saiyan. And it wasn't just him. Raditz, Granola, and even Turles did that too. And the Beerus and Whis of this continuity did nothing to stop it. But there's one thing they can't deny. This Kakarot, he's incredibly powerful. Unfortunately for them, the Raditz and Granola of this continuity aren't here, but it should be fine. Especially because it's going to be confusing having 3 Kakarots as is. They don't want to have the same predicament with Raditz and Granola. And on top of that, Kakarot's the most valuable person from this reality as well. And it sounds like fun to him. He ends up joining the Continuity Patrol. He already recognizes Raditz and Granola there, even if they're not his Raditz and Granola. Actually, these two just met not too long ago. They're not even from the same continuity. Kakarot also finds it interesting that there's another version of him, as well as his father, mother, and apparently his sister. Weird, he didn't know he had one of those. He assumes that the others are just as strong as the people he knows. Once he arrives at the Time Nest, he asks Kakarot to show off his forms, as well as Raditz and Granola. Raditz goes Super Saiyan Blue, and Granola just powers up into his double red-eyed form, with the armored Kakarot also going Super Saiyan Blue. Wait, that's the peak of their power? Well, he guesses it makes sense. He had a much different upbringing, especially with the Tree of Might's power flowing through him. He was bound to have different forms anyways. But still, these guys are much weaker than him, and he at least expected Granola to have Super Cerulean. Wait, Super Cerulean? That's a thing? That's news to him, and apparently it exists in other continuities too, because that's how that Granola found out about it in the first place. They have a test of strength. The Kakarot in orange ends up winning this battle, showing off his full power. And he does tell them that he's aiming to go beyond this. That's the whole reason he returned to Earth, and the whole reason he was training under Beerus and Whis in the first place, although not at the moment. He knows of Ultra Instinct, and that's really his next goal, so he needed to go back to basics on Earth. And he somewhat has the principles of it down, and even uses it in his main forms, including using the principles of it in his Supreme God form. And surprisingly, the reason he wants a new form is pretty simple. Yeah, he wants to grow stronger, but mainly, he doesn't like how the color of his hair clashes with his gi. This guy's pretty easy to please, huh? And while they're on the topic of introductions, they need to figure out a way to make this a lot less confusing. At least with Kakamasu, he's fused with someone else, so it's easy to differentiate him. But now they have two people that are named Kakarot, and there's not really a way to differentiate them besides their outfits. So, they're gonna call him Kakarot too, since he came here second. He's a bit bummed out to be relegated to player 2 essentially, especially because he's the strongest here. Well, besides Piccolo that is, who he eventually meets as well. Ruda wonders if they should try recruiting others too. There's gotta be some other strong continuities out here that they can get people from. But Klonoa's very selective, which is why they took so long to select Kakarot in the first place. Or rather, Kakarot 2. She only recruits people who have displayed an ability to control realities or break them at will. And more importantly, she needs to be fond of how they do it. Unlike Kakarot, who did it very recklessly, to put it lightly. Piccolo especially was great at this, although he overrode his own power to defeat his own foe, so his power's still there but dormant, and he has no clue how to unlock it again. As for Kakarot 2 though, he has full access to his power. Of course, everyone here can control realities at will, but Kakarot, he is especially as good at it, he just needs to be a bit more careful with it. And he says he remembers how to do it. He basically had to do it by force, basically combining two equal powers and causing that to break the barriers between reality, essentially the way Cell Prime did it when he first started going around. He remembers the Raditz and Granola from his reality struggle to do that, and Turles was able to do it, but he's dead, and also, he's a bad guy. They can't recruit him. The second part's more important than the first because this is a world where they can revive people. But he actually gets an idea. If they want to recruit another person, he does have someone in mind that he really wants to see again, but he's not someone from his reality. And he starts explaining to everyone. Meanwhile, let's go over to what Cell Prime is up to. In order to cover his trail, he's been hopping through countless realities. And now, he arrives at one where he could actually rest for a bit. He feels like he's been constantly fighting, so he doesn't really want to do that here. As much as he loves fighting, he does need a little bit of a break. Not just to recuperate, but also to get a better control on his skills. And he spends some time here. But as the days and even weeks go by, he comes to realize that this reality is kind of different. He was on a secluded planet for a while. And he's tried to sense any presence he could out there, but he couldn't really find anything. Well, seemingly not at first. And it felt like he was being watched the entire time. By someone in this continuity, not outside of it. And eventually, that thing that was watching him, it does end up attacking. Red bolts of energy shoot from the sky, landing on the planet he's on, completely decimating it. It's not like there was anything on the planet anyways, but he wondered who attacked him. Who came all the way out here and destroyed a planet without any regard for it? He's in a random, desolate, secluded galaxy, and it seems like he's in Universe 4 here. No one here should know who he is or have a reason to attack him at all, but someone clearly has it out for him. And then, Cell realizes what he's dealing with. He couldn't see it before. It was kind of hidden in the background. But now that he's been attacked, the enemy's revealed himself. Or rather, itself. Because it doesn't seem like a person. It seems like the universe itself. No, the entire continuity itself. It's attacking him. And then it hits him. He realizes what's happening here. Whatever villain he's facing, he's omnipresent. He's everywhere. He's immortal. And there's only one person that comes to mind. Especially because in his main continuity, Cell Prime actually got some data on this phenomenon, because this almost happened there. And he gets his answer as a man manifests himself in front of him, taking on the appearance of Zamasu. Zamasu doesn't know who Cell is, but Cell knows who Zamasu is. It appears he's in a reality where Zamasu ended up winning, or rather, his mortal body was destroyed. He then merged with the universe, becoming one with it. But here, he was never erased by Zeno. He ended up taking over every universe, every timeline, the entire continuity as is. Interesting. How is this continuity still around though? Why didn't Zeno attempt to destroy any of the universes or anything? Especially because there shouldn't just be one Zeno here. There's gotta be multiple from all the different timelines. As he questions Zamasu, Zamasu has a pretty simple answer. He promised to make a new reality for Zeno. Thankfully, Zeno saw his vision. Although, by the time he bargained with Zeno, everything was pretty much already taken over by Zamasu. Goku never used the Zeno button to call Zeno here, so Zeno only found out after the fact. And not just the one from Zamasu's timeline, but from all the timelines. All the other Zenos had the same revelation, including the revelation that there's other Zenos. And it seems everything's gone. Now, the Zenos nearly did destroy everything, but Zamasu appealed to them. If they did that, they'd get bored. They'd have nothing to rule over. What would be the point then if they erased everything? And plus, Zamasu made a promise to them. He's actually going to create a new reality, a better one where the mortals are actually loyal to the gods, following their will. And not just that, it's going to be a reality with better gods. He even coalesced all the timelines, so now there's only one. There's multiple Zenos in this timeline. There's no gods of destruction, but the angels were left behind, so they're still here, as well as Zeno's guards. But besides those few people, it's just Zamasu, and he basically controls everything, amassing more power as the days go on. He is one with reality after all. Everything exists within him. And why does he look like this? Shouldn't he still be merged? Well, when he merged with the universe, his body was destroyed. And this physical body that Cell's seeing, it's not really Zamasu. It's just the form Zamasu took on so he could easily study Cell and converse with him, because he knows that Cell's not from here, and he's curious as to who Cell is, especially because he tried to kill Cell right away and he was able to survive the attack pretty much with ease. And by studying Cell more closely, he even looks into his mind, reading all of his memories and figuring out exactly who he is. Cell also did the same thing with Zamasu, and now they have a mutual understanding. Zamasu certainly can't keep him around because, after figuring out who Cell is, he sees a few interesting things. He sees the stuff that exists outside of this continuity, the stuff that Cell saw, but more importantly, he sees that Cell is actually the embodiment of everything that Zamasu hates, mostly mortal disobedience. Especially with the fact that he's unnatural. He was made in a lab. He's not even a natural mortal. Cell says he'd love to stay and chat, but this seems kind of boring. So, he simply teleports outside the continuity, studying it externally. But Zamasu's able to follow him, surprising Cell. So he does have some awareness outside of his own continuity too. Zamasu can move out of his own existence. Well, of course he has that. After assimilating with all his timelines, the other Super Dragon Balls came into his possession. Also, whatever other Zamasus existed, they coalesced within him. This Zamasu is just not omnipresent. He's omniscient too, at least in regards to the stuff existing within his continuity. He did know about stuff existing outside of it, but wasn't really aware of the continuity patrol and such. That's new to him. But like Cell said, he's done here because this is kind of boring. He tries to attack Zamasu and finish this, but Zamasu vanishes easily. A brief battle begins between the two, but they see that they can't really do anything to each other. Zamasu doesn't have enough power to kill Cell. Even with his immense strength, it's still not enough to defeat Cell Prime. And also, Cell Prime can't really kill someone who's immortal like that. He could try and use the erasure technique, but that's too boring. He's been working on trying to use that for himself, but he doesn't really know if he wants to use that here. Well, there's one thing he could do. While this experience was kind of a waste of time for him, it did show him the extent of his power. It showed him what kind of level he was existing on. The level of power, the knowledge, the plane of existence he lives on. He shares that with Zamasu, and it gets him to see how truly above everything he is now. Kind of an ego trip for Cell. But as he tries leaving, Zamasu doesn't let him leave, doing everything in his power to try and stop Cell. So out of annoyance, Cell uses the only thing that he didn't really want to use. A sealing technique. He might not be able to kill Zamasu, but he could seal him. Even if that means he has to seal the entire reality and everything within it, including the Zenos and Zamasu. Condensing it all into a single point, holding it within his hand. As he looks down at this reality in the palm of his hands, he realizes how small everything is in comparison to him. This is the extent of his power. Literally, in the palm of his hand. He holds an entire group of histories within there. Infinitely expansive, multidimensional realities. And he did that with such ease. But what is he supposed to do with this? Just discard it? Forget it? He wonders what would happen if he ate it. You know, maybe use it as a battery of sorts. Infinite power and energy drawn from this could be pretty interesting. Definitely beyond what an infinite energy machine could be capable of. A continuity's worth of power. It's enticing, but could he even handle that? He keeps it on the back burner for now. Let's go back to the patrol. Kakarot 1, Kakarot 2, and Ruda end up in another reality. Right now, Kakarot 1 and Ruda are actually watching Kakarot 2 fight another version of Goku, and this time it actually is Goku, using Ultra Instinct. He actually had heard about Kakarot before, not just the name, but this actual Kakarot that he's fighting. But Kakarot 2 is here for something, and Goku said he'd only give that up if he beat him in a battle. Despite having access to Ultra Instinct, this version of Goku actually ends up losing to Kakarot 2, which amazes Goku, but he was going to help these people out anyways. It seems pretty interesting. Kakarot 1 and Ruda are pretty dumbfounded too, so that's another version of Kakarot, and that's the Goku guy everyone keeps talking about. Look how strong he is. They're surprised that he's not the person they're recruiting, but apparently, in this continuity, there's a stronger person they're after, and the whole reason Kakarot 2 came here in the first place. And the person they're after is someone who Ruda and Kakarot 1 are very familiar with. A former villain of theirs. They're pretty surprised too because they thought that he'd be completely irredeemable, but apparently in this continuity, he's good. He actually fought alongside Kakarot 2 once, in order to stop Turles. Kakarot 2 says this guy should definitely have enough power to break realities as well, plus the right mindset to join the patrol. Goku leads them right to this new recruit, and much like Kakarot 2, he joins without much convincing. The person they're recruiting? It's Cooler. Acting much different than the Cooler that Ruda and Kakarot 1 knew. Are they really sure about this? Kakarot 2 says they could trust him. This Cooler's a good guy. Honestly, he was surprised too because even in his reality he fought a Cooler that was bad. But this guy's way stronger than the Cooler he fought, and most importantly, he's not evil. Cooler's pretty glad to see Kakarot again, although it's confusing to see 3 Gokus in front of him, but he does remember this Kakarot. How could he forget something like that? It was pretty insane. He'd love to join the Continuity Patrol. Now with 2 new recruits, this is going to be really beneficial for the patrol, especially because these new recruits are going to train them. Granola, Kakarot, Ruda, and Raditz especially need new powers. Raditz, Ruda, and Kakarot 1 want to go beyond Super Saiyan Blue, and Granola's curious about the Super Cerulean thing. Kakarot 2 and Cooler are going to help train them. They might not be the best teachers, but they'll be good training partners. And all the while, Cell wonders what he's supposed to do with the continuity that he sealed. He didn't even think that he could do this. This was the first time he even tried. Normally, he wouldn't even want to do this, but he was in a corner, and he had to destroy this continuity due to it being Zamasu, who was immortal and omnipresent. That was really no fun for him. But maybe it could result in something fun, if he thinks outside the box at least. With some new members joining the Continuity Patrol, they now have a new plan of action as well. Of course, the 2 new recruits, Kakarot 2 and Cooler, they need to be caught up to speed, learning about all the things the Continuity Patrol does, and mainly Cell Prime. Just like before, Cell Prime isn't their only target, but he's starting to move up the priority list very quickly, especially because he's basically a constant threat. Welcome to episode 7 of Cell Prime. Kakarot 2 has never experienced a cell like this. He's seen Cell Prime, but not this. But Cooler actually did have a cell in his continuity, one similar to this. He's surprised to see how far the cell could actually go, and he learns about the different realities Cell Prime went to. Thankfully, the realities he went to were already pretty much too far gone, or they made it out okay, like the one where Goku had mutated potential. But there was one reality that suffered a lot of damage. The reality where Frieza was reincarnated. This piques Cooler's interest. He wants to learn more about it. Of course, he never knew Azir. As a little side note, that What If Tournament and Power video, that never happened to any of these people. It basically exists in its own separate reality, so Cooler's never actually heard of Azir. But obviously he wants to know more. Frieza was reincarnated and became good? That's really a shock to him. To think his brother of all people became good, he never thought he'd see it. And it opens his eyes to how many different realities are out there. Of course, he knew there were a bunch of weird ones out there too, especially because he's already seen some by being part of the Continuity Patrol. All the people here are from pretty unique realities. But Cooler never realized how far it could truly go. Kakarot 2 at least had some knowledge of it. He's seen realities where he was on Earth, he's heard of a reality where Raditz and Granola were surviving on Earth, and he even briefly saw the Lord Slug that Piccolo fought. He knows that there's a bunch of different realities out there. But Cooler has a strange feeling within him. He never met Azir. He doesn't know who he is at all. And the person to tell him about all this is Kakarot 1, someone who feels obligated to avenge Azir, despite never having had a connection with him before. And that kinda is passed on to Cooler here too. And it's not just Azir, of course. Everybody in Universe 11 in that continuity. Other people that Cooler knows from his continuity as well. But it kinda shakes Cooler to his core, knowing that somewhere out there, he had a brother, or at least someone that could have been a true brother to him. He never was too sentimental about that stuff, nor did he ever really think of that before. But it gets him to see how truly big of a threat Cell Prime is. He's not simply going around killing people, he's basically destroying everything. These infinite continuities where anything could happen. With Cell Prime around, he's basically ensuring that none of this ever happened. The group's not going to lose to Cell Prime again. They're going to wait a little bit. Now, why can't they just have Piccolo handle it again? Cell Prime isn't the only threat that they're facing, and with Piccolo being the strongest person and having so much power, he's sent out on pretty much everything else. Even outside of Piccolo, the others all have other threats to stop too. That's why only some of the patrolmen show up to fight Cell Prime whenever they can. But now with him becoming a larger priority, things are changing. Piccolo also believes that the group can handle Cell Prime on their own. Normally whenever they encounter Cell Prime, Piccolo's usually busy with something else anyways. Although he has seen Cell Prime's power once, and he's judging off that, but he knows that Cell Prime has grown stronger. Although, he thinks the group can get even stronger than that. Instead of chasing him the next time they see him, they just gotta wait a bit. They need to find the perfect opportunity to fight him. Months go by for the Continuity Patrol. Of course, they continue going on other missions. And they keep tabs on Cell Prime, but he's not really doing anything, so they don't really intervene either. They need to wait for the perfect moment. So they focus on their training. Kakarot 1, Ruda, and Raditz all try and further their strength, being trained by Kakarot 2. Of course, they're not going to unlock the same thing that he got, but they're able to actually surpass Super Saiyan Blue, getting Blue Evolution, with Granola even getting Super Cerulean. Especially with Granola having hits pure progress, he grows really quickly here. So even though he just has one transformation that seems a little basic, he keeps up very well with the others. But they're not the only ones growing. Cell, of course, continues growing too. That continuity that he contained, He considered leaving it behind, but he does have another idea with it. You know, he can control reality so well right now. He has so much power. If only he could hop through continuities as easily as hopping through time. You know, they have a time ring that just lets them hop through different timelines. But what if he made something like that for continuities instead? It would take a while, especially because he's basically working on it from scratch. He'd be the first person to do this. But he does have the perfect roadmap right here. This continuity could act as a power source of sorts, or at least a subject to study more. So while he does spend some of this time training, more of it is spent trying to develop a better way to travel. He could harness the power of this continuity not for himself, but rather as a method of travel for himself. Plus, on top of that, by making a ring like this, what if he's able to fully stabilize himself? He never thought of this before, and he's surprised he didn't, because with time rings, they could stabilize you from traveling between timelines. So he could probably do something similar with continuities. The patrol never even noticed this continuity disappearing because Zamasu never moved out of it, and despite his evil motives, he still did have some sort of values as a god that prevented him from being too reckless in destroying other continuities. It was already too far gone, and again, it's not really their job to just erase continuities. If this is the natural course of the continuity, they're not going to get involved in it. And since it was essentially lifeless, once Cell got rid of it, they didn't even notice. So Cell spends this time crafting a new method of transportation. He only really wants to fight Piccolo again, but it's still too soon for that, and he would like to find other people to fight, but maybe he should just lay low for a while. Which is exactly why the patrol is not intervening. Cell is honing his craft. Not just as a warrior, but as a traveler too. After a few months, Cell eventually arrives in another continuity, trying to test out this travel, and it works perfectly. Alright, now that he's here, he might as well try and see where he actually is. It looks like the glitching has stopped too, so maybe that's a good sign. And as he tries to look into where he is, he realizes that the time that he's in is also not where he expected it. He's centuries ahead of the other continuities he's been in. Although, it looks like he's in Universe 7, and this continuity seems really interesting. From what he sees in its history, some things did go differently. There's a very different god of destruction here, and it's Vegeta. He was raised by Beerus in this continuity, growing immensely powerful, with Goku as a Supreme Kai too, life-linking the two as well. So naturally, he wants to fight the strongest person here, and that would be Vegeta, the god of destruction of this universe and the strongest in this continuity. He arrives on a place that looks like Beerus' planet, but now it's Vegeta's planet. These two must really be gods because Saiyans usually don't live that long. Their lives have gone far differently here, so despite being centuries old, they look like they're in their prime. And he sees this once he actually comes face to face with Vegeta. Obviously Vegeta instantly recognizes Cell too, with Goku sending this and teleporting over to the planet. And it's not just because they know Cell from this continuity, but they know of Cell Prime as well. And as much as Vegeta would like to fight Cell, he does something else somewhat different. Now, he and Goku start fighting Cell, basically just to buy some time, because Vegeta also did get in contact with the Continuity Patrol, which kind of amazes Cronoa. First of all, Cell Prime showing up after all this time, and second of all, a God of Destruction actually contacted them and doing their job. That's kind of rare, they're usually not that responsible. Also, the fact that Cell Prime rarely comes in contact with Gods of Destruction, usually fighting someone else in the universe who ends up being the strongest. The only other instance of that is when he fought that one Goku, although that Goku wasn't experienced enough to actually know of Cronoa. So maybe things would have gone differently there if he did that. But either way, she instantly sends out the patrol. This is their chance, especially because they're going to have two strong people fighting alongside them. The Vegeta and Goku in that universe are incredibly powerful, centuries older than normal, and far more experienced. As Cell fights them, he sees some very familiar powers. You know, Vegeta's using Ultra Ego, and Goku appears to be Ultra Instinct, although he's made it his own. Essentially, this is a constant version of true Ultra Instinct. And the form is so unique to Goku that he doesn't even look different here. Normally he'd have white hair or something, but he doesn't. Ultra Instinct is his own, so he just looks normal. But he most certainly is using Ultra Instinct. Even Cell finds it hard to hit him, despite having Ultra Instinct for himself and having great speed. These two are the real deal. This should be a pretty fun battle after so long without fighting anybody. The way the two of them control their Ultra forms, it's divine. Figuratively and literally. Cell feels like he could learn a lot from them. But after not too long fighting, a portal opens up near Cell. This should be really fun. Part of him hopes he gets to see Piccolo again, but at the same time, he thinks it still might be a little bit too soon. He's strong, but he doesn't know if he's on that level. And thankfully for Cell, it's not Piccolo, only a few other people. And it's just 3 patrolmen, Kakamasu, Cooler, and Kakarot too, the 3 strongest patrolmen there. Now, they actually had some others on standby, but sending in that many people could have been a little bit too messy. Of course, all the patrolmen are powerful, but if Cell even gets one of them under his control, and takes them hostage or something, or even absorbs their power, that could be a really big issue. This way they limit risk, but still send in a lot of strength. The Goku and Vegeta in this universe are pretty surprised to see these 3. So, those are some of the patrolmen. That's kind of strange, especially because one of them looks kind of like Frieza of all people. And Goku's intrigued to see not only another version of himself, but apparently a fused version of himself who also was a Supreme Kai in that timeline. Well, they don't have time to think about that. The fight immediately resumes. With how experienced Vegeta and Goku are, they can adapt to the fighting style of the patrol pretty much instantly. and Cell taunts him throughout all this. He's surprised Vegeta would call in for help. What, did he think that he couldn't defeat Cell on his own? And Vegeta says he almost didn't do this. He really didn't want to. He wanted to fight Cell himself and have someone to test out his power against. But he knew of Cell Prime before. The Continuity Patrol has been warning other realities. Well, at least the gods that will listen to them. This Vegeta really is different from normal Vegetas, especially because he's being incredibly responsible and incredibly careful. Besides, despite being curious about fighting Cell on his own, he already has a great rival to spar against. The Supreme Kai fighting alongside him right now. But something does pique Cell's interest. There are two new patrolmen that he doesn't recognize. Well, he recognized them. One's Cooler, who he hasn't really encountered in many continuities, but he could tell it's Cooler. He at least has some knowledge of him. This is the first time he'll fight a Cooler like this, though. And also, one appears to be Goku, but apparently it's not Goku. His name's Kakarot, or Kakarot 2. And he assumes that this Kakarot's probably going to be like the other Kakarot he knows. You know, Kakarot 1, the one in the armor. But he comes to see that that's not the case at all. He's fighting 5 incredibly powerful opponents. The God of Destruction Vegeta, using Ultra Ego. The Supreme Kai Goku, using a complete, perfect, true form of Ultra Instinct. The fused Supreme Kai Time Kakamasu, using Ultra Instinct as well. Cooler, with the power of the Big Getty Star, using his own unique form called Platinum. And a version of Kakarot that has his own power, Supreme God Kakarot. But Cell says this is nothing for him. He's been growing a lot stronger in the meantime. Sure, it seems like they've grown, and they have new members too. But he taunts them all, first turning to Kakamasu, saying that he hopes this fusion isn't as useless as it was before. And then he looks at Cooler, the new patrolman. He would love to send him to hell with his ear. Too bad they're in a different continuity right now, though. He's basically trying to rile them up, trying to get them to lose focus. For Vegeta and Goku in this timeline, it's not really working. And he doesn't really have anything to use against Kakarot too. But for Kakamasu and Cooler, he's definitely hitting a nerve with them, so he continues to taunt them, wanting to draw out everybody's full power. Kakamasu is already at full strength, but for Cooler, he starts to feel that anger within him. He's thinking about it once more. All the timelines that Cell has recklessly destroyed, all the lives he's taken. He might have not completely destroyed the continuities, but to some extent they're irreversibly damaged. Even though technically he's not related to his ear at all, and they never even knew each other, Cooler still feels some sort of weird connection to him. And hearing about his death is basically the catalyst for him. He's already decided what his goal is. He wants to explore more continuities, see all the great things out there. But not just that, he wants to protect them, and he wants to restore all the damage that Cell's done. Of course, the Continuity Patrol as a whole wants to try and do that, at least mitigate the damage. But Cooler knows that they're not going to completely restore it. That's going to be up to him. He thinks they're not doing enough, and he's going to be the one to do that. And maybe one day, he will get to meet this Azir guy. He'll get to meet all the other people in the other realities that Cell has destroyed. But before that, he'll have to defeat Cell, and he'll show Cell what true perfection looks like. With the Big Getty Star still part of him, this entire time during the fight, it's been analyzing Cell. Cooler knows all of his moves, all of his abilities, all of his weaknesses and how to counter them. Despite fighting for only a few minutes, Cooler has grown greatly in power and technique, never having experienced that kind of growth from an enemy like this. This is definitely a first, and hopefully, the last. Kakamasu commands them, now is the time to strike. He starts by paralyzing Cell with magic, with Kai Goku joining in as well. With their combined magical prowess, they are actually able to hold him still. Of course, this is something that Cell has encountered before, but not like this. The two of them are so much stronger than he expected. And right when he's about to escape, Cooler then uses the power of the Big Getty Star, grabbing onto Cell. Now normally the Big Getty Star can harness materials from other things, and it's doing essentially that with Cell, contorting Cell's body, warping it into materials, turning Cell's own body against him and making it restrain, as it tears Cell's body apart, while still held by the magic of Kakamasu and Kakarot, of course. And as they hold Cell down, Vegeta and Kakarot too stand back to back. Vegeta instantly knows what Kakarot's about to do, but he's surprised that he even knows that. He doesn't question it though. They each stick a hand out, charging a dual Hakai, seemingly erasing Cell Prime entirely. But something's wrong. After the Hakai, there's no explosion. There's supposed to be some sort of blast. Quickly, Kakamasu materializes a crystal orb in front of him, basically using a playback of what just happened. At the very last moment, the last instant, Cell was being erased, but he teleported out of this existence. They had him. They should have erased him. How did he even do that? That's not possible. He would have had to make a portal or something. He can't do that instantly. And then Kakamasu sees it. On his hand, he has a weird ring, but not a time ring, it's something else. Kakamasu's anger begins bubbling up again. He thinks this is all useless. He can't believe it. Cell Prime escaped again. After all their work this time. He thanks Vegeta and Goku for the tip and for their help. And they're just as dumbfounded. The patrol leaves, going back to the time nest. This has been angering Kakamasu for a while. That Zamasu side of him, that little bit of evil in his heart, it's bubbling up even more. And he doesn't even realize it. Something dark is brewing within him. And it makes him think. The way they're doing it isn't working. He's following their playbook, but it's not going well. And it makes Kakamasu wonder, is there any way that he could do this on his own? Is there any way he could do this and make it work 100%? Cell arrives in another continuity. Elated, he's done it. It worked. He would have definitely died there if he didn't have this, but it worked. And as Cell is celebrating, Kakamasu is contemplating. Maybe it's best if he doesn't work with the patrol, and does things his own way. Kakamasu slips away on his own, informally leaving the Continuity Patrol. It might be better if he goes his own way. Whatever the Continuity Patrol is doing right now is clearly not working, and Kakamasu wants to fix that. This is episode 8 of Cell Prime. Kakamasu wonders what his next move should be. He thought his fuse power would be more than enough for this, but clearly it isn't working. He has contemplated unfusing. I mean, he has many ways to do so, but he never actually did it because he thought the power from fusion might actually be better than what was lost from it. Sure, it wasn't a massive increase in power, especially because Zamasu wasn't really comparable to Kakarot, but still, the increase in power was pretty notable at the very least. For now, the Kakarot side of this fusion is at least keeping him somewhat grounded, but the Zamasu side realizes that he needs more to defeat Cell, and that's the part that's kind of going rogue. That part's becoming more powerful, even affecting the Kakarot side. Granted, there's not really sides to this fusion, it's a brand new personality, a brand new person, but the two fusees do have an effect. And the Zamasu part of him here, it's definitely changing his outlook. He's going to go to any length to defeat Cell Prime. Speaking of Cell, he has to figure out what his next moves are. He has complete control over reality hopping now. He was even able to use it in that instant, just to escape that fight. Of course, he's a bit disappointed in himself, the fact that he couldn't get out of that. But he was kind of at a disadvantage. He was against a version of Goku and Vegeta that were in their peak forms, with centuries of extra experience, plus Cooler, who he didn't really know anything about, who clearly had a lot of power, as well as that version of Kakarot with the weird greenish-blue hair. Those two were incredibly strong. Combine that with the magic of the Goku in that universe as well as Kakamasu, and it was pretty much a recipe for disaster. Although, Cell at least takes solace in the fact that it took all 5 of them together, plus basically what amounts to a sneak attack, since he didn't know about the others coming there. It took all that to nearly defeat him, and he still was able to escape. But still, it does kinda irk him that he had to escape here. But he looks down at the continuity ring on his hand. This is essentially a better time ring. Yes, it uses a lot of power, and it basically returned him to a checkpoint. He had to use his own power to basically fuel this. But he wants to try and kick it up a notch and see if it could let him go anywhere else. He does have to be careful though. This ring has 2 functions. 1, it allows him to seamlessly travel through realities and explore new ones before he even actually goes there, so he basically knows where he's going. But 2, it can also basically set checkpoints for him, almost like a video game of sorts. However, that requires a domain with his complete control. He was actually brought back to the continuity that he contained. Since he had complete control over that one, he used that as a checkpoint, although it did basically return him to where he was at that point in time. So it does set him a few months back in power, but he's amazed that worked because that's a really good last resort. And he can't just set this aimlessly. Otherwise, he would have just done it in Vegeta's universe. Even just setting those checkpoints, for lack of a better word, that takes a lot of power in and of itself, plus all the control over the continuity that he's in. There was no point wasting more power setting it in some other continuity that didn't matter to him, and it was better to keep it this far back because this makes him a lot more untraceable. Not to mention, this is only really a last resort for him. He did this to avoid being erased because if he stayed there, he would have been erased. Not just killed, but completely destroyed by the Hakais. Anyways, he hopes he doesn't have to use that again. But now to test the other functions of the ring, which he has used a little bit, but he wants to try more of. He looks for a new place to travel to. The best part about this ring is it's a lot more covert than his old method of travel. Because he's not forcibly breaking reality to travel, it's basically untraceable, especially because it doesn't split timelines like he used to. It's just like the time ring. With that, you could travel to different timelines without splitting the timelines, unlike a time machine which actually will, at least when you first use it. So, with the continuity ring, he could hop into a different continuity, and it's basically left as is. There's no second timeline made, which hasn't really been an issue so far, but it was a really big issue when he fought that one version of Goku, although he wonders how many alternate timelines he created by doing this. Hopefully there's nothing out there lurking about. You know, an old enemy that he fought that's in another timeline that split off from the original one. But the chances of that are probably pretty low, right? Whatever. He finds a new continuity, and it's one that's really interesting because it seems like there's another version of himself in it. Naturally, he wants to check this out. That seems awesome. He even found a few other continuities with him in it, including one where he was apparently reincarnated like that one Frieza reincarnation. That's interesting, so maybe he'll visit that later. But for now, he's more interested in this other version of Cell because it really is him. It's just another version of him, except with different events in his life. But he can tell that this other Cell is powerful. When he travels there, he ends up on Beerus's planet in Universe 7, and it seems like a fight just happened here. He sees 2 very familiar faces, one being himself, and Gohan. Or at least what he assumes is Gohan. He looks very different and he's in a new form that Cell hasn't really seen before. Goku and Vegeta are also there watching on the side. That Goku feels weaker than normal for some reason, but the Vegeta feels pretty strong, and more importantly, the Gohan and Cell in this timeline feel really strong. Naturally, they're pretty confused to see another Cell here, but not immediately alert because, you know, the Cell with them is actually good. The continuity he traveled to is one where Cell ended up surviving, eventually becoming a part of the group, but at the end of the day, he still is Cell. And Cell Prime gets right down to business. He did have a reason to come here, but Depending on Cell's answer, it's going to affect what he does here. First, he basically tries to pull a Goku Black, trying to get the other Cell to join him. It's a long shot, and he knows this isn't going to work. Of course, the other Cell denies this. He doesn't even know who Cell Prime is, and just by looking at him, he could tell they're very different versions of Cell. Well, it was at least worth a shot. He doesn't know what he would have done with that other Cell anyways, besides maybe forcing him to fuse into him, but maybe he could still do that, because the main reason he came here is to fight the other Cell. He wanted to see if he truly is the strongest Cell in any existence. Of course, he has to be. But it should be pretty fun fighting himself. And if he wins this fight, he could take that Cell's power for himself too. Imagine that, merging with another Cell. They are part Namekian after all, and they could just fuse that way. Whis actually steps in, a little bit concerned. Now, of course, as an angel, he can't actually fight here. But at the request of Lord Beerus, he heals Gohan and Cell who just got out of their own fight. And they actually do grow from this too. And he warns them to be careful. They don't know who this Cell is, and Whis is going to look into it. Fine with them. The two of them power up, with Gohan showing his form, Final Gohan, a godly evolution of his beast form. It's Cell showcasing a very familiar Ultra Instinct. Cell Prime chuckles at this. It's basically like looking in the mirror, except he doesn't have all the same abilities. But this should make it really fun, fighting another Ultra Instinct user. And not just any Ultra Instinct user, because he's fought those before. He's fighting himself. So for this battle, he's going to actually try something a little bit different. He does need more practice with these powers too. And he tries to take notes from that Goku he fought last time. He wants to use Ultra Instinct subconsciously, and try to combine it with something else. His eyes briefly flash red, and then a purple aura surrounds him. He summons the power of Ultra Ego, but also tries to use Ultra Instinct to control his movements. Of course, the two of these forms are pretty conflicting, but he's not using Ultra Instinct as a form. He's trying to use it as a technique here. Granted, it still kind of conflicts. But with how much practice Cell has had with Ultra Instinct, he basically has perfect mastery over it by now. To the point where even if he's using something like Ultra Ego, his body still reacts as if it were using Ultra Instinct. It's so used to it that it's ingrained within him, almost even ingrained in his base form, without even thinking about it. Which is how it works after all. This is going to be fun. And this is basically the birth of a new evolution of Cell Prime's main form. He guesses this is Ultra Prime Cell. It's a combination of Ultra Ego with the technique Ultra Instinct, fueled by the power of Ultra Ego, enhanced by magic, constantly growing stronger thanks to pure progress, and of course, with the analysis of Cerulean Red Eyes. A large-scale battle begins. Nothing new for Gohan and Cell from this timeline. But the other Cell, the good one, he's still pretty confused about what's happening here. Why is there another version of himself? Clearly this one didn't go through the same life events that he did. And Cell Prime says he's right on target. He didn't even awaken at the same time as him. From what he assumes, the Cell that he's fighting is actually the one from the other timeline. You know, the first one that showed up. And he sees what happened here. Interesting. Not only is he surprised to see that other version of Cell survived, but also the fact that he's nearly good now. Actually, it's safe to say he is good. He's fighting alongside Gohan. But the good Cell doesn't let this distract him. Actually, he taunts the other Cell too. You know, with him being the embodiment of perfection. That implies that whatever isn't him, it's not perfect. So sure, the Cell Prime guy might be powerful, but there can only be one perfect Cell. And it's going to be the good one from this timeline. Fascinating words. But Cell Prime assures them that they're underestimating him. As the battle continues on, Cell Prime is having a lot of fun, especially learning more about these two fighters. He's never seen a Gohan like this, nor a Cell like this for that matter. And going back to what he said about fusing with this other Cell, he wonders how that would go if he went to other universes and did this. Of course, if he wants more power, the entire time he could have just gone to get other sets of Super Dragon Balls and wish for power, but for him, he doesn't like that. There's no fun in that. It would be so easy, especially now with the Continuity Ring, just to hop into different continuities and get all the Super Dragon Balls there, wishing for more power. Actually, just one set with infinite power could be enough. But again, where's the fun in that? Cell lives for the fun of battle. He likes a challenge. He likes testing his power. What use is there in that if he's just going to wish for that power? He'll have no one to use that power against, and the journey itself won't be fun either. Just searching for a set of Dragon Balls? Where's the fun in that? Which is why he's glad that he's encountered this other Cell. Glad that they could do this here. And as the fight rages on, it becomes very clear to Cell and Gohan. This other version of Cell is clearly far above them. They're still completely dumbfounded on who this guy is and why he's here in general. But Cell Prime also knows he probably has limited time. Thankfully, it seems the gods in this reality aren't aware of the Continuity Patrol. He's only really seen that in a few realities, so it's good here because it buys him some time. But soon enough, Whis will definitely figure out what's going on. And probably will be able to contact the Continuity Patrol. Once he reaches out to someone above him, maybe. So Cell Prime thinks he's on the clock. Which he is. And it kind of irks him too because he does want to finish this battle. He wants to see it all the way through and he wants to have fun here. He wants to get a good test of power fighting his own self. Even if it's a weaker alternate version of him. And he questions his other self too, saying that he could be much stronger if he wasn't like this. Same goes for Gohan too. Of course, he knows that guy's a lost cause. He and Goku for that matter, they're always pure of heart and just too soft. Especially from what he saw of the Gohan in his own timeline, he even slacked off. Maybe it's different here, but still. Although he's just more surprised about the other Cell. If Cell Prime ever became good like him, he wouldn't have had this power. He obtained this power by doing what he wants and fighting who he wants. The other Cells should too, especially with that level of power. The multiverse, all the timelines around him, all the continuities around them, it's theirs for the taking. But that good version of Cell is clearly too far gone to see that. But the good Cell says that's ironic. He grew strong exactly because of that, and he would have never thought that would have happened. And from what he could tell, this other Cell is completely different from him. The only reason he's as strong as he is because of when he was born, basically. The good Cell never had that same advantage in life. Cell Prime, he was born with different DNA, born at a different time, born in a different continuity with different things happening. And while Cell Prime might take pride in that power, the other Cell taunts him. That power's not his own. He just got lucky. It's a product of his circumstance. And no matter how much power he ever obtains, he says it won't ever feel like his. And despite knowing basically nothing about Cell Prime, he's right. That's exactly the case here. Cell Prime's power came from when he was born, how he was born, how he emerged, and stealing the power from other people too. Barely any of his power came from his own training. But this other Cell, it came from hard work. And it does touch a nerve with Cell Prime. But before he could fight back, something weird happens. He just vanishes, pulled away by something. Almost like a wormhole appears behind him and pulls him into it. What the hell's going on here? He wants to get back to fight that other Cell, especially after being taunted like that. Is this the continuity patrol's doing? No, it's something else. He ends up in a new continuity, and he looks at his continuity ring and it clearly wasn't that did it. It was some sort of external force. It seems like he's in Universe 7, but on some unnamed planet, and he senses a power near him, and then hears a voice. With the voice saying he was trying to find somebody else. As Cell looks over at him, he sees what appears to be another version of Goku, or Kakarot for that matter because of the Saiyan armor, but he looks vaguely different. What he's facing is a villain from Kakarot 2's past. It's Turles. You see, Cell wasn't the only one that broke continuities and split timelines. Obviously in Kakarot 2's own time, he did the same thing too. And unknowingly, he did create some separate timelines. Where Cell finds himself right now is a timeline where Turles actually won, and continued to grow stronger. Ironically enough, the Turles in this timeline, he was basically trying to do the same thing that Cell Prime's doing, traveling to other timelines by brute forcing it. And he didn't expect to find an opponent like this. He doesn't even know who Cell Prime is. But Turles isn't going to complain. He can tell this guy's powerful, and it still should be pretty fun. An ominous aura flares up around Turles. Cell's facing a completely unknown villain. One who derived power from the fruit of the Tree of Life. First planets, then stars. And now in this timeline where he won, galaxies, next the entire universe, and maybe continuities beyond that too. This is Cell's next opponent, Majin Turles the Gluttonous. Cell stares down his oddly familiar Saiyan foe. He definitely does seem to have a lot of power, and interestingly enough, he found Cell the same way Cell was trying to find other continuities. So maybe the two of them have a lot more in common than he thinks, even though he knows nothing about this guy. At the very least, this should be a fun battle. Welcome to episode 9 of Cell Prime. Turles starts the battle off with the evil Saiyan. Cell is pretty intrigued by this form because usually with Saiyans, he expects some sort of different hair color, but no, his hair's just black. Although his aura is clearly very different, and his hair's longer too, so he supposes it suffices. The two start battling, and Cell could take on his evil Saiyan form, which does impress Turles a lot. By now, his evil Saiyan form has grown so much that it can contend with gods. It still isn't his strongest form, but impressive nonetheless. He wouldn't have expected a random person to be able to handle it. And Cell's a bit offended by this. What, he's holding back? He did all that to break through continuities and he's not even going to show his full power? What a shame. So Turles powers up once more, showing off his Infernal Saiyan form, an evolution of evil Saiyan. This is the second stage of his power, and it's also grown ever since he's continued planting trees of might everywhere. Granted, he's already made the ultimate fruit with Boo's power in it, but he still does want to test out his other forms. It's been a while since he got to use these in battle. And if he's not going to be fighting someone like Kakarot, he needs something to pass the time after all. Cell shows off a bit more of his strength but doesn't pull out his full power just yet. He does want to gauge Turles' strength after all, especially because he doesn't know who he is. But from what he hears, this guy knows Kakarot. By any chance, does his Kakarot have some sort of green-haired form? Yeah, exactly that actually. Interesting. He doubted it was any other Kakarots. And considering he knows that one was able to break continuities on his own, it makes sense that this Turles is affiliated with him somehow. Funny enough, Cell says he just saw that Kakarot. And while he is powerful, Cell thinks he could beat him in a 1v1 pretty easily in fact. And it's starting to make sense to him too. He realizes that this Turles is from a timeline where he actually won. And because of all this, he wants Turles to stop holding back. Entertain him, show him his full power. He's gotta have something else beyond Infernal Saiyan, right? Well, sort of. His form has the same look, but the colors of it start changing, with his skin and eyes changing too. This form looks very similar to Infernal Saiyan, but it's very clear that it's not. While in Infernal Saiyan, Turles summons his Majin power. This is what he used to defeat Kakarot, and this is what he'll use to defeat Cell here too. He's glad to finally have found an opponent this strong after so long. He's been continuing to grow even stronger and stronger, trying to break into other continuities and take them over too, making them his own domain. He also has been looking for other opponents, and finally, after all this time, he's gotten what he wanted. The two clash. breaking through thousands of realities at once as they do so. This is nothing new for them, but the speed at which they do so, it's chaotic, it's reckless. They barely even exist in these realities for a bit because of how fast they're going through them. Despite knowing nothing about each other, Turles and Cell share something in common. The desire for a strong battle like this, a way for them to use their full power. Uninhibited, fighting with nothing held back, and most importantly, a 1v1. Because Cell's gotten jumped by a few people before, and it's not really as fun when they're trying to use all their abilities at once. He's confident in his power, but he's not stupid. He knows when he's walking into his setup. But this is a battle that he's been longing for. Surprisingly enough, this Turles guy can even use magic abilities too. Clearly he's no average Saiyan. He's not just all raw power. It must be that Majin side to him. They have an all-out battle. But amidst the fight, they feel some other presence nearby. Which is strange because at the speed they're moving, there's no way anyone can keep up with them, unless they're teleporting instantly. But a sword then pierces through Turles' chest, cutting right through him. He turns around seeing an unfamiliar face, but Cell recognizes it immediately. Floating there behind Turles with his hand formed into a sword, it's Kakamasu. Now, this is no problem for Turles, he simply regenerates it, with Turles asking for him to not interrupt the fight, holding up a hand, blasting him to oblivion. Which does destroy Kakamasu's body, but he pretty much instantly comes back. This is interesting. He's not supposed to have regeneration. Cell asks what he's done to himself. Kakamasu's taken matters into his own hands. The continuity patrol hasn't been effective, so he's doing things his own way now. And the first thing he did was seek out the Super Dragon Balls, wishing for immortality. That's going to help him fight Cell without injuring himself. But Cell doesn't want this 1v1, and he's pretty annoyed at someone interrupting it. He's already had enough battles where he's gotten jumped by multiple people. So he simply holds a hand out, trying to erase Kakamasu, but it doesn't work. And Kakamasu says he knew Cell had that ability. Now, Hakai's wouldn't even be a concern, but erasure would be kind of a concern. He doesn't know if Cell can completely erase things as effectively as Zeno, but he probably can at this point. So, just to be safe, he also wished for immortality to that too. With the time ring and however many Super Dragon Ball sets he needs, none of this is an issue. Although, he only made these 2 wishes. He did have to be careful after all, because if he wished for infinite power as well, he knows the Continuity Patrol would have gone after him and attacked him. But with this, they're not going to know he wished for immortality. That's insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Besides, his current power is good enough anyways, and he's improved it naturally. Although, he is surprised that Cell resorted to this. What? Is he getting scared? Cell's honestly surprised that he didn't try to defuse either. But Kakamasu says that's pointless now. He needs the power to defeat Cell after all. And Turles is confused, also a little bit annoyed with this too. He doesn't want some random intervening in his fight. But it does interest him because apparently that's a Kai fuse at some version of Kakarot. Weird. But actually, now that he thinks about it, that could make things more interesting. Kakamasu turns to Turles and says he won't spare him either. With Kakamasu entering the battlefield, a 3-way fight begins between Turles, Kakamasu, and Cell, all drawn here by Turles, the Saiyan who ate the universe, the immortal Supreme Kai of Time, fighting against the ultimate perfect life form, Cell Prime. Kakamasu's clearly disadvantaged in terms of power. In terms of raw strength, the other two have him beat. However, he is immortal and has the best magical abilities of all of them, although the other two are pretty good with magic too. The 3 even try to absorb each other's power, all using the same type of magic, counteracting. With the 3 of them all doing this at once, they each simply cancel each other out, exerting so much power that it shatters the reality that they're in, sending them to another one. The 3 of them enter an all-out battle. Now, Kakamasu tries his best to not destroy anything around him. He still has some sort of standards, but at the same time, he needs to do anything to stop Cell Prime. Any damage that he does now, it could simply be restored. Of course, he'll have to use the Super Dragon Balls in each individual continuity to do so, but that won't be a problem for him. Cell Prime is a bigger threat than anything. The Continuity Patrol will see it and will agree with him. But the Patrol is watching pretty closely, especially now with his involvement. At some point, the 3 stop fighting. There's another power approaching. Great. Who is this now? And Kakamasu recognizes it immediately. It took him long enough to get involved. A 4th warrior appears. Well, also the 5th and 6th, but they're just watching. The strongest patrolman, Piccolo, appears, with Cooler and Kakarot 2 nearby, there to watch alongside him. He congratulates everyone here. Now the threat is so big that it's his problem. Usually he handles other big things, but Cell Prime's kind of moved up the priority list. Especially now with Kakamasu getting involved, they're not just going to stand by as a patrolman goes rogue. Kakamasu's being far too reckless after all. So Piccolo's not only here to stop the other 2, but to stop Kakamasu. Not kill him, just stop his rampage. And Piccolo's mainly here for him. Now, Piccolo still hasn't fully regained his power. Before, he had powers so great that he could basically rewrite anything. There's probably people in other continuities that will try to accomplish the same things as him, but that's what he's there for, to stop that same sort of stuff, stopping anyone from becoming that strong. But since he overwrote his own power permanently, he's not going to be doing the same things that he did before. He was able to manipulate everything on a whim, just like Super Shenron, and he was unrestricted by continuity. And while his power isn't to that level right at the moment, he still does have great power and magical abilities, and he can still grant wishes. They're still bound by continuity, but they can affect him. So sure, he can't just wish people to be erased and stuff, especially someone as strong as this. But he does have other tricks up his sleeve. And Cell welcomes this, a 1v1v1v1. To try and entice Piccolo to join, he launches a powerful blast at the warrior, expecting him to power up, but no, he doesn't. Piccolo simply stays in base, and he gets decimated. Nothing's left of him. Wait, what? That was the strongest warrior that he was supposed to fight? He died just like that? That can't be. And Cell's right. It wasn't just that. Piccolo then starts regenerating, wishing for himself to come back. You see, he's not exactly immortal, since that kind of stuff doesn't entice him, but effectively he is. He can't use infinitely powerful wishes to affect others, but he can use them to affect himself. Right then and there, just before Cell's blast hit, he wished to be fully healed, which does kind of suck because now he has a cooldown on the wishes. But it's a good way to display his power to Cell. Now he knows what he's dealing with. Turles then tries to steal some of Piccolo's power with magic, trying to absorb it from him. But Piccolo simply counters with his own magic. Does he think that party trick's gonna affect him after what he just did against Cell? That's child's play for him. What a show-off. A dragon-shaped aura flares up around Piccolo, and while he's busy powering up, Turles tries to take this as an opportunity. With everyone distracted, he then focuses on Kakarot, extending a piece of himself out like Majin Buu, trying to absorb all of Kakarot's power, making it his own. But he's not nearly quick enough, especially with Piccolo there. Piccolo then simply vanishes from sight, and faster than an instant, despite Turles having already absorbed Kakarot, he separates the two of them with ease, then freezes Turles with one hand, and Kakarot with another. He then glares over at Cell Prime to freeze him, but he's gone. And Piccolo chuckles to himself a bit. He expected that. Cell Prime clearly knows when he's cornered, and it must have pained him to leave a fight like that. It must have really hurt his ego. He then looks over at Kakarot, asking if he'd like to be unfused. He could do that right here and now. It's pretty easy for someone like him. Force Spirit Fission is nothing to him, even for a Kai like them. But Kakarot says he needs his power, although Piccolo thinks it's too much. Clearly it's just hurting him, if anything. Turles is barely able to break free from Piccolo's grasp, trying to attack him, but then someone steps in to stop him, and his jaw drops. In front of him, he sees Kakarot too. This isn't the same exact Kakarot that he fought. He is from a separate timeline after all. But they did have the same beginning, and up to a certain point, their stories did go the same. As far as he's concerned, the person in front of him is the Kakarot that he knows. And the same goes for Kakarot too. This is the Turles that he knows. Kakarot smirks. Long time no see. And Kakarot asks Piccolo if he could fight Turles for a bit. He's got the Cell Prime stuff under control, doesn't he? And Piccolo says it'll be fine. He's gonna take Kakarot back to the Time Nest too. He'll let Turles and Kakarot have their little reunion, and he expects Kakarot to come back soon. Cooler is also watching nearby too, remembering Turles from his own encounter with Kakarot. He did have to fight him briefly after all. You know, he's gonna stay here and watch to make sure everything goes okay. Besides, they do need to deal with this threat after all, so despite it being personal for Kakarot, this is something the Continuity Patrol needs to handle anyways because of Turles breaking all these continuities at once again. Piccolo's gonna go and handle Cell. He knew that he'd leave amidst all that chaos, but it's fine. He'll be able to track him down again. But once more he reminds Kakarot, the whole reason he was here in the first place was because of him going rogue. So they still will need to deal with that after all. And Kakarot tells Piccolo to not play around with this. Cell Prime's already grown far too strong, and he's still being reckless. What they've done so far isn't enough to stop him. Even with all the other people they've recruited too, it's still not doing anything. They need to do more. And Piccolo tells him not to worry. He promises this will work, especially because Cronoa finally assigned him to handle this. Everyone else has grown strong enough to handle Piccolo's other work, and Cell's grown so strong that he's the top priority now. Piccolo and Kakarot leave, returning to the Time Nest, as Cooler watches the two Saiyans fight. Turles is glad to see Kakarot once more, growing this strong, and Kakarot says he thinks the same. He wouldn't have thought he'd get to encounter Turles again. Although, he is a bit disappointed. He's disappointed that Turles tried to steal his foe, because Cell Prime was going to be his opponent, and Turles laughs it off. It looks like they have only one way to settle this. Whoever wins this battle gets to fight Cell later on. And you know what? Kakarot agrees with those conditions. He defeated Turles once, and it won't be an issue defeating him again. Especially with his power now. Turles says it's kind of funny. He was about to say the same exact thing to Kakarot. As the two begin their battle, Cell continues his escape, trying to get as far away as possible, masking his presence in the process too. All of this is giving him an idea though. That three-way battle was pretty fun. And there is an idea that he's had for a while, but he's never actually pursued it. It involved the Cell games. He would love to have some sort of Cell games of his own, but first, he does sense someone following him and needs to deal with that. Honestly, he expected this presence to join them in the battle, and surprisingly enough, Turles didn't even notice it. Maybe even Kakarot. Cell must have better perception than them. But throughout all those continuities, something was following them. And he wants that person to finally come out, just so Cell could deal with him and get that out of the way. And you know, it's pretty interesting. From all the timelines Cell split, Cell only fought one other villain from a timeline that he personally split. Of course, Turles comes from a split timeline, but that was Kakarot and Turles' fault, not Cell's. And sure, Cell's not splitting timelines on accident anymore, but he's surprised that he's faced no other warriors from split timelines. But now, it may finally be the time. Cell might have birthed an opponent just like him and hadn't even realized it, and it's been so long that it completely escaped his thoughts. He starts putting the pieces together. How could he have forgotten this? This whole time, the opponent he was looking for, it was right in front of him. It was someone that he's fought, someone that he's known about. Someone who became a copycat, a mirror match to him. Even though Cell has fought another version of Cell before, that wasn't a true mirror to him. What he's about to face is going to be his true rival, someone he completely forgot about, someone he didn't expect at all. Way back in one of Cell Prime's first battles, he ended up splitting a timeline, and while one of the timelines got ruined, the one that rose from it gave birth to a new villain, one who knows all about Cell, and one who's grown strong enough to finally track him down. Cell arrives in an empty continuity. The patrol shouldn't find him here, as long as they don't break into other realities. And he waits. A portal opens in front of him, and a familiar face peers through. And after this long journey, Cell faces his ultimate opponent, one who's just like him, Moro Prime. Kakarot 2's fight with Turles comes to a conclusion. Once more, Kakarot comes out as the victor, much more decisively than before as well. He's glad he got an opportunity to see Turles again. Even if it technically isn't his Turles, still. It's a fulfilling and necessary battle for the both of them. Although, it makes Kakarot 2 wonder, what other loose ends are out there? It can't just be Turles. With all the commotion they caused, he wonders what else is happening. He and Cooler return to the Time Mist. But what lies ahead for them? This is episode 10 of Cell Prime. Piccolo says that he did a good job. They did need to make sure that threat was dealt with too, because it seems like Turles was going to cause a lot of trouble. And Kakarot thanks Piccolo again. He's glad that he got the opportunity to fight here. Although, he notices Cooler's tearing up for some reason. It was such an awesome battle. It was beautiful to watch, and it reminded him of him and Frieza. Even though Turles and Kakarot weren't related, it's like brothers fighting to the death, just like he had to do. It was the best fight he's ever watched. So emotional, too. Weird, they didn't peg Cooler as an emotional guy. Alright though, what's next for them? Well, it seems like they lost track of Cell. They don't know what happened with him because they should be able to look at every reality that they know of. The only option is that there's somehow a new one that was created. They were keeping track of him after he left, and he did stop somewhere but then suddenly disappeared, like he popped out of existence. He might be in uncharted territory, or something else completely. They aren't entirely sure, but they know it's bad news. Especially because that other threat they've been dealing with this entire time. One of the big reasons Piccolo hasn't been present. Let's go over to Cell. As Moro Prime confronts him, Cell wonders how long this guy's been chasing after him. And Moro says he's seen everything that's happened in the split timeline. He knows of what happened to that alternate version of himself, and he knows all about Cell Prime. Cell's surprised that he forgot about this loose end too. He should have realized sooner, especially with all the other times he caused this trouble. He didn't even know that he created another Moro. Moro is impressed with Cell's abilities, having observed him for a while. Yes, he's been watching the entire time, growing stronger as well. See, Cell has Moro's powers, but not his same experience. Sure, he might be a formidable opponent, but he's still green. Well, of course Cell's green. That's his natural color. Yeah, Moro shouldn't have expected him to take this seriously. But he continues explaining. He also knows of the patrol. They've been chasing him this entire time, and this catches Cell's attention. They've been chasing Moro? That must mean he's an actual big threat if anything. And it makes sense too. They have had other threats that they had to go after, and that's the reason he never sees all of them in the same place. Like, for example, he knew of one threat that they had named Few, but he hasn't seen anything of that guy. But to think that Moro was one of the other threats that they were chasing. In terms of strength, Cell Prime and Moro Prime have about the same level of raw power. The difference is their motive and how they use their powers. It's exactly the reason Moro was saying before. Cell is still pretty new at this. Well, relatively. Of course he has tons of data, and he is really smart as a fighter, but consider the fact that Moro is millions of years old and knows countless ways to use his magic effectively. Plus, Cell was just aiming to have fun here. Yes, he was causing havoc along the way, but his actions weren't proactively trying to be destructive. If anything, he was trying to keep things intact so he can come back to them later and fight those same people again. Moro, on the other hand, was actively causing destruction and eating things too. He wanted to wipe out everything. Which is strange because Cell did try the same thing at points. You know, using magic to eat planets and such, but he never used it on really strong opponents, and he never used it on entire universes or realities in general. So Moro's been doing that this entire time. Not even really fighting other people, just causing havoc and growing that way. Cell, on the other hand, grew from actually fighting. He grew because of his innate potential. Moro, he grew by absorbing power, eating other things and forcibly taking the power that way. Yet, Cell thinks his potential has been more effective in terms of him growing. Moro's been absorbing entire realities, while Cell's been fighting people a bunch. And yes, he did absorb things here and there with magic, but still, if they're on an even playing field, that shows that Cell's growth is actually way better than Moro's. At least in the sense of potential. And Moro knows that very well. He lets Cell Prime know that there are other Cells that he fought. Actually, dozens of them. Hundreds of them. With infinite continuities, there are other Cells out there that he just went and fought, using them as practice to see how Cell fought. Some of them were incredibly weak. There were different versions of him too. Ones that were imperfect, semi-perfect. The ones that Gohan fought, the ones that Trunks fought. Revived versions of Cell, good versions of Cell, Cell Juniors, Cell Max. Every version of Cell that he could think of, he went to fight that Cell. And there were a couple powerful ones, some that were really powerful, but nothing really on this level. That's the reason Cell Prime is Cell Prime. He's the strongest Cell out there, and one of the strongest things out there. Of course, Moro didn't just fight versions of Cell. He fought other people like Gods of Destruction. He even fought a version of Turles too, and that version of Turles is actually what brought him here. With how many times they destabilized reality, it created multiple other timelines that branched off from it. There was actually another version of Turles that was just like the one Cell fought recently, and that's what brought him to Cell, given the proximity and realities and such. Around the same time Cell was fighting his own Turles, and Kakamasu for that matter, Moro was fighting one of his own too. What a coincidence. Of course, he knew where Cell was the entire time and has been keeping watch of him. He was planning to strike right then and there, but that other Turles got in his way. Thankfully, he was dealt with pretty quickly. Moro has also been a lot more covert than Cell too, because the patrol is mainly focused on him if anything, which comes as a shock to Cell. He wasn't the main priority? He kinda takes offense to that. But also, Cell didn't realize how big of a threat he was. Moro then lifts a hand up, and the two of them then warp somewhere. Cell has no clue of where they are, but Moro explains. He created his own artificial reality. Actually, many of them. They're in a continuity right now that Moro crafted himself, encased with other realities around them, basically as a shield to make him untraceable. A firewall of sorts. Multiverses, timelines, continuities, all these things around them made as proxies for him. Plus, his magic is activated all around here too. This was another reason that he didn't attack right away. He was making the perfect arena for them to fight in. A vast expanse that's actually a playground for them if anything, just to make sure the patrol doesn't get involved in their fight, since the continuity patrol is known for intruding in fights like that. But this is good for both of them. Of course, Moro didn't plan on holding back, but this way, it entices Cell to go all out. They're not going to have to worry about the patrol finding them and intruding in their battle. And he knows Cell's whole thing is the fact that he wants to have fun. He can have as much fun as he wants here. He can showcase his true power, because even with all the crazy fights they've been in, Cell never truly shows off his full power. Even with all the great key control they have, if they get too reckless, they'll easily destroy everything around them, and he knows Cell doesn't want to do that. He wants to preserve some realities after all because some are interesting. Others, they will get destroyed. But for the other ones with strong opponents, Cell can't be too reckless, otherwise he'll destroy it all. But here, there's seemingly no need to worry about that. Cell could fight to his heart's content and showcase his full strength. Cell starts chuckling, then full on laughing. To think, this entire time, the perfect opponent for him was right there, and it was one that he created. His own actions created Moro Prime. And all this preparation here, it's astounding. Cell commends Moro. He knows that Moro Prime is here for vengeance against the other version of himself, and because he sees Cell Prime as a threat, but still, he respects him for doing this, and he recognizes Moro's immense might. Despite this being a deathmatch, the two acknowledge each other as great warriors, and hold some sort of respect for each other too. That's going to make the battle all the more entertaining for them. The two vanish and appear right in front of each other, with clashing punches. Cell's now at his full power, and Moro's at his full power, the two showcasing similar looking forms. This clash instantly vaporizes the universe they're in, causing a chain reaction too, destroying all the others around them. Not that it matters though, because they have other infinite expanses around them too to fight. And as they fight in this vast, boundless expanse, Cell starts to truly enjoy himself again. This is what he needed all along. He doesn't need the Cell games like he thought. He needed this. Just an opponent like him, in an arena like this. He's never felt so alive. This is his purpose. This is what he was born for. Moro is feeling similar emotions too. But still, he feels he has the advantage here. He lifts a hand up again, gathering energy from all the realities around him. It coalesces into his hand, and Cell finds himself in the middle of a galaxy of Moro's energy. Moro then condenses it into a small ball. But despite the size, this attack can instantly wipe out multiple realities at once. He throws it at Cell, who guards against it, countering with his own attack. But Moro starts flinging various objects to distract him. Superclusters, black holes, planetoids around him, everything that he could find. But Cell thwarts them all off. This is all child's play for him. And Cell then grabs onto the ball that Moro created, absorbing the power from it. Moro then tries to negate his magic, and the ball that he's holding dissipates into nothingness. That's right, Moro didn't even realize. All their powers are going to negate each other. Magic, Hakkai's, even Ultra Instinct. Nothing is going to work against each other. They have pretty much all the same abilities. With how strong Moro has grown now, he's made all these things his own too. Plus, his experience is better as well. But all in all, they're the perfect opponents for each other. It's a battle of raw skill and power. Their individual strength and fighting styles will dictate who the victor is here. The battle rages on for hours, destroying all the macrocosms around them, the one that Moro made specifically so that they could fight to their heart's content. And they decide to end it with a spectacular finish, a beam clash. With light years of distance between them, the two start charging their own blast. Within an instant, not only are their blasts charged, but they're launched, and they connect, and they explode. Everything around them, everything that Moro made, and much beyond that as well. It all collapses. The artificial continuities made by Moro, they're completely gone. The damage is so bad, it starts to affect other continuities, making them collapse in on each other. Cell's unsure if he killed Moro there. He can't sense Moro anymore, and Cell himself is pretty badly injured, so he's assuming that Moro was injured by that too. Cell is mangled, unlike he ever has been before. He's lost a lot of energy too. Obviously he can't regenerate, so his body's intact again. And thankfully his continuity ring is still there too. And he smiles to himself. That was quite the fun battle, but he knows the patrol's probably going to be here soon. He needs to recharge, which will take a while given how much energy he has to restore. But he wonders if Moro is still out there, and he wonders what's going to happen as the result of this, because clearly, they just created something bigger than they could ever imagine. Cell is excited, more excited than he's ever been before. Something amazing is about to happen. He vanishes from the scene. Back at the Time Nest, the second all of Moro's continuities collapsed, they are able to pick up on this battle, and things are devolving really quickly. The situation is dire. Cronoa puts everyone on alert. All the continuities there are collapsing, and the damage might be spreading too. Cell's not their only threat anymore, nor is Moro. They need to act quickly. Hit says this might be too much for them. There's no way to stop this now. And Bout Arc theorizes that this is the beginning of an all-out war. Any sort of villain in any of those continuities, if they're strong enough, this is a good opportunity for them to take over stuff. Not to mention, it makes everyone aware of the continuities around them too. Bout Arc suggests that they need to capture and kill Cell and Moro first, then fix the stuff later. But Granola wonders if that would even work. Even with how strong they've grown now, as powerful as they are, what use is it here against something like this? Cooler curses his own weakness, as do the two Kakarots as well. Piccolo might need to resort to desperate measures. In order to get the power that he had before, he'll need to do something drastic, and that might be the only way to stop everything here. Ruda suggests recruiting more people. Raditz and Guinea agree as well. Guinea thinks finding people to help won't be too hard, especially because there's gotta be a lot of other good people in these continuities that are coming together. If a war is about to break out, they're probably gonna fight regardless. And Raditz says that's the worst case scenario, if a war does break out like Bout Arc theorized. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but if it does, getting all those different people to help would mean that they could focus on mending the damage before it gets any worse, and they could focus on finding Cell. Cronoa thinks that it might be their best shot. Kakamasu doesn't give any input, but he can see now that Piccolo was right. He was too reckless with what he was doing, and even with how strong he is now, he feels helpless here too. As all of these realities converge in on each other, they need to find heroes within those realities, or at least people who are good enough and will help them. And all the previous people that the Patrol has encountered, as well as the people that Cell and Moro have encountered, they watch on. Survivor Cell and Gohan. God of Destruction Goku, as well as Gohan. And not just them, the alternate versions of them too, who have been brought back. God of Destruction Vegeta and Supreme Kai Goku. Plus, people who haven't even encountered these threats yet. Everyone across all of time, space, and reality looks on. Kakamasu watches nervously as the destruction unfolds. Cell Prime? He probably won. He got what he wanted, and there's no going back now. Is this the end of everything as they know it? Are they even safe here on the Time Nest? Is there even any way to stop it? Dozens of continuities begin collapsing in on each other. With the huge amount of strong people in these continuities, the fighting breaks out pretty much immediately, just like the Continuity Patrol expected. They go around trying to fix things immediately, and Piccolo thinks that this might actually be good in a way. Perhaps some serious battles will bring back that power that he was looking for, that former strength he needed. It's in there somewhere, and it's better than taking the desperate measures he took before. He's going to draw out the strength naturally, instead of doing what he did last time where he traveled through different realities, trying to merge with other versions of himself. Of course, this is still going to be a tough task, and it's not really a great situation, but at least this way, he can ensure that Cell Prime will be stopped, and will be stopped pretty quickly too. But remember, the Patrol is relatively new, and this is the first time they're dealing with something on this scale. They don't even realize what they're about to get into. Welcome to episode 11 of Cell Prime. Cronoa watches over from the Time Nest, basically acting as a controller for everybody. Of course, she can fight on her own too, especially when she uses her full power. But for now, she's working on providing assistance because, again, this group is relatively new and they haven't worked with each other for too long on top of that. They'll need far more experience, but still, even with this group that doesn't have too much experience, they're still great fighters on their own. Plus, it's better to have all of them helping with this than just Cronoa dealing with it on her own. The first thing to do is stop the fighting that's broken out between these continuities. And then after that, they need to work on restoring the damage, so they will have to fully focus on this, which means Cell Prime probably is going to escape, and be pretty much untraceable until he starts fighting again. But this is definitely a bigger threat at the moment. Although she does wonder what happened with Moro Prime too, because there's no way he could have died during that blast as well. They actually don't know what happened with Cell Prime either. The two of them just disappeared. Could they have actually destroyed each other, or are they both alive? That's gonna have to wait for later, because within all these continuities that are collapsing, chaos is ensuing just like they theorized. Plenty of powerful villains try to take advantage of the chaos too. Some of them aren't really too strong, As she looks through the continuity, she sees some familiar faces. There's some less impressive ones, you know. Bojack, some weaker Coolers, some weaker Friezas, a couple Majin Boos here and there, but no one too crazy. Well, for the most part. Of course, with dozens of realities involved in this, some are much more powerful than others. And the worst part about all this is, with the borders between these continuities being broken, it's not just that. It's the borders between realms too. Think of what happened with Fusion Reborn, where the dead were coming into the living world. It's kind of like that here, except on top of that, separate continuities are also appearing in other continuities as well. So it's like that on a much bigger and much worse scale. Outside of people who were completely Hakkai'd or erased, even former villains who were defeated are coming through here. But thankfully this also means there's a bunch of heroes present too. And as the damage spreads, this becomes more apparent. The continuity patrol splits up, with groups of 2 or 3 going to different continuities. Not really fighting, but mostly focused on actually fixing the damage. This was what a lot of their time training and studying here was meant to do. They have grown considerably in strength, but more so in the fact that they're able to actually do something like this, which is something no normal person would be able to do, nor would even be able to know exist. And it's much easier because they are able to find these other good people in these timelines and continuities. And Konoha gets to observe the crazy differences between these continuities as well. There's a continuity where there's apparently a reincarnated cell, like that one with the reincarnated Frieza, but a little different. There's one where Master Roshi actually seems to be the strongest mortal in the multiverse. And also, he's in his prime. There's another guy that kinda looks like Cell, except he's purple, and for some reason she feels like she should know who this guy is. And weirdly enough, it seems like he knows what's going on here. And you know what? I think this guy looks pretty cool too. There's a reality where the Saiyans in Universe 7 are good, and Vegeta's king there. There's a good version of Turles, and there's also another similar reality with another good Turles, although the two seem completely different for some reason. Obviously, it's not just limited to Universe 7 either. She sees a continuity where Hit's the strongest mortal. She sees a continuity where Toppo actually became God of Destruction. There's a continuity where Universe 2 won the Tournament of Power, eventually becoming the strongest universe. There's so many weird discrepancies between all these continuities, which is going to make it even tougher to track what's going on and trying to fix everything as well. Maybe it would have been easier for her if she just tried to fight instead of doing this, because now she's stuck with all the busy work and all the logistical nonsense. But amidst all this chaos, she does wonder about the former villains that they fought. Not just Cell Prime and Moro Prime too, but there are others that have gotten away from them. Other threats that they've been trying to keep track of, but they haven't really seen for a while. Although they've really got their hands full for now. And this is kind of unreal, and especially with all the chaos going on, it is the perfect cover for Cell to escape. Of course, Cell is fine right now. He assumes the patrol can't keep track of him, but they probably do realize he's still alive somewhere. For now, he's got to figure out his next move. He does kind of want to rest up a bit too, because that was a pretty intense battle. It was fun, and he did learn a lot from it too. He knows he's going to grow a bunch from it as well. But he's going to take a little break in between, especially because now he wants to find Moro. There's no way he died from that. Moro Prime was the perfect opponent for him after all, and he doesn't want to just let him go that easily. He hopes that magician wasn't weak enough to actually die there. If he did, Cell will take solace in the fact that he won, but at the same time, that means that fight wasn't really meant for him. Also, he is tempted to get involved in this war, but at the same time, he knows he really shouldn't get involved here. Because first of all, this is perfect cover for him to actually escape the patrol. Especially with Piccolo being involved, and that guy being his biggest threat right now. Getting in their way immediately after a fight while he still needs to recharge, it's not the greatest idea. Obviously, with his energy drained, he still is strong enough to destroy all these continuities with no effort at all. The only issue is the fact that Piccolo's there, the one person in any continuity that could defeat him even if he was at his full power, at least as far as Cell knows. But at the same time, maybe sitting back here might be the best thing for him. A war between continuities does sound amazing. And what if instead of doing a Cell game where he participates, how about watching over it, observing for once? He's rarely done this in a fight, and he's never thought of it like this too. He always has to be involved in the fights, but what if he just sits back and watches? He can get just as much great data from that too. Especially with how advanced he is, he could just copy techniques by looking at this. And with his abilities, observing these fights isn't really too hard at all. He could do it from the comfort of another continuity, completely unnoticed, with no sort of risk at all. This glorious war will be good for him. It'll weed out all the weak opponents as well, leaving only the strong ones behind. And if the patrol actually is able to restore all this, it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, this will still point out who the strong people are that Cell will want to fight later on. Cell will know exactly who to fight next, or at least who to try and copy next as well. But as he's observing everything, he notices something's off. It's a strange extrasensory perception that he's felt before. The idea that he's being watched, and this time he knows it's not the Continuity Patrol, and it's not Moro Prime either. It's actually incredibly faint, so faint that he didn't even notice someone was watching him until right now. Someone like Moro Prime might have noticed this instantly, but with Cell Prime having so many people watching him and trying to follow him, it was a little bit tough to notice this, but now, basically in the middle of nothingness, Cell is able to pick this out. So he summons his stalker here. Who's watching him, and why? If someone's looking to fight, they should just fight now. An unfamiliar voice echoes in Cell's mind. He tells Cell not to worry. He's not a threat. He's been watching Cell for a while actually, and in a way he's kind of a fan of him, especially after causing this instability between continuities. It's amazing. He loves this. This war is marvelous. This is just what he likes. Similar to Cell, he just wanted to watch all the battles go on and get a lot of data from it as well. There's so much potential here, so much data that he can gather. It's beautiful. Plus, on top of that, Cell has granted him a bunch of data as well. And this is pretty strange for Cell. Honestly, he doesn't know if he should believe this faceless opponent, especially because it's someone that he's never heard before. He doesn't recognize the voice or the key signature at all. But the man assures him he doesn't want to be an enemy. If anything, he was considering making an alliance, and this is the perfect time to do so. They have more in common than Cell might realize. They share a couple goals. Someone materializes out of the nothingness, with Cell alert. The man explains further. He wants to find strong fighters just like Cell, although he doesn't really want to fight them one-on-one. He'd rather just pit them against each other so he can collect more data from them. Plus, on top of that, the fact that he wants to collect more data is exactly like Cell. Cell is definitely more proactive and actually is the one fighting there, but at the end of the day, they're still both collecting data, not just on the different fighters, but also making a roadmap of continuities. Not only because it's easier to travel between continuities this way, but also they'll know where all the strong fighters are. And most importantly, both of them are being chased by the Continuity Patrol. Actually, this guy's pissed off a couple different patrols too. You know, a bunch of galactic patrols, some separate time patrols that aren't really too strong, and there's probably others, but he's kind of forgetting them. He wouldn't be surprised if there's other continuity patrols out there too, and this really catches Cell by surprise. Who is this guy? He introduces himself. His name's Few, and everything he said is true. Actually, he's been chased by the Continuity Patrol longer than Cell has, which is also part of the reason why he knows so much. Not the whole reason, but part of that. And he tells Cell he's not bluffing about anything either. Given the infinite amount of continuities and how infinitely expansive they all are, it's not unreasonable to think this. There's a good chance that other patrols exist out there, ones that aren't affiliated in any way with the Continuity Patrol they know. It's also part of the reason he's just been observing and trying to gain more data on everything. He also does have a theory that maybe all these continuities are part of something greater. Obviously, they both know by now the hierarchy of everything. There's individual realms, individual universes, then the individual timeline that they're in, then the individual continuity that they're in, but Few thinks that there's something greater than that that's containing all of this here. Something that would be hard for others to comprehend. Not for him, though, especially given his great smarts and all. He honestly doesn't know if he's the strongest thing to ever exist, but he at least feels like he's the smartest thing to ever exist. And Cell finds this guy pretty intriguing, too. And Few could tell that Cell is looking into his mind as well. Cell can see no sort of malice within there either. At least not towards him. Few thinks this will benefit them both. And, at least for now, the two of them just observe together, watching this war go on. Cell asks if Few exists in other continuities as well because he's never heard of him or seen him before. After all these different ones he's traveled through, he hasn't encountered this guy once. And honestly, Few isn't really too sure. If there are other versions of him, he assumes they're just as smart and probably just hiding away. So that could be part of it. But also, it's part of the reason why he theorizes that there's something greater than the continuities that they're observing right now. Maybe he truly is unique, at least to this thing that encapsulates all these continuities. This is getting a bit too meta even for Cell, because he didn't realize that something like this existed. What exactly does he mean by that? Well, Few's not too sure, it's just a theory, but if he learns everything that he can, every little bit of knowledge in any existence ever, maybe he'll find the key to moving beyond these realities. And it's not something that the Super Dragon Balls can accomplish or someone like Zuno is able to do either. This is a higher level of knowledge that nobody's ever attained. Few thinks that they're still bound by everything, and he wants to ascend that. And Cell is the only worthy ally because Few thinks he might be the only other one capable of doing something like this. After all the other failed attempts of alliances, this is it. Before he dealt with lower level people that could simply break through timelines and such, but not like this. He's ascended to this level now, and Cell's the only other person that he's found that's able to do the same thing. Besides Moro Prime, of course. Although he could tell that guy works basically on his own. And Few knows there are other warriors like this, but they've either been recruited by the Continuity Patrol or they're allies with people in the Continuity Patrol. At least this applies to the people he knows of. But he mentions his Cell. Look at that Piccolo guy, for example. When he rewrote everything in his continuity, that's what really made Few start wondering. When he did that, that's what made the Continuity Patrol recruit him. But they weren't the only ones watching Piccolo. Few was too. And that's what made him wonder all of this stuff. He rewrote everything in his continuity, and Few wonders if there's a way for him to do things like that too. Obviously Piccolo's an example of that, but more so, Few thinks that there's something beyond them. Something dictating their existence. Something that writes it. Is there something that created these continuities? And Cell does understand what he's saying. Basically, in a sense, Few wants to obtain a level of knowledge so high and so powerful that everything else is essentially fiction to him. Everything can be written at his whim. For now, he just has the simple name of a super continuity, basically a vessel that's containing all of these continuities within it. But do more super continuities exist outside of that? Is there something larger beyond that too? He won't know for sure, and that's why he needs Cell. This is still a lot for Cell to take in, and honestly, it's pretty lofty for what he wants to do. But yeah, it could be interesting. This could be a pretty fruitful alliance. The Continuity Patrol works tirelessly to stop the war, doing everything in their power. This leaves them pretty split up and busy right now, but the Continuity Patrol is really strong after all. Even with the dozens of continuities and hundreds of timelines involved in this battle, this shouldn't be too tough of a task for them. The worst part for them is that it's just tedious, there's so much to do. But the fights themselves, it's nothing they can't handle, especially with people like Piccolo, Cooler, and Kakarot too. But amidst all of this, they wonder, where has Cell gone? He's out there somewhere, but they haven't seen him during this whole fight. They're surprised because they expected him to want to join a battle like this. Wherever he is, he must be plotting something new. This is episode 12 of Cell Prime. Cell and Few hop through other continuities, casually traveling through them as Few discusses more about himself and his plan. One of the things he aims to do is collect a bunch of data, not just on fighters, but all of these continuities as is. It's going to really help him with his own power. Not only does this lead him to his end goal, but it's going to help Cell in the process as well. He'll get a bunch of data, so much that he's going to grow far stronger than he currently is. Sure, the method he's using now to collect data, it's working for him and he is growing stronger, but Few thinks he can improve that strength further. Few thinks Cell has way more potential than he realizes. But besides the two of them growing stronger, Few will eventually learn how to control continuities on a whim. And remember, this isn't anything simple. He's not just going to get a bunch of Super Dragon Balls or whatever. He needs true control over everything. Cell is still a little bit unsure about all of this, and not because he doesn't trust Few. Like, he could literally look into the intention of this guy's heart and mind. Few's telling the truth about everything. It's just that Cell doesn't know about all this continuity control stuff. It seems a little bit lofty, doesn't it? Also, Cell's not really sure if it's something that he would want. Really, all he looks for is fun. There's no fun if he could just control everything. Although, on the flip side, Few says that it might be helpful for him. By now, Cell's grown so strong that there's not going to be many people that can contend with him. At least not if Cell's using his full power. He'd either have to purposefully handicap himself, or he'd have to find stronger people if he wants a good fight. Eventually he's going to run out of opponents, if not already. But Few tells me to think of it like this. If they have that same sort of control over the continuities, Cell could just create a new continuity where a strong opponent is born. That is true too. Cell didn't actually realize that. Still, he's not too sure how fulfilling it would be, but again, if he is controlling the continuity as is, he'll have endless amounts of opponents that are on his level, at least if he decides to create them. Cell and Few arrive at a new continuity that seems pretty powerful, although Cell fights here and it's not really a challenge. This time his opponent is somewhat similar to him, someone that was genetically engineered, and apparently is a really powerful warrior. This is a timeline where Baby actually becomes the strongest thing in existence, achieving all of his goals and just growing stronger beyond that. Interesting, but to Cell, he's nothing. Even in his base form, it's not an issue. They go to another continuity, and it's the same story. This time they're in a reality where the dead are in the living world, with one monster in particular being able to escape hell, growing stronger in the process as well. A mindless fiend named Janemba. But Cell also defeats him with ease. Strangely enough, he kinda just saved these two continuities. But also, it's not really too fulfilling for him. Few's just observing how Cell fights close up, so even if these battles aren't of much interest, they're still helping him. They continue to hop through other continuities, and Cell even gets to see how Few fights as well. They're looking for any interesting fighters they could find. And there's a lot of strong fighters, but they're not strong enough to contend with them, and they don't really have too many interesting abilities. That's another reason they're trying to do this. Few wants more data, and he's trying to give that data to Cell as well. New techniques that he can adapt to, things that he can use in his prime form. They do this with thousands of continuities, trying to keep it low profile too, and really just fighting the strongest person in each. With some of these it takes seconds just to observe their powerful abilities and then killing them. For others it takes a few minutes. They can't really go too crazy after all, especially because the Cell Prime Wars are almost over, and once they're done the Continuity Patrol will be able to track Cell pretty quickly. They have picked up on some different abilities that they could use, but Cell wonders if they should just keep a low profile for now and not fight anybody else, because going around all these continuities is kinda risky, not in the sense that they're in danger right now. It's more so the fact that this might alert the patrol. But Few says they don't really have a choice. This way they can gather data quickly, and he's been doing this for a while as well. The thousands that they just hopped through here, that's nothing for him. And he actually has an exact count of how many he's went through personally. He tells Cell this is continuity number 137,523,257. Wow, really specific and kind of an insane number too. No wonder this guy's as smart as he is, traveling through that many continuities. Cell realizes that not only does he have a lot of data, but he's also pretty quick with how he works too. This is why Few has so much knowledge on everything, because he's seen everybody in all these different timelines. Strangely enough, not another version of himself yet. Exactly the reason he thinks he's unique. But maybe he's not looking far enough. After all, even with that great a number of continuities he's traveled through, there's still so many more. He's barely scratched the surface. Strangely enough, there's no other Cell Prime either, There's no other copies of the Continuity Patrol, and nothing else like that. Which is really strange because with all the continuities he hopped through, chances are he should have encountered at least one of those by now, but why is there specific versions of them that aren't anywhere else? Theoretically, they all should be out there, clones of themselves basically, but there aren't any versions of them out there. Another one of the exact reasons why Few thinks there's something greater than a continuity controlling them. But they'll find out soon enough. What they need to do now is stop the Continuity Patrol so they can do whatever they want freely. Few tells Cell that they're in the endgame right now. They're going to face the Patrol soon, and that dictates whether or not their plans will continue. Now that they're working together, the Patrol will only have one target. Well, two targets, but they're both working together as a duo, and they're both in the same spot at any given time. They won't be split up, so these two are their top priority at the moment. And now, Few thinks they should find other warriors in the Patrol. As they travel through these continuities, of course, they found other versions of them, but specifically they should be looking for those people. You know, different Piccolos, different Kakarots, different Coolers, things like that. People similar to those members that they could fight, and even if they're not on the same level of power, still, they might be able to find people that are similar enough to them, and at least fight in similar ways. They gotta learn all of the techniques they can from the Continuity Patrol, just so they know what they're up against and how to counter them. This is basically gonna be like target practice. They're not even gonna really fight them because of how weak they are in comparison. Like for example, as they hop through all these continuities, they fight different versions of Hit, and Hit's pretty strong in these different continuities, but not strong enough to fight them. They really just sit there dodging all of his attacks, seeing what he's capable of. For each member of the Patrol, they do this hundreds of times. Another example, they find different versions of Kakarot. One version of him that was sent to Vegeta's crew as a kid, one version of him that was sent to Namek as a kid, a version of him that was raised by Frieza as a kid, one that's Raditz' twin brother. There's so many different variants of all these people. Piccolo too, one timeline where he's actually the strongest, one where he became a god of destruction. Things like that, and this is good for them, because it lets them test out all the different possibilities of powers these people could have, and more importantly their fighting styles, because they don't really know what to expect. And even with how differently all these people fight, Few thinks they could average these people out. Sure, there's differences between them, but by averaging them together, they can figure out the consistencies between these fighters, things that are constant no matter what changes they've had in their life. It's not a perfect science, but Few thinks this will be more than enough to work with for him. A few weeks pass. Now that I realize it, it's kind of weird to say that a few days, weeks, or whatever are passing because there's not really time out here, and time is different everywhere, especially because it might be measured differently, but simply put, it's a few weeks in our perception of time, and the standardized version of time that the Patrol's using. Tangent aside, by now, Few and Cell have more than enough data to work with. But there's still one thing Few needs to see. He wants to see Cell's full power, in an actual battle too. He warps the two of them to a new continuity that he builds on a whim, doing the same thing that Moro Prime did, trying to conceal this continuity. Here, the two of them could fight unrestricted, not needing to worry about alerting the Patrol. Few tells Cell he needs to use every bit of power he's gained, every technique he's learned. He'll evolve his Prime form this way, and not just that, he'll grow stronger as is. And he tells Cell to hold nothing back. Aim to kill Few, actually. And he's going to aim to do the same. This actually isn't an issue for either of them. As long as they don't kill each other at the same time, one could easily revive the other. And they have multiple ways of doing it too. You know, magic, reversing time a little bit, things like that. A fight to the death is good because it'll let them gauge each other's power. And once more, they know they could trust each other. It's not like if one kills the other, the winner is just not going to revive the other. Because the two could read each other's minds and hearts. They could read each other's intentions. The two want to work together. The two know that they're the best sorts of allies. Especially after the time they spent together so far, and the different things they've granted each other in terms of power and knowledge. The two have a mutual trust. Few powers up into a form he calls Super Few. Pretty simplistic name. But then Cell remembers he also has a form called Super Perfect Cell. He goes into his Prime form, and tries to do what Few said, use every little bit of power he's gained. And now using his full power again after all this time, he can see how much he's grown. He has the adaptability and potential of multiple different species within him, both organic and artificial. On top of that, things like pure progress that can help him grow even further beyond his own genetic potential. So he's grown a lot stronger from this alone. But he showcases the new evolution in his Prime form. On the surface, it looks pretty similar to before. The silver exterior of Ultra Instinct, and the cerulean red eye. Strangely enough, even though he does use the power of the double red eyes, only one of his eyes ever turns red. It's a weird quirk that few notice he has, but a nice distinguishing feature. He still is using that power even if it doesn't look like it. But his fighting styles change completely. He's using the power of Ultra Instinct and Ego at the same time. He's innately using Force Spirit Fission and Magic in his battles, as well as perfect and precise time control, plus things he's observed from other continuities that he's seen. For example, his regeneration is pretty much instant, and takes almost no energy from him. Instead of the physical regeneration he uses, he basically wishes to have parts of him restored, thanks to his own magic. When Few tries to hit him, of course he has Ultra Instinct, but even if he does get hit, Cell just dematerializes, something he learned from fighting different versions of Janemba and Hirudegarn. This was a more recent development, and a pretty handy technique. And he's even created some things on his own. Like for example, with Ultra Ego activated, he has a barrier of destructive energy around him at all times. Now, this is nothing new either, but he consistently does this, at least in the heat of battle. So, unless someone is strong enough to actually break through this will erase anything that contacts him. Same goes for Ki Blast too. It basically acts as a filter for any weak opponents, but it can harm stronger ones as well. Pretty much any person he's ever saw fight, he's been able to copy their abilities. No matter what it is, he's adapted to it, improved himself based upon that. The only thing he lacks technically is true immortality. He finds immortality boring and doesn't want to wish for power. Besides, where's the fun in that? He's basically immortal as is, and it's not like it would do anything against people who could erase others. So he doesn't need immortality. He and Fu begin fighting, and he could tell Fu's actually pretty powerful. Not to Cell's level, but he could definitely keep up, for a while in fact, because the two of them fight for days on end. The first battle ends days after. They don't even tire each other out, it just ends with Cell killing Fu, then reviving him. They fight again, and again, and again. Not only to gauge each other's power and to just have fun with battle, but also because they're learning from this too. They're learning their own weaknesses. At one point, Fu even does kill Cell. Not by overpowering him or anything, but through specific strategies and techniques. Which does concern Cell because he thought he was infallible this entire time, and that might be one of his biggest weaknesses. The fights eventually do get shorter and shorter, but over this time period, they have 100 fights with each other. Cell wins 93 of them, and Fu wins 7. Plus, they've grown stronger and smarter from each battle, but they're still going to spend time preparing. They don't know when the patrol is going to come after them, but it should be any time now. Because far away, back where the Cell Prime Wars happened, the patrol is able to stop everything and fix the barriers between the different continuities, especially thanks to all the help from the people within those continuities. Again, the issue wasn't the different powers that they were fighting against, it's more so the fact that they were fighting against so many different people at once. And they had a lot to juggle across all these different universes, across all these different timelines, across all these different continuities. It was basically hundreds, maybe even thousands of universal battles going on at one time. Crono asked for an official estimate from Piccolo. Thankfully, they prevented a lot of the damage. With all the different universes, timelines, and continuities involved, he estimates that there was upwards of 530,000 fighters. But amongst all those fighters, only about 1,000 were actual big threats. And there still were a lot of casualties, mainly of people that couldn't fight. Hundreds of thousands of planets were destroyed, thousands of galaxies, even a couple of universes were obliterated. And that estimate was lower than they thought, because Cronoa thought they'd actually have more losses. The patrol did a really good job at this. Now sure, they couldn't stop everything, but without them, it would have been utter chaos and it would have spread to other continuities as well. Plus, while this war was going on the entire time, more continuities were collapsing in on it. So the chaos was snowballing amidst all of this. But Piccolo's still a bit angered by it because he feels like if he had his old power, he would have been able to stop this within an instant. There would have been no sort of death here at all. He wonders if he could fully unlock his old power again. And Cronoa tells him that he basically has. Judging from when she first saw him fight Lord Slug, he's around the same strength actually. Well, maybe a little bit more because she hasn't seen him fight at his full power recently. The only difference is he doesn't have the insane ability to basically wish anything in and out of existence. Before he could overwrite any reality that he was in. And that's really the only difference. In terms of raw strength, he's grown. And that's without the insane power that he had before. Not to mention, he still does have the power of wishes, but just not to the absurd extent that he had before. She tells him to give himself more credit. Hidden Granola mentioned this too. Yeah, they actually did see Piccolo fight back then. They're the two that are actually from his continuity. He's grown significantly. They all have. But then the two Bardocs alert Cronoa about something. They found Cell's location, and it's the same location as Fu. Either way, this is a bad thing because this could mean the two of them are fighting, which is going to be hugely destructive, or it means the two of them are working together, which is definitely the worst option. How'd they come in contact with each other and why? Immediately the entire patrol mobilizes, ready to fight. They're going to have to stop this at once. And the entire time, someone else is observing all of this too, more covertly than he was before. This Fu guy seems interesting as well, and he's collected a bunch of data just by watching them. He's not physically present. His magic has just grown so much that he could observe them through these continuities and keep track of them no matter how fast they're moving. He healed pretty quickly from his last battle with Cell, and he's grown a lot stronger too. This is the end game for him as well. He's gonna finish what he started. Moro Prime gets ready to fight again. Fu can tell that the time has come. He tells Cell this is what they've been preparing for. Not only will they be battling for their existence here, but Fu's gonna be battling for knowledge. And Cell's pretty confident that he could win, especially with how he is now. There's no way that he could be stopped. Fu hasn't actually fought any of the Continuity Patrol, but he knows pretty much everything about them. He's observed them, and he's fought through alternate versions of them too. All this training that Cell and Fu did, the Patrol was completely unaware of because they never ended up destroying continuities. Instead, they simply fought people within them, and maybe killed them too. The continuities and timelines were never split either. They traveled carefully. How many timelines have they truly terrorized? Fu's kill count is unknown. He was very subtle about it. The same goes for Cell, but to a lesser extent. They have more data on him. Materializing in front of Cell and Fu is a portal, as all of the Continuity Patrol members come through it. Not many words need to be exchanged because everybody knows what's happening here. Although, Cell decides to joke about it. They really needed to bring all these people here just to stop these two? Isn't that a little bit unfair? Of course, the patrol doesn't care about fairness here. They need to stop Cell and Few. But Cell says it's kind of boring. Plus, he knows most of these people aren't going to be able to do anything to him anyways. Thankfully, they expected this, and they do have a plan for it too. After learning of the way Cell was able to seal entire continuities, Few got really interested in this too, and he decided to do that more himself. Cell never found too much of a use for it, but Few really liked doing that. He holds out a hand, and a bunch of spheres materialize in it. They're very small, and the patrol can't really tell what's going on here. But carefully he picks some of them out, and then throws them at the patrol. At least for some of the members. This was all another step in his quest to learn how to control continuities. By sealing them away and using his own powers on them, he basically tries to mold them into the perfect battlegrounds. Of course, there's a limit to what he could do, but he was able to find some really good continuities to store. He saved them specifically for this fight. These weird spheres he's holding, they then absorb some of the Continuity Patrol members, and the spheres go right back to Few. What he just did is seal some of the patrol members into these continuities. And he selected their fights carefully. He'd love to see the outcome of this. And also, this makes the playing field a lot less chaotic. The only two people left behind are Cronoa and Piccolo. All the members end up in empty continuities, with the only exception of one person being in there. Few basically trapped all these people in there, telling them to wait for an opponent, and when that opponent finally comes around, if they're able to win, Few will give them freedom, and he'll give them anything they want. They have all the motive to kill their opponents here. Cooler ends up in a continuity where he's facing what seems to be himself, at least a metal version of himself. Great, not this again. But it's not the Metal Cooler he's known from before. It's the strongest variant of Metal Cooler that Few has found, Black Metal Cooler. Kakarot 2 ends up in a continuity where he's fighting Cumber, someone who he actually doesn't really know much about, but that power that he's using, it seems really similar to what he and Turles were using before. Actually, it seems to be the exact same thing. He's using Evil Saiyan? Kakarot 2's not too concerned. At his current level, this should be pretty easy. Hit and Granola get a bit unlucky and end up facing a former enemy. It's someone they actually fought before, but they felt like they weren't able to do much against. It's a variant of Lord Slug. Of course, not the exact same one. At first, Granola's a bit concerned, but then Hit remembers what happened. Piccolo overwrote every version of Slug that was involved in this, which means any version of Slug that their version of Slug fused with. So this one is probably a completely different one. He seems to have his orange form, but it's not the same Slug that they know, and he probably doesn't have the same power. He could see what Few's trying to do, putting them up against opponents that were carefully selected, not just in terms of power, but in terms of who they are and what they're doing. If only he was able to get the perfect facsimile of the Slug that they fought, but he's completely overwritten. There's Kakamasu who's still fused, and Cell was actually the one who selected the enemy for him. That same merged Zamasu that he fought before, and the one who was part of the continuity he sealed away. Kakamasu sees the extent of Zamasu's rage and hatred. This is what it might have led him to, and if Kakamasu kept going down that dark path that he had, he could have ended up like this. As for Bardock, his family, and Zeno Bardock, they're sent into an empty continuity. But two other people then show up, Few and Cronoa. He warped both of them into here, and he's going to be the opponent for all of them. That leaves Cell and Piccolo behind. Honestly, Cell expected a few more members because he knows they worked with more people before. Like that one God of Destruction Goku, he even expected him here. Or maybe that Destroyer Vegeta. But Piccolo says unfortunately they have to deal with their universes now because Cell kinda did destroy them. It's gonna take a bit to repair all the damage done. Oh, that's kind of a bummer. He wanted some more people to fight here, but it seems he was a little too destructive a while back. Whatever, they wouldn't have been good opponents for him anyways. Piccolo's the one that he really wants to fight. The two power up to their maximum. It's no friendly sparring match or anything, and there's no need to pace themselves. Here, it's a death match. Cell's goal is to kill Piccolo. And once he does, he's going to revive him on the verge of death, just so Few could study him and get any info out of him. Then after that, they'll kill him for good. This is basically to weaken him to a point where he's not a threat anymore. To a point where Few could extract the data he needs. And Cell's actually curious too. Has Piccolo regained his full power? He really would love to see that in combat. The two clash and Cell is pretty impressed. And Piccolo's a bit surprised too. Cell's grown a lot stronger, but Cell could also see the same within Piccolo. Although he must not have his full strength back. And if not that, Cell overpowers him, because otherwise, Piccolo would have just overwritten him and Few right away. Piccolo's definitely grown physically stronger, even beyond his previous peak, but it seems his abilities don't have the extent of power that they had before, the ability to write reality itself. Let's go over to Few's battle. Cronoa showcases her full power, something that she rarely gets to use because she doesn't really fight on the front lines much, and it's not because she's weak or lazy or anything. No, she has to handle all the logistics and tracking and everything else. That is the whole point of her being the leader of the patrol, and she does have the strength to back it up too. And that's exactly why Few decided to fight her. With her knowledge of continuities and time, he wanted to see what her true power was like, and he gets her to finally unleash it. He's also glad to see that Bardock's family has grown too, including that one other Bardock who used to have the mask on before. He didn't realize it at the time, but him losing was a great thing. It made all of them his longest running experiment. But also, he inadvertently drove all of them into the continuity patrol. He led to the formation of his greatest enemy. They're intertwined with him. Cronoa tries to fight Few first, but he simply dodges by dematerializing himself like Janemba. Of course, they've all seen this before because they actually did get to see Janemba, but they're confused as to why he has this ability. That's what he's been doing this entire time. Just like Cell, he's been learning other techniques, extracting data from all these other fighters and other continuities and such. Just like Cell, he's picked up on these abilities too. It was a bit tougher for him, but he's been able to copy so much, and fighting against a full power Klonoa will be even better. He wants to know what the extent of her power is, and what he could copy from her. But first he has to get rid of the rest of them. Simply holding a hand out, he generates a bunch of weird prisms that seem to trap Klonoa, another ability he's copied from elsewhere. He then launches it across the entire continuity. Sealing her will slow her down, but of course once she breaks free of it, she'll be able to just teleport back here. But he only needs a few seconds. All of the Saiyans he's facing go to their full power. Most of them use Blue Evolution, but 2 in particular use a new power. Kakarot 1 and the main Bardock, they're able to jump into Ultra Instinct. This really fascinates Few. It's not something he hasn't seen before, but still, seeing them use it, it's interesting. He observes them for a bit, and they're not able to really do any damage to him. He's loving this, but he also realizes that this is a bit disappointing. He thought they'd be stronger. He holds up a single finger, and he flicks it in front of him. A devastating blast that knocks everybody out in one shot, besides Kakarot 1 and Bardock. Left perplexed by that power, Klonoa teleports back in, attacking Few from behind. Quickly he turns around and blocks it, but he actually does take some damage from this. He didn't expect Klonoa to be that strong, but thankfully, he's pretty powerful as well. And this isn't his true full power. Of course, after going through all those continuities, he has picked up on more things too. Not just abilities, but actual power itself. He's figured out how to draw out power beyond Super Few, gaining the power of the Dark King. He completely morphs. His ki, his outfit, his hair, everything changes. It doesn't look much like a transformation, but rather a state of being. He was maintaining his old appearance to make it look like he was just as strong as before, but this is truly what he's like now. No need to use that facade anymore. He does question Klonoa though. What is his true origin? What exists beyond the continuity? Through taking her knowledge and power, he can learn all of that. And he recognizes that the two of them are unique, aren't they? At least in the sense that he hasn't seen any alternate versions of himself, having reached this type of power and position. It's so strange that there's so many other strong versions of other people, but why are they the only two people here that seem to be unique? And Klonoa says he's right. There are other Fews out there and even other Klonoas too, but none on their level. It's the exact reason Few hasn't found any of the other Fews. None have even reached a fraction of his power. Some have been killed or stopped completely. They're rare, but they are out there. Same for the alternate versions of her. This fascinates him even more. He'll steal her full power and obtain the true knowledge that he wants. Back to Piccolo and Cell's fight. Piccolo actually seems to be having a tough time. With all the abilities and power that Cell has gained since their last encounter, he's grown far beyond their imagination. Of course, this is difficult for Cell too, but he's on the winning side. He just simply has more abilities and more raw power. The trickiest thing about Piccolo is the fact that he can use wishes on himself. It seems his wishes can't affect others that are stronger than him, and on top of that, they're not to the extent that he was able to use them before. But nothing limits using it on himself. He can continuously heal himself and refresh his stamina. Plus, he can copy abilities on sight too. The only limit to making wishes on himself is wishing for more power, and Cell's able to figure out these limits. He has a limit on internal wishes and a few limits on external ones. Piccolo will be able to adapt. He won't be able to grow physically stronger through wishes, but he could still just grow physically stronger, and gain all these new abilities. But then, Piccolo suddenly vanishes, and Cell's confused. Is he running away? But no, he can tell what's going on. Piccolo moved to another continuity. For some reason, he went to the one that Few's in. Ah, he sees what's happening. Piccolo's gonna try and join in on the fight so they can defeat Few, and then Klonoa and Piccolo will fight Cell together. Not gonna happen. But as Cell observes that continuity, he sees another strange thing too. There's an extra person there that shouldn't be there, and the power signature. It's familiar. Cell then enters the same continuity. Few has taken some damage, and Klonoa has taken even more damage. Few seems pretty happy because something weird happened. Somebody else joined the continuity that isn't supposed to be there. And then Piccolo joins too. But this other person that's here, having grown so strong that he could just travel through continuities like this and even go into the sealed one that they're in, that really piques Few's interest. It's Moro Prime. He can see this isn't where he needs to be. He wants to find Cell. Klonoa's just as surprised to see him here. They had a suspicion that he was still alive, but why is he here? Is he working with them? Moro will have to fight them eventually, but he wants to find Cell first. That's his main target, and he doesn't want to deal with these weaklings. And that's exactly why Piccolo came here. Another person joined and is about to third party in that fight. But then, Cell arrives in the same continuity too, staring down Moro Prime. He'll give Moro Prime his fight, but not here. Let Few do what he needs to do. He holds out a hand in front of Moro and then one in front of Piccolo, dragging both of them away, back to where he and Piccolo were fighting before. Klonoa of course needs to stop this, but she can't escape Few's seal. The continuity that they're stuck in, it actually has enough power to contain her. Few just has that level of power. For her and her crew to escape, they'll need to kill Few entirely. Piccolo also didn't expect Moro Prime to show up, but this could be good because he has an even bigger grudge against Cell Prime. It's going to be a 1v1v1, but still, he doubts they're going to team up against him, and if anything, he could use this to his advantage. This entire time, Moro has been out there as Cell's counterpart, a being in the same realm of power as him and Piccolo. The three of them have grown beyond imagination, three of the strongest beings in any continuity or reality, even beyond Piccolo's previous power, and Slug's too, just without the specific ability to overwrite literally everything, which was frankly beyond his own comprehension at that point. It's why he overwrote himself too in the process. And Moro is aware of this now. He's been doing some digging, and a lot of training too. He will obtain the same ability that Piccolo did eventually. Sure, he could have just gone around to different universes and summoned Super Shenron in them, but the power that Piccolo got was something even beyond that. He did it in such a specific way, and it involved fusing with alternate versions of himself too. It's not simply just wishing for power a bunch of times. Moro will figure out how to do it himself though. He'll become the one to rule all, to create and destroy what he pleases, an immortal being with true enlightenment, limitless magic, and limitless food. The three go back to fighting. In Klonoa's fight against Fu, she lends some of her power to her allies, acting as a support for them. Not only are they fully healed, but they're empowered by some of her strength, jumping back into the battle alongside her, growing from being healed as well. And Fu could see that this is going to start a limitless cycle. She's just going to keep healing them and maybe even herself. But it's not going to work. When empowered by her strength, the Saiyans he's fighting are all very powerful, much stronger than before, but still not even close to his level, even combined. But they serve as great distractions. He needs to fight Klonoa alone. That's how he's going to be able to steal her power. He'll just steal power from them as well. Maybe that's the easiest option. It is her power that they're using after all. The battle between Moro, Piccolo, and Cell rages on. And just like Piccolo thought, Moro and Cell are mostly fighting each other. And Piccolo mostly targets his attacks at Cell, but he does exchange some blows with Moro. But then Moro suddenly stops fighting. Cell has grown a lot. Piccolo has too. They've gained a lot of power, new abilities, all these different things that have made them greater fighters. Moro has as well, of course, but there's still one thing that they don't have that he has. It's his level of magic. Of course, they both have it to a certain extent. Cell has access to it, and Piccolo has even more, especially with the power of wishes that he could use. Right now in this battle, it seems that Cell is stronger than all of them. Cell's number 1, Moro's number 2, and Piccolo's close behind at number 3. Although Piccolo and Moro seem to be really close in power, but Moro is still the strongest in terms of magic usage, with millions more years of experience, as well as basically doing the same method that Cell and Fu did, going to other continuities to fight to grow stronger. If this fight continues going on any longer, he knows that Cell will eventually win. But there is a way that he might be able to win, and also take out Piccolo in the process. It is pretty risky, but he thinks it's worth the risk. And it can give him some even greater power on top of what he already has now. This will fulfill both his motives, defeating Cell Prime, and getting closer to that true power that Piccolo used to have. He warps to Piccolo and single-handedly fights him, absorbing his power, and Piccolo tries to take it back, but he can't. Moro does it so rapidly, and this isn't normal power absorption. He's doing something different. He's trying to forcibly fuse Piccolo into him. Piccolo quickly recognizes this. He then recharges himself and then tries to do the same to Moro. Cell looks on confused because he didn't even think to do this, and it seems kind of lame too. Not really what he wanted. If he's going to be the strongest thing, it's not going to be by forcibly absorbing Piccolo. He'll have to defeat him with his own strength, and not just use Piccolo's strength for himself. That makes the fight way too boring. But Moro doesn't care about all of that. This is a means to an end. Having fun? It's not part of the process. And Moro tells Cell this too. That's where he's been wrong this entire time. He could have grown so much beyond everyone if he just wasn't concerned with having fun. That desire to fight and have a good challenge. It holds him back from his true potential. And Moro doesn't have that same limiter. That's why he's grown as strong as he is right now. But Piccolo starts fighting back, wishing for himself to adapt to this power, gaining Moro's own strength against him. Piccolo also realizes he probably can't kill Moro right here, but he thanks Moro for the idea. He's gonna fight fire with fire. And technically the wish he makes right now is not external targeting, it applies to him. His essence is being absorbed into Moro, so as far as his wishes go, that means they apply to Moro now. He wishes for Moro's power to be absorbed into him, inversing what Moro's doing. All the power, knowledge, magic, everything that's within Moro, it then goes into Piccolo, with Moro being completely overwritten too. Thankfully, Piccolo doesn't feel too much different. Now, if that went the other way around, maybe when he was fused into Moro, he could have possibly tried to beat him and take over as the dominant personality within that fusion. But Moro made one fatal flaw, absorbing Piccolo, allowing Piccolo to use the same type of wishes he had before, at least targeted to Moro. He tells Cell it's been a while since he had fun in a fight like this, and you can see that same thrill that Cell feels in battle. Of course, Piccolo did feel this a while ago, back when he was on Earth, in battles that were way smaller scale. But at his strength, the opponents were either way too weak, or way too strong. Plus, unlike Cell, he has a job to do. He doesn't fight for the thrill of it, but he feels that thrill once more, that same exhilaration he felt so long ago. Against his friends back on Earth, the one where he came from. He'll make it back there soon enough. Once the Continuity Patrol has their work done, he wants to return to his normal life. As normal as he can be with his great power. Cell's a bit terrified, but also excited. That strength that Piccolo showcased, he's done it. He's unlocked the same power that he used to have before. Out of a necessity during battle, that merger, it basically acted as a catalyst for him. And that specific influx of magic and power from Moro, especially within that short amount of time, it helped him break his limits. The true battle begins now, as the rest of the Continuity Patrol continues their own fights. Although, Fu's battle with Klonoa is going much differently. Fu has claimed victory, and he begins to steal her power, as well as all of her allies. Just as Piccolo is growing in battle, Fu is too. But Cell's adapting as well. Now for Phase 2. Fu continues taking Klonoa's power for himself, but decides to do a fun little test. Why not grant some of this to Cell, to see how far he could truly go? Imagine him with a fraction of this power as well. This isn't meant to give him raw strength, no, rather give him her abilities. Unlike himself, Cell doesn't need the raw power from her. That all is going to Fu, but this boost from Fu should help Cell against Piccolo, if he even really needs the help, that is. Within Piccolo's mind, Moro's there, still weirdly conscious, a part of Piccolo, and he's fuming. He tries to take control, but he can't. Every bit of him, his entire essence, it's been absorbed, and he just lives there as a figment of Piccolo's imagination, essentially. Basically acting as a thought in Piccolo's head. He found it kind of strange that Piccolo never transformed either, and now that he's within Piccolo, he could actually see why that is. Piccolo's fully controlled his power. He doesn't need to transform anymore. This is something Cell's taken note of too, especially because now he's trying to read Piccolo's mind and could sense that Moro's in there, trapped away within Piccolo. He actually finds it kind of hilarious. That guy that gave him so much trouble before, he's essentially just a voice annoying Piccolo in his head now. That's all Moro's been reduced to. Well, looks like he could see which one of them is superior now. But he also finds it interesting to learn why Piccolo hasn't transformed. That's exactly what he's been trying to do, and of course, he has done it to some extent, controlling his full power and making it his constant state. He saw that before with that one God of Destruction Goku a while back. Cell no longer wants to use his Prime form, he wants to just be Cell Prime all the time, manifesting his power 100% of the time with 100% efficiency, doing it as easily as breathing. And he's pretty intrigued to see that Piccolo's pulled it off, but that kinda makes sense. Back in Fu's battle, all of Bardock's crew is trapped, sealed away by one of Fu's powers, that same weird cube thing that he generated for Klonoa. But now he doesn't need to focus all of his power on her because he's drained enough strength from her, and he's growing significantly with it. Their fatal flaw was that they underestimated how strong and how smart Fu was, not to mention how versatile he is in his abilities. Had Klonoa held off Cell instead and Piccolo used his raw strength to fight Fu, they probably would have won actually. But he's glad it went this way. But he sees something pretty interesting. Allies are arriving. They have backup. A hole in the continuity opens. And not in a way like he does where he just creates a portal. No, there's two hands clawing their way through it, literally tearing it open physically. This interests him even more. Someone so powerful that they're just able to rip space-time by simply grabbing it, willing themselves into another continuity, even one that's powerfully sealed away like this one. But he's not too surprised to see who it is. It's Cooler, in his platinum form, beyond enraged now. Especially seeing his allies trapped away like this. He tells Fu that other Cooler he fought was a good distraction, but not a challenge at all. He would have been here a lot quicker if that Cooler hadn't adapted so much. But Fu fails to realize he has the power of the Big Getty Star as well, plus raw strength to back that up, even beyond that of Black Metal Cooler. And Fu does admit Cooler would probably cause some trouble, at least more than Bardock's crew here. It's a shame too because he thought Bardock and Zeno Bardock would do a lot more. Same for that Kakarot fellow as well. But it's not that they're not impressive, it's that Fu is just really impressive himself. But he does want to see what Cooler's made of, and Cooler proclaims he's going to stop all this nonsense. He's going to fix everything. He's going to bring back everyone that's been killed, everything that's been destroyed. All those people like Azir, that brother he never knew he had. Fu finds the sentimentality kind of cute, caring for someone who's not even from the same continuity. That's his driving factor? He'd never be driven by raw emotion like that, but it seems that at least lends Cooler's strength. Cooler doesn't even know Azir. As far as Fu knows, Cooler joined the patrol really recently anyways, but it's still principle. None of that matters to Cooler. One of the cubes nearby breaks. While Fu was briefly distracted by Cooler, Ruta tried to communicate with the rest of her family. Gine, Raditz, and both Bardocks played along. Everyone took what little strength they had left and tried to give it to Kakarot, and it was just enough for him to break through, sending him back into Ultra Instinct and breaking through Fu's seal. And then there's another slash in reality. This time someone cut through. That other Kakarot, Kakarot 2. Then two people warp in, not physically breaking through reality, but actually teleporting through. It's hitting Granola. Looks like everyone still has some fight in them, and they won their own respective battles. But then Fu feels a really impressive power enter. Hit and Granola each lift a finger up, each creating another portal next to them. And through each portal, two people enter, and it's the same people from each portal. A version of Goku and Gohan, ones that Cell actually fought before. They would have loved to bring Goten along too, but they fear he wasn't experienced enough for a battle like this one. And Fu sees what happened. He remembers Cell telling him about this. That one God of Destruction Goku he fought before, the one whose timeline split and created another version of him. Interestingly enough, the ones that perished, they came back somehow. And Cell never ended up losing the power he gained. Well, it makes sense. A God of Destruction, Super Dragon Balls, it shouldn't be too hard to do. Hayden and Granola apologized to the others. They did take a bit long because they were looking for other allies, and these guys seemed to be the best. They had some other allies in mind, but didn't have enough time to get all of them. Specifically other versions of Cell, one that turned good, one weird purple version of Cell, and other unique versions of him like that. Fu's elated. This is going to give him some really great data, especially with that Goku and Gohan as well as their variants alongside them. You know what? Maybe he could absorb power from them as well, and take every ability that's here. There might not be anything new anyways, but it's worth looking for extra data. But before he fights them, he does wonder how Cell's fight's going. So for a brief moment he leaves, taking the sealed Cronoa with him. He tells her to be proud though. She didn't lose because she's weak. Fu is just really strong. She was a really fascinating opponent, and her abilities work well with Fu. He's going to make great use of them. And she should take solace in the fact that she, as well as her crew, they gave him a fun time, but it seems round 2 is going to be even more fun. This is the main course. But Fu doesn't fully leave this battle. No, he only splits off a fraction of himself to take Cronoa with him, just to check on Cell. 99.99% of his power, it's retaining the few that stays back. He decides they're going to have even more fun. He takes out a bunch of the sealed realities that he's captured. Different universes, continuities, timelines. And simply, he unleashes them all at once, throwing them all around him, with them merging together as well. A new chaotic continuity is born, overwriting the sealed one that they're in. As it enters a new phase, all of this is controlled by Fu. It's like logic itself is gone here. On top of Fu's raw power, he orchestrates everything in this continuity. Time, space, logic, physics, everything. This is an example of what he wants to achieve. Of course, he can only do it for this continuity that he's in, this artificial one that he made. But he wants to do this for every continuity as a whole. This is a good domain to start with, at least. Back in Cell's fight with Piccolo, Piccolo clearly has the upper hand now. Piccolo desires to fight like this in battle, using his true form, just as himself, not corrupted at all. When he gained that amazing power against Lord Slug so long ago, it felt like he wasn't himself anymore. And here, he retains that sense of self, but also the raw power that comes with that. He tries to even wish Cell away, and overwrite him, but Cell resisted. Piccolo seems to have his external wishes back, but he can't simply overwrite Cell, given how strong he is. Moro calls him an idiot from within his mind. That's not gonna work. Piccolo's definitely gonna have to try and get rid of that guy after this battle, but first, he has to kill Cell. He can't focus on that. But Cell's a bit confused too. How did he resist Piccolo's wishes like that? He starts to feel power flowing through him, and then he could see that separate version of Fu with Cronoa sealed next to him. He has all of her power, and he buffs Cell on top of that. This is what he aimed to do, and he's really interested to see the results. Cell is something that can't simply be overwritten by wishes now. He transcends all of that. He's now a constant in everything, as is Piccolo, and as is Fu. He briefly gives Cell a rundown of what power he just gave him. He says to use it wisely because he's got to go back to his own battle. And Cell thanks him. He wanted to just adapt to this fight himself, but you know what? He's not going to turn down this extra ability. What he feels now, he's not simply perfect anymore, and he's not in his prime either. Cell's currently at the peak of his power, as is Piccolo. Neither seem to be transformed. They're just in this constant state. Piccolo simply is his true self. We'll call this state of being true Piccolo. And as for Cell, he's something beyond perfect. This is the apex of his abilities. This is Immaculate Cell. Piccolo attempts to use his wishes on Cell, but they don't affect him still. And his physical strength can do something, but of course, Cell has so many counters for it himself as well. Same goes for Piccolo too. It's two unstoppable forces, clashing with each other constantly, transcending time, space, everything. Cell tries to do that one thing Fu did, using all of his stored continuities that he's been stockpiling. Of course, he can't really use them as well as Fu, and he doesn't have as many as Fu on him because he just wanted to fight with his own power. But he's able to draw out some power from each continuity, turning it into energy for himself, as well as trying to turn each individual one into an attack, launching a few at Piccolo. Some of them do some damage, but Piccolo quickly adapts. Not just guarding against them, but also returning them back to their normal continuities, once more displaying his true power to Cell. Notice how easily he's able to just reverse everything, put everything back to normal? Killing Cell will definitely be a hurdle, but once he overcomes that hurdle, he takes solace in the fact that he's going to be able to restore everything. He even attempts to use a wish on Fu, even though he's not in the same continuity at the moment. But Cell's able to counter that as well, not that he might even need to. Fu definitely seems like he's on the level to handle this as well. With complete control over every force of nature essentially, including his own access to magic of course, he can counter Piccolo's magic. But it's strange, Piccolo notes that he's not using magic on the level he is. Of course, Piccolo's magic is unlike anything he's ever seen, but Cell has taken some notes from Fu, and of course his own creator Dr. Gero. Science was what created him after all, the ultimate life form. So, he could use that to conquer anything. The immaculate life form born from science versus the magical Namekian savior of everything. Once more, Piccolo gets that weird feeling of realizing how big this battle is in scale. Honestly, he just wants to go back home, and he'll be sure to get there again. Not that he isn't glad to be here fighting like this, but he kind of yearns for that old lifestyle he had. Amidst Fu's battle, he actually is having a bit of trouble. He was right to try and distract everyone else with their own continuities beforehand, because if they all fought him at once before, he would have lost right off the bat. Another member of the patrol then enters. Zamasu returns, watching on from a distance and trying to free Cronoa, as well as all of the others. Fu's not focused on them at the moment, and he can't divide his attention or power in order to do that. Not that it matters though. He has all of Cronoa's power, so her being freed from that seal doesn't faze him. Same for Bout Arc's family as well. Once Kakamasu accomplishes this, he confronts Fu, not to fight, but to ask what his endgame is here. They still really don't know, and he feels like everyone should get that answer before they kill him because who knows what he's going to do after the fact, even if he does die. Maybe there's some backup plan, maybe there's something else. And Fu's surprised they don't realize it by now. Time, space, magic, every other element of nature. They're all pieces of something larger, something beyond continuities, something that writes them. He and Klonoa have ascended normal beings, same for Cell and Piccolo, but specifically him and Klonoa considering how rare they are in continuities. They're opposite forces looking to control continuities in their own ways. Klonoa and her crew, they want order. But where's the fun in that? Where's the progress? Fu could become the greatest mind ever, and write a reality for every individual, one where they could choose their own destiny. He could bring about a new order, and obtain limitless knowledge on top of that. He knows Kakamasu has his own doubts about the patrol, doesn't he? But Kakamasu snaps back. That's not him anymore. He's fully devoted to the patrol's methods again. As the Supreme Kai of Time in his own continuity, he knows the importance of this. They only disagreed about their methods, not about the end goal. But then Fu points over to one of those God of Destruction Gokus. You see that? That's an example of what he means. That alternate Goku and Gohan, they shouldn't be here. They're anomalies. So many of the conflicts that the patrol's involved in, they cause anomalies like this, even if they're not directly involved. The same goes for their enemies too, like Cell Prime. Fu then holds two hands out towards them, trying to summon all of the power he can. He does something strange. The two Gokus and Gohans then merge together. Not in the sense that they're fusing, but their essences combined. Look how easily Fu could fix anomalies like this. He just combined their two timelines together, making it like one never happened. It's not like he destroyed them. He simply restored order, combining the two continuities together, rectifying the one that shouldn't have existed before. The Goku and Gohan there, of course, are confused beyond all belief. And Goku asks who gives him the right to even do that. He's the god of destruction of his own domain, so what's wrong with him allowing that other timeline to exist? Fu says no one gave him that authority. He doesn't need approval either. This is his own will, and he's simply acting upon that. This is what Klonoa's power could do when used properly. He could fix all of these anomalies. He snaps his fingers. Kakamasu then separates back into Kakarot and Zamasu. This is simply an example to all of them. None of them are threats to him. Look how easily he's stopping everything here. But at the same time, they should realize he doesn't want destruction. Otherwise, he would have killed them all on the spot. He had multiple ways of going about this. Besides, even if they do end up killing him, which seems almost impossible, what are they going to do when they encounter Cell? Fu has really big plans with Cell too, after all. They could fight him once he kills Piccolo. God of Destruction Goku, his version of Gohan, Kakarot 2, Cooler, Supreme Kai of Time Kakarot, and Supreme Kai of Time Zamasu fight together, with Kakarot 1 protecting his family, making sure that they don't get caught in any of this. They've all been heavily weakened. The God of Destruction Goku laughs a bit too. Seeing two other versions of himself is pretty interesting, especially with one being a Supreme Kai of sorts. He does hope they're strong though. As Kakarot 1 looks on, he realizes, this is the Goku that everyone's been mentioning this entire time. He knows there's so many variants of him, but this guy seems like the strongest of them. Definitely above him at least. Supreme Kai Time Kakarot's a bit weirded out too because he hasn't been back to himself for so long. This is the first time he's him again, but he's excited as well. He knows that he's definitely not the strongest version of himself, but still, fighting alongside variants of himself will be really fun. But Kakarot 2 is thinking of something a little bit different here. This is the one who started evil and eventually became somewhat of a good guy. He's went down such a different path compared to all the other Gokus and Kakarots out there. And he says he surpassed a God of Destruction long ago, which makes him even more curious to see what God of Destruction Goku is capable of. That weird furry Ultra Instinct form, it does seem pretty interesting. As much as he hates to admit it, that Goku's definitely above him. But he can at least showcase his own new power too and really put it to the test, as he transforms into his Supreme God form, summoning the power of Ultra Instinct while in this as well. Cooler is astounded by all of this too. Goku was the guy that changed his life, and none of these are the Goku that he knows. They're all completely different in their own ways. But seeing so many versions of his good friend and someone who's essentially his idol, it makes him confident. He knows he has good allies alongside him. Hitting Granola's step up too, with the separated Supreme Kai of Time Zamasu eyeing them down. Normally he wouldn't like mortals controlling time like that. What? Is he seriously going to do this now? But Zamasu smiles. He's just joking. It's unfortunate that he can't really help in this fight here, but he wishes them all the best. And he turns to Klonoa, apologizing for the fallout before. He never formally did apologize, especially when he went rogue. He knows that was mostly his influence on Kakamasu. Klonoa appreciates it, but she knew they always shared the same motives. She's glad to see how much her patrol has grown. She knows they'll win here, and she can't wait to see what they do next. As the battle with Fu enters its final phase, the same goes for Piccolo and Cell's battle. Against Fu, God of Destruction Goku leads the charge. And Fu welcomes all of the Gokus to attack. Everyone here, actually. They could all fight at once, it still won't do anything to him. Thankfully, this helps Klonoa, who could also help Bardock's family. She focuses her energy on having them escape the continuity. She'll stay back here and fight, but she wants them to find more allies and come back here. She feels her power beginning to return, but she needs a little bit more time. They need to completely overwhelm Fu while they have the chance. Just as Fu messed with the continuities that these people were from, He begins warping others just as a test of his power, erasing continuities that shouldn't exist. Anomalies are removed. And he looks to Klonoa amidst this too. Shouldn't she be happy about this? All these anomalies getting removed, these weird continuities where one thing went wrong and it changes the course of everything, they should be gone, and she should like that. It makes her job a lot easier. Maybe she shouldn't be stopping him. Now that he's testing his newfound power more and more, he comes to see the true extent of it. He might have actually achieved his goal. He could author reality itself, not just limited to this continuity he created, but anything in existence, even things that don't exist. Mortals, gods, logic, magic, everything. He's transcended all of that. He's on a level that they can't even comprehend. He separates his soul from himself, ascending to a level beyond where they exist. This is it. This is what he's been looking for the entire time. The super continuity that he theorized. He has no clue of what else to call it, just the thing that authors everything. He's not quite there yet, but he could feel himself discovering it at least. None of this is real to him anymore. All of this, in his eyes, it's fiction. And it's not like what Piccolo or Lord Slug were doing before. They did reach a level that he wanted to achieve, but he's beyond that. They still were bound by the fact that they existed within those continuities, even though they were affecting them and they knew that there was something beyond it. He was on a higher level of existence, a higher level of knowledge, everything. None of this was ever real to him. And he arrives in a strange place. He's never seen something like this before. Oh, he can even see me now, I guess. He looks pretty terrified. What, it's because my avatar just looked like Cell? That's part of it. But I'm not going to stop him here. I've written him, and he could write himself now. That's fine with me, because I wrote some enemies for him too. Like, last time I let this happen, 2 people erased my video, so I'm not going to let you erase it too. This takes a lot of work to make, and Piccolo and Slug, I'm just glad I didn't do more. Oh, looks like he's about to go now. A hand grabs onto his leg. Something somehow got to him here. But he recognizes the energy coming from it. It's that same god of destruction Goku from before. He has this level of power? The continuity therein starts to collapse, with Goku tearing Fu back into it. So close but so far for him. But at the same time, reinforcements arrive. Well, Fu at least knows he could reach that level. He just has to kill everyone here for good. He becomes one with the continuity, making himself omnipresent. Especially with this amount of people against him, he kinda needs to. But there's all people from previous continuities. Some people who were even dead before came back. Azir and Jiren from that universe. Other people that were alive, like God of Destruction Vegeta and his Supreme Kai Goku. Even other people the Patrol didn't encounter before. All anomalies from continuities that shouldn't exist. Legendary Super Saiyan Goku. Galactic Patrolman Jiren. Not one, but 2 versions of Turles that are good. A good version of Raditz and his brother Goku. A version of Granola that was sent to Earth. Kakarot 2 even sees his Raditz and Granola. Fu even sees Hearts, the same one that he sent Goku Black to fight before. He briefly even sees a glimpse of Piccolo, with Cell Prime next to him too. Cell was honestly interested to see what would happen with this, because Piccolo briefly departed their battle to break into that continuity they were in, using his great power to reverse the damage everyone's done, which brought back any dead people like Azir, and also helped Bardock's family recruit some allies temporarily. And he's made sure that these wishes will make them forget what happened after the fact. They all willingly came here, but they probably shouldn't keep this knowledge. With Fu actually fearful for once, Klonoa sees an opportunity to strike, with Piccolo also returning to his fight with Cell. When Fu briefly ascended to the super continuity, she and Goku came up with a plan. He doesn't really like this because it requires him getting power that he doesn't earn, but it's going to be temporary at least. Channeling all her power, she speeds up his development. Goku ages by millennia. As a god, he doesn't age, but what happens here is he gains eons of experience flowing through him, and all the great power that comes with that. The rest of the patrol gives their power to Klonoa. Kakarot 1 can't believe a version of him is growing this strong. Supreme Kai of Time Kakarot didn't realize something like this was possible. And Kakarot 2 is glad to help, but he kinda wishes he was the one that was the strongest. Oh well, he'll surpass his alternate self someday. One person doesn't lend their power to Klonoa. It's Cooler, who instead separates the Big Getty Star from himself, temporarily granting it to Goku. All the growth Goku gets is boosted by the power of the Big Getty Star, rapidly adapting and absorbing all the info. At least for a short amount of time, they're creating the strongest warrior to ever exist. A mortal, a god, and a machine all in one. Goku just asks Klonoa again if she's sure she could reverse this after the fact. This feels kinda weird. She says it's not a problem. She would have done this to herself, but she knew Goku was the best candidate for this, given how quickly he develops and all. And Goku knows that given the stakes here, and his duty as a god, he'll let it rock for now. Goku also feels a weird voice in his head, and he realizes it's Cooler talking to him. He's been with the Big Getty Star for so long that he's kind of part of it too. His physical body remains behind, but a separate piece of Cooler's consciousness goes with him. He could see and experience everything Goku sees. Back in Piccolo and Cell's fight, he even senses this too, and decides to make a wish to empower Goku even further. Cell's kinda curious to see how strong that Goku's gonna grow, but he also realizes he needs to end this quick because if he doesn't, that Goku's gonna come for him next and defeat him with ease. Piccolo's even terrified of this power, no matter how fleeting it is. This entire time they've been having a 1v1, Fu actually became the bigger threat than Cell. Not because Cell is weak by any means, but because Fu is actually actively destroying stuff. Cell was just fighting Piccolo. The two are even fighting on the same level that Fu was. They're omnipresent, fighting throughout a continuity that they're in, clashing across multiple others. And Piccolo still doesn't get why Cell did all of this. Like, look what he's caused. From what he's seen of other Cells, they just like to have fun, don't they? Just to achieve perfection, and that's really that. And to think, all of this happened because of an ill-thought wish. A split in timelines like all the ones that Cell has caused, and that led to Cell Prime being born. And Cell Prime says Piccolo's right. That's all he wants, just to have fun and test his power, really. He is one of the strongest things in existence. At one point, he was the strongest thing in existence. And if he lives this encounter, he will become that again. Especially after a battle like this. He's growing amidst the fight, and he could tell Piccolo is too. This is the best fight he's ever had in his life. He and Piccolo are the same, powerful beyond belief. They even share blood. He doesn't care about anything that Fu wants. Fu was a fun ally, but in the grand scheme of things, Cell always knew it would be temporary. At some point, he felt Fu would have either betrayed him, or Cell would have just gotten bored. Fu has some plans of authoring existence, but what does that matter to Cell? He seeks thrill, and at his level existence, there isn't much he could find that gives him that thrill. But at the same time, just writing everything, there's no fun in that either. But this fight between him and Piccolo isn't really going anywhere. It's been a constant stalemate. The two rapidly develop throughout battle. The two keep healing. Ki, magic, spirit control. There's really nothing they can't do. And of course, the entire time, Moro still exists within Piccolo's mind. He can't believe he's been relegated to this. And you know, even though this fight's gone on for a while, Cell loves that. He wishes this fight would never end. An eternal battle where they can enjoy themselves endlessly. And hearing this, Piccolo realizes something. This is how he wins. His eyes then glow, with everything around them glowing too. Cell's eyes widen. What is he doing? But then it hits Cell what he just did, and he chuckles. Well played, Piccolo. This whole time, Piccolo wasn't able to affect Cell with his wishes. At least, without him willing for the wishes to affect him. It's just like any other dragon. And of course, Piccolo has the power of a dragon, the strongest one to ever exist. And without realizing, Cell just made a wish to Piccolo. His wish has been granted. The end of the battle is the beginning of a new one. Cell defeated Piccolo, but also himself. Now, the two of them are locked into an eternal battle. The wish affected them both, and Piccolo realizes it was a gamble. But it's the best way to stop Cell. In a way, the two of them like this. Meanwhile with Fu, well, he stands no chance now. The god of destruction Goku he's fighting is so far beyond his level that he can't even comprehend it now. The tables have turned completely. This Goku could author reality if he wanted, but thankfully he's a good guy. And he's surprised to see that Fu is actually fearful now. This power is nothing special to Goku. In fact, it's kind of boring to him. Look how easy it is to cheat your way to the top and obtain power like this. There's nothing special to it. Fu says he can't be stopped now anyways, but Goku begs to differ. And he realizes now, something's been bugging him this entire time. Why does Fu want to make continuities where people can control their destiny, but he deletes anomalies? Isn't that kind of contradictory? But Goku knows now. Fu wanted to remove those anomalies because it's a threat to him. Everything he's spouting is nonsense. Sure, he'd create mortals and let them live happy lives, but he'd also make sure that no one could stand up against him because he wants to hog all the power and just watch all these continuities grow, getting more data for himself and trying to grow even further, if he even can at that point. But he always feared a rebellion against him. And you know, maybe the timelines aren't supposed to be like this. Maybe Fu is right. Maybe Goku isn't supposed to be a god of destruction like this, and all these people around him, they're not supposed to be here. But look at the infinite potential within all these realities, all these stories, these lives, everything. It's kind of a beautiful thing. And Goku's come to see that he kind of despises Fu, everything he stands for. Despite barely knowing him, Fu completely opposes Goku. At least Cell was fun. He fought for the thrill of battle. And not to say he got his power fairly, but he didn't cheat on the level of Fu. Surely he's a bad guy too, but at least he's not boring like Fu. Cooler even chimes in too. Who cares if each continuity has some weird anomaly or isn't perfect? His life is far more interesting than the other versions of the Cooler he knows. Look at all them. They're dead or miserable. But Fu says that's his point. He can make every continuity enjoyable for everyone, and achieve his goal of knowledge beyond comprehension. Fu has the continuity patrol all wrong though. With Konoha butting in. These different continuities bring about unique lives, creativity, limitless stories and experiences. Sure, the patrol fixes these anomalies in places, but they never outright destroy stuff. They let the natural flow of things dictate itself. When they arrive to fix anomalies, they fix destructive anomalies. Things that cause continuities and timelines to collapse. But they don't go around authoring reality. The kind of anomalies they go after are different from what Fu goes after. The patrol isn't perfect, but they protect that natural lifestyle of everything by protecting the basis of it. When they stop some tear in reality or time or anything, there's nothing really wrong with that. They're helping out. Fu, on the other hand, is destroying anomalies at the source, basically turning everything into a computer simulation for himself. Life will be emotionless. He'll be the only one with any say in his life. Goku charges his final attack, summoning all the power the patrol gave him. The big Getty Star morphs an arm around his arm. He generates a spear of energy. Energy unlike anything Fu's ever sensed before. And then Konoha works her magic. That extra power Goku's gained, she removes it from him, channeling it all into his attack. And Goku's glad because he's back to normal. Fu dematerializes once more because, again, he's part of the continuity itself now. Not a problem for Goku. He stabs the continuity itself, with all the energy flowing right into Fu. and Fu's fear suddenly vanishes. He's been defeated. There's nothing to fear anymore. He has to give it to them. That was pretty well played. He hopes there's another version of him out there somewhere, and that version of him can learn from this. Or, if Cell's still out there, he can learn from this too. Do what he could. The separate continuity they're in dissipates. All the allies that came there, they disappear, going back to their original continuities, also forgetting this battle happened. And Fu is completely erased from existence. They all cheer for Goku, but he tells them to cheer for Cronoa. They couldn't have done this without their amazing captain. But what's happening between Piccolo and Cell? They're gone. Their presence, it doesn't exist anymore. Did they destroy each other? No, it's something else. But the patrol looks around. All those people they just saw, they're gone. They've been restored. They have their normal lives back. Granola and Hit faced something like this before, but not on this scale. Thankfully, it's been solved again. They're glad to see everything's been fixed. Bout Arc's family was the first to encounter Fu, and now he's finally gone. Cooler and Kakarot 1 wanted Azir to come back, both for different reasons. Supreme Kai of Time Kakarot and Zamasu are back to normal. And with both being Supreme Kais of Time, well, of course they want order to be restored like this. God of Destruction Goku and his respective Gohan, they return back to their timeline. Goku is a God of Destruction after all, so he can't be gone for too long. Granted, this was way more important than anything he was doing, but he's glad he could have helped you. But as the celebration dies down, Cronoa realizes what happened. She looked back in time and found out what happened with Cell and Piccolo. She can't believe Piccolo did that, but it makes sense. She's not too surprised. It's part of the reason she got Piccolo to join the patrol in the first place. Despite his amazing power, he always did the right thing. Against Slug, he erased his own power in order to stop Slug. And now against Cell, he locked himself away just to lock Cell away. The two of them are actually still alive though, but for an eternity in a completely separate continuity that they can't even access, they're locked into a battle, which at the moment she can't even observe. This is the only wish able to affect Cell because he was the one who made it, and Piccolo also had to willingly accept it since it affects him too. He took the gamble for the sacrifice, because he knew if the fight went on any longer, Cell might have escaped or actually would have won. But what Piccolo doesn't realize is Cell would have actually seen this through. Let's go over to what they're up to now. They're in a constantly changing battle. Cell also wished for this to be enjoyable after all, and they wonder if this battle will ever be stopped. At least for the time being, it can't be. Cell enjoys the battle for the thrill of it, and Piccolo partially likes that, but more so, he enjoys the thought of protecting others, which is why he took this risk. Besides, Cronoa might be able to break them out eventually. She can control time and continuities after all. All she'd have to do is transcend Piccolo's power first, which is easier said than done, given the fact that he was the one to grant the wish in the first place. Given all the experience and knowledge she has, especially all the power she has too, he's confident in this captain, and she's confident this can be fixed as well. And then they'll have to deal with Cell somehow. But she wonders what they're supposed to do next. When they're free, the two might be completely different than before. It could have felt like an instant pass for them, or it could have felt like infinite time passed, or anything in between. The time dilation could work in multiple ways because they're in a completely separate continuity, and the wish locks them into a battle for eternity. It's like a weird time chamber in a way. Wait, did I just trap and betray them in a time chamber? Not intentional, I swear, but kinda meta considering this is about what-ifs. But even if they're stuck in here for eternity, they're both gonna enjoy it. Piccolo enjoys it because he can continue testing his power, but at the same time, he could save countless continuities, countless lives. Eternity is nothing to one of his stature anyways. And as for Cell, well, of course he lives for the battle. Time doesn't even affect them normally here, so they won't feel it. But there's a loose end. Piccolo doesn't hear Moro's annoying voice in his mind anymore. All the more reason for him to find a way out of here because he can't hear that annoyance and he wants to figure out what happened to him. The wish affected the two of them, but not Moro. He has no body or power. Piccolo kept that, but his essence remains here. He's basically a disembodied soul left behind. Those idiots know nothing about magic. Look at how they screwed themselves. He'll find whoever wins the fight and finish it himself. Or even better, he'll finish them both off on his own. First, he'll need to get a new body and regain all of his power. He wishes he could just steal one of theirs, but they're trapped away. He's angered. He should have tried to eat more continuities. Well, at least he knows from next time. Cell could have asked for this all along. He's loving every minute of it. They're removed from everybody, Fu's completely erased, and Moro exists as a soul aiming to get his body back. This whole rampage started with an erroneous wish, and now, it concludes with another. A wish fulfilling both his Cell and Piccolo. With the patrol now at ease. Zamasu and Supreme Kai Time Kakarot watch from their universe. Granola and Hit have to inform everyone of what happened to Piccolo, which is really hard to explain. They'll carry on his will here in their merged Universe 7 though. Bout Arc's family remains with the patrol for now, wanting to help free Piccolo of course. As for Kakarot 2 and Cooler, they're about to return to their homes, but Kakarot 1 wants to go with them and visit that Azir guy, considering he and Cooler wanted to do that before. Kakarot 2 decides to come along because he wants to spar with Cooler again, and he was glad to see that Raditz and Granola from his universe were okay. He knew they'd be able to defend themselves after all. Kakarot 2 even dons a new gi for himself. After seeing all those other Gokus, he realized that he needed to stand out somehow. Plus, he loves the Turtle School gi, but he needed something more custom to match all his forms. This one represents what he is now. Cooler feels strange though. He got the big Getty star back, but ever since he did, Something about him fell off, but he doesn't think anything of it. Maybe it's due to lending his power to that one Goku and then having it all taken away. It's unfortunate that Piccolo never got to return home like he wanted, but at least all the other patrolmen can if they want, as well as literally everyone in every other continuity. His sacrifice means a ton to everyone else. And besides, Cooler's confident he'll come back one day. And so is Cronoa. The patrol will meet again. Hopefully without continuity destroying threats out there. Cronoa's proud about how her crew has grown. To think of where they started and where they've ended up now. Until they meet again. This is where we end off. What do you guys think about this series? I'm thinking of doing more original series in the future, and they're not going to be as crazy as this one, I promise. But I hope you all enjoyed. Be sure to drop a like and subscribe because it tells me you want to see more videos like this, and it really does help out the channel. Anyways, thank you all for watching, thanks for supporting the story all the way through, and I'll see you all in my next video.